teachers as changemakers. My name is Jis Mary, and I will be the MC for the day, along with my colleague Astha.
We are all seated in the Jacaranda Hall. We are all seated in the Jacaranda Hall today, which has two entries and exits to your right. Both open to the lobby area where food and beverages will be served in scheduled hours. The restrooms are outside the lobby area towards the left. For any medical requirement, kindly contact the registration desk. The overall agenda and flow of the day has been kept as sprints in the welcome kits. Please do take a look. Lunch will be served at 1:30 and the event will be held till 4:30 p.m. Request you all to please put your phones on silent at this point.
We also have special display kiosks set up at the back. We encourage you to interact with them throughout the day. Feel free to explore these exhibits, especially during the lunch break and after the event. Thank you for joining us today, and we hope that you'll be with us for the entire event. I wish you the best day ahead.
Learning embodies a social process where knowledge is constructed, characterized by critical thinking, self reflection, and informed decision making. In the journey of learning, teachers hold a central position. Traditionally seen as the sole bearers of knowledge, teachers now find themselves adapting to a changing world.
Today's expectation require educators to not only update their subject expertise, but also to become coaches who understand each student's unique needs. This shift aims to create inclusive environment where children can develop into effective contributors aligning with the evolving landscape of India.
Inspired by the teacher's outstanding capacity to constantly evolve with creative solutions, Room to Read India this year dedicated its annual flagship reading campaign 2023 hashtag India Gets Reading to celebrate the power of teachers in a child's life. This national summit, organized jointly by the USAID and Room to Read India, brings together policy perspectives and teachers' experiences on the theme Teachers as Change Makers. It offers a great opportunity to bring the systemic perspective and practitioners' approach together. In addition to this, by bringing together national and state level policymakers and teachers on a discussion platform, this event aims to foster synergies between policy objective and classroom realities, highlighting the pragmatic solutions from the field. Ultimately, this can contribute to enhancing the effectiveness of the education system that recognizes teachers as change makers.
Today, we are joined by USAID leadership, government representatives across Room to Read India intervention states, teachers from various states, multilateral agencies, corporate partners, like minded organizations, and other prominent stakeholders. We welcome you to this space, looking forward to fostering meaningful interaction and engaging you in a rich learning experience. Without further ado, let us now begin.
To begin this event, I would now like to call upon Ms. Purnima Garg, Country Director, Room to Read India, and Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of United States of America, Ms. Patricia A. Lassina.
I would now invite Ms. Purnima Garg, Country Director, Room to Read India, to take us through the welcome address. Purnima offers strategic guidance, oversees operational activities, and represents Room to Read India to the governments, donors, and other key stakeholders. She leads a diverse team of 500 professionals across 11 Indian states. Purnima became a part of Room to Read India in 2011, and since then, her involvement has significantly contributed to the organization's success. With more than 2 decades of leadership experience spanning non-profit and for-profit sectors, Purnima's collaborative efforts with communities, governments, and corporate partners have greatly enhanced Room to Read India's reputation as a reliable organization working in the education space. Over to you, Purnima.
नमस्ते, गुड मॉर्निंग लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन। हम सब मनुष्यों के हृदय में, हृदय चक्र में देवीय चेतना और देवीय प्रकाश का वास है। इन आवर हार्ट्स and in our heart chakras reside the divine light and divine love. So when we bring our hands together to form the Anjali Mudra and say Namaha Aste, What essentially is happening is that the divine in me is going to the divine in you. And we are acknowledging each other's true nature and coming together in the human spirit of coexistence, collaboration, and coexistence. So, everyone, let's start our day by wishing each other Namaha Aste. As we all come together to the journey as one towards stronger and building a mightier nation which has systemic reform in the field of foundation literacy, and even stronger and even mightier India armed to accomplish the mission of providing quality education to its children. I'm truly delighted to welcome you all to this National Summit, Teachers as Changemakers. Teaching is the greatest act of optimism. And this phrase holds profound meaning because while the results of teaching may manifest in the future, but it is our responsibility to ensure that we provide an enriching learning environment to our students in the present. Our reading campaign, India Gets Reading, this year highlights the role of teacher and facilitators in the social construction of knowledge. Today's summit promises engaging discussion and expert insight that will unfold throughout the day. But before that, I want to take a moment to reflect on the incredible partnership between Room to Read and United States Agency for International Development, USAID, under the Scaling Up Early Reading Intervention SERI project. In our partnership with USAID in SERI project, we have been able to bring to the policy forefront the nuanced bigger picture of foundational literacy, all while celebrating the joy of reading. Together, we've been able to demonstrate the change is possible with the focus on quality at scale. Our journey together commenced in 2015 in selected schools in Uttarakhand and Chhattisgarh with a shared vision to reinforce and expand foundation literacy initiatives. The objective was to demonstrate an effective model towards improving reading outcomes in foundational grades and to develop an innovative approach for scaling foundation literacy interventions through the government system. It was our first initial step towards building evidence of what works. As the partnership with the government stakeholders, including the teachers, matured, our success was the external evaluation result of 2018, which showed that school children studying in the SERI intervention schools made 1.5 to 2 times greater progress than their comparison schools on various reading skill assessed. And more importantly, these gains sustained even when the intervention was scaled from 50 schools to 500 schools. This made our belief stronger to replicate these literacy gains across the state by ingraining them in the existing statewide apparatus. Hence, in 2019, we pivoted towards system strengthening approach from a project-based approach. The objective was SERI was now transitioning from schools in selected geographies to really make a system level reform. With NEP and Nipun Bharat launch, SERI was well positioned to continue supporting states of Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh, Uttar Pradesh, and Chhattisgarh. The joint efforts made at that time are now yielding results for us. For example, we have a statewide FLN rollout in Uttarakhand in approximately 13,000 schools. An innovative method of co-development of children literature in Madhya Pradesh, wherein the material has been made to reach out to 80,000 schools across the state. And thanks to the learning from SERI, a lot of best practices and key principles related to FLN program found a mention in Nipun Bharat document. In 2022, both USAID and Room to Read worked together to strengthen and expand SERI program further to two more states, Telangana and Rajasthan. This made us think of having stronger social inclusive approach to address the diverse learning needs and linguistic challenges of children from different background including tribal. I'm happy to share that as part of SERI 2.0, as we now call it, we have now ventured into development of FLN Index report in partnership with Institute for Competitiveness. In 2022, the report was launched in Stanford University early this year. We also have Children's Literature Award, one of its kinds. And our work with different state governments on addressing the multilingual challenges has been really appreciative. And trust me, this list is really, really long, but I have been only given 10 minutes to address. So hence, I'm going to take a pause on the achievements of SERI. However, it's important for me to express my gratitude for the support that we have received from USAID. USAID's unwavering commitment to support the foundation literacy mission of India has played a pivotal role in helping Room to Read achieve its goal of bringing in a systemic reform in education and making a meaningful and positive impact on the indigenous communities that we serve. With our support from our donors, partners, state governments where we work, Ministry of Education, we are happy to culminate the 5th edition of our campaign, India Gets Reading, bringing the focus on teachers this time. We see the teachers as major change makers in this endeavor. When humankind established the school system, it was designed to serve the industrial and colonial advancement, with teachers tasked to produce human resources for economic growth. However, with the passage of time, the role of teachers has undergone a transformation. The modern teacher, however, has evolved into crucial player in knowledge economy. Today, their role extends beyond mere instruction. It encompasses nurturing self-learner, decision makers, ethical decision makers, critical thinkers. They facilitate and co-create knowledge, fostering a dynamic learning process. During the course of this day, we will hear many inspiring stories that resonate this positive change. As we progress, let us just not celebrate our teachers, but also renew our commitment to this shared journey. With our teachers as partners, we can and we will shape the future of education and champion the change to build a brighter world for young learners. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again extend a very warm welcome to all of you for being here in the national seminar and a lot of gratitude for everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Purnima, for welcoming our guests and beginning the day. I would now invite Deputy Chief of Mission, Embassy of United States of America, Ms. Patricia A. Lucena, for a special address. Ms. Patricia A. Lucena, a career member of the Senior Foreign Service, class of Minister Counselor, assumed the role of Charge d'Affaires on September 9, 2021. She previously served as Consul General in Frankfurt, Germany from 2018 to 2021 and held various positions with the United States Department of State, including Principal Deputy Executive Secretary and Deputy Chief Information Officer. Her overseas assignments span locations such as Cairo, Vienna, Brussels, Buenos Aires, Moscow, and many others. Ms. Patricia A. Lucena.
Thank you. Esteemed dignitaries, thank you so much, Purnima. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and namaskar. It's a profound honor for me to represent the U.S. government at this national summit, where we gather to celebrate and pay tribute to our teachers, who play a critical role in ensuring that children evolve into successful readers and ultimately successful learners. This topic is near and dear to my heart. Before I became a U.S. diplomat, I was an educator. I will always cherish the time I had in the classroom, the bonds of learning and mentorship that I formed with the children that I taught. There is simply no substitute in life for quality education. Education is a great equalizer and enabler. When we prepare our children to succeed at school, we prepare our children to succeed at life. And successful students in turn build successful families, communities, and countries. As we are in many other areas, the United States and India are working in close partnership to strengthen education and open new opportunities for our peoples. During the recently concluded G20 summit, the United States and India, along with other member nations, agreed on the importance of foundational literacy for completion of school education and lifelong learning. After all, foundational literacy forms the fundamental cornerstone that empowers individuals to thrive in the modern world, opening doors to opportunities and reducing social inequality. However, it is disheartening to note that nearly 80% of Class 3 students in India struggle to read even basic texts with comprehension. This challenge can compound as students progress through grades, ultimately contributing to dropouts. To address this critical challenge, the U.S. government, through the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, actively supports education and literacy programs that aim to reach all citizens, paving the way for a more equitable and prosperous global future. There's a lot of work to do. A 2023 report issued jointly by USAID and the Economic Council to the Prime Minister showed some of the challenges we will need to address, including skills gaps, where many children enter grade 6 lacking basic literacy and numeracy skills. To address this critical issue, we're initiating a Scaling Up Early Reading Intervention, or SARI, program in 6 key states. The strategic investments we're making in enhancing capacity and pedagogy are already demonstrating results. We're providing mentorship, professional development, and on-site support to help teachers achieve their full professional potential. We're working with an eye to inclusivity, expanding the participation of under-resourced and marginalized populations, including children with disabilities and girls, so that no one falls behind. During my time working here in India, I've seen many inspiring stories of student achievement, showing the impact these programs can have. Students at one school who took part in a recent readathon came away inspired and energized, opening the door to a lifelong love of reading. A strong reading culture fosters values such as positivity, collaboration, tolerance, and resilience, paying dividends in social and emotional health that last into adulthood. And the benefits don't stop at the schoolyard gate. Students who complete their education see higher earnings and take a more active role in their communities and nations. And all of our efforts have been made possible through the unwavering commitment of our partner organization, Room to Read. Year after year, the reading campaign continues to expand and deepen its impact on more students' learning journeys. A special thanks to the team for celebrating and honoring the tireless efforts of teachers and recognizing the critical role they play in achieving universal foundational literacy. I stand in solidarity with you all. Before I conclude my remarks, I want to share one inspiring story of success in action, the story of Ms. Bolero, the principal of a teacher training center in Madhya Pradesh. She understood the pivotal role of books and a reading culture in nurturing and sustaining literacy skills in children. Ms. Bolero encouraged teachers to cultivate a love for reading, making them role models for families and communities. When teachers in her district informed her that a lack of resources hindered engaging early grade learners, Ms. Bolero took it upon herself to create a learning corner in the Institute using local, cost-effective, and contextually relevant materials. This initiative received recognition not only from teachers and trainees, but also from the government and USAID. In February 2023, SARI established a children's library for service teachers to familiarize themselves with contextually relevant and developmentally appropriate literacy materials. Ms. Bolero's dedication didn't stop there. The Training Institute hosted a learning visit for the entire state resource team demonstrating how a children's library could better prepare teachers for effective teaching practices in the classroom. This is a powerful testament to how collective action can be ignited by a single educator and how books can serve as a catalyst for change. I extend my heartfelt thanks to the Government of India and state education departments for their partnership in this endeavor. And thanks to Room to Read for their steadfast support of our efforts in foundational literacy. Once again, thank you for granting me this opportunity, and let us raise a toast to the champions here today in this room who advocate for and promote universal foundational literacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patricia A. Lacina, for setting the tone of the event. Requesting Ms. Purnima to kindly felicitate Ms. Patricia A. Lacina with a small token of appreciation. We thank you for your guidance.
Yes, it's perfect for my office.
Much of what the speakers conveyed in their address resonated throughout India during India Gets Reading campaign. We have a brief video showcasing the remarkable activation that took place across India. Let's take a look.
Education is a cornerstone of society, with primary education serving as a foundation for lifelong work readiness and active citizenship. In India, a staggering 80% of children struggle to read a grade 2 level sentence. It is therefore no surprise that teachers are a key component in students' educational journey.
जिस तरह से एक सूरज होता है और उसकी जो महत्ता होती है, बस वैसी महत्ता शिक्षक की भी मैं समझती हूँ। यदि एक शिक्षक बहुत अच्छा है तो उसके बच्चे भी वैसे ही निखर के बाहर आते हैं।
Teachers truly are the backbone of the nation, the changemakers who contribute to building a strong nation, one child at a time. In 2019, Room to Read India initiated its annual flagship reading campaign, India Gets Reading, with the aim of promoting a vibrant reading culture among young readers, parents, caregivers, teachers, community members, and all stakeholders involved. The 2023 edition this year, the 5th edition of the campaign, celebrated the theme Teachers as Changemakers. From the green forests of Jharkhand to the mystique landscapes of Rajasthan, Room to Read India's India Gets Reading campaign spanned across 11 Indian states. The 25-day-long intensive campaign put spotlight on the dedicated teachers who are relentlessly making efforts to create an ecosystem where children can flourish through reading and learning. Brace yourself for an incredible journey that spreads the joy of reading. Looking back on the journey, our social media platforms came alive with stories of teachers who have had a profound positive influence on their communities and ignited a deep love for reading in children. Ever imagined a van as a child's eagerly anticipated adventure? With Room to Read India's mobile libraries, it's a reality. These libraries have journeyed to the remotest villages in Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, and Madhya Pradesh, bridging the gap for young readers and nurturing a deep appreciation for quality children's literature.
तो मोबाइल लाइब्रेरी का जो आइडिया है वो कोविड टाइम में आया था। बच्चे स्कूल में नहीं थे, बच्चे घरों में थे, हमारे पास ये अपॉर्चुनिटी नहीं थी कि बच्चे स्कूल तक आ सके। तो ये जो गैप था इसको कैसे फुलफिल किया जाए, तो ये आइडिया आया कि क्यों ना बच्चों तक ही वो इन्वायरमेंट लेके जाएं, वो बुक्स, वो लर्निंग इन्वायरमेंट फिर से क्रिएट करें कम्युनिटीज में जाकर के।
These libraries have also adapted to local cultures and modified its form to reach children. The distinctive Camel Cart Library in Rajasthan is one such example. Inspiring awe and wonder in children and community members. As part of the India Gets Reading campaign, we rallied everyone to participate in a powerful drop everything and read movement for 30 minutes, simultaneously across the 11 intervention states. Readathon effectively united children, parents, communities, government bodies, and donors in a collective reading endeavor across multiple locations.
बच्चों के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा एक अवसर मिला है बच्चों को, जो एक साथ बच्चे ये समझ पाए कि पढ़ना क्यों जरूरी है।
We do small group activities, we do individual reading time. But Readathon is one activity in which the entire group of students, all school, come together and read together. So that's the whole idea of enjoying the beauty of reading collectively.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಬೇರೆ ಕಲಿಕೆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವನ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವಕ್ಕಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಅವನ ಒಂದು ಜೀವನ ನಿರ್ವಹಣೆಗಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಎಲ್ಲದಕ್ಕೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಕಥೆ ಪುಸ್ತಕಗಳು ಕನ್ನಡದ ಒಂದು ಕಲಿಕೆ ಅನ್ನೋದು ತುಂಬಾ ಅನುಕೂಲ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ.
But we are not done just yet. We organized a teacher expo where teachers showcased their innovative projects, teaching methodologies, and community engagement initiatives, demonstrating their dedication to enhancing education and society. The vibrant display of stalls and presentations showed teachers' fervent involvement. The expo served as a platform for the exchange of knowledge, experiences, and inspiring stories.
जो 39 लोग हम आए हैं पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ से, सभी का काम बहुत बेहतर है और उनको देख करके ऐसा लगा कि अभी मुझे अपने काम में और सुधार करना है और सीखना है और मैं कितना बेहतर काम कर सकूं।
Teachers also leveraged Room to Read's digital library, Literacy Cloud, to read stories to children and keep them engaged with reading and reading activities. Reading is a crucial skill that needs to be taught, unlike speaking, which comes naturally. It involves combining information from the text with the reader's knowledge to create meaning. Teachers employ various techniques such as cues, prompts, modeling, and direct instruction to create an enabling learning environment. The campaign reminded us of something long forgotten. As we celebrated Changemakers, amazing things happened. So, why stop here? Let us carry this torch of knowledge forward, inspired by the transformative power of reading. As we close this chapter, let it serve as a timeless reminder that education knows no bounds, and teachers are the guiding lights in this incredible journey. Read, Learn. Spread the joy of reading.
We are joined by a special guest today who will be sharing the keynote address, welcoming Purnima and Mr. Anil Swaroop ji to the stage. Anil Swaroop ji is the former Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy, Government of India. Requesting Purnima to introduce Anil Swaroop ji.
Thank you, Anilji, for being with us. Just to introduce, I'm sure many of you know that Anilji has been instrumental in this field of education. Anilji comes with a 38 years of career, hails from Allahabad, Uttar Pradesh. He initially served in the Indian Police Services, then has held various roles in state and central government, including Secretary to the Government of India in the Ministry of Coal and Secretary, School Education and Literacy. He is known for fostering public-private partnership to enhance school education quality. An innovative leader, he received numerous awards, including recognition as a policy change agent by the Economic Times. Mr. Anil Swaroopji is the founder chairman of Nexus of Good. He is also the author of the book Not Just a Civil Servant. Mr. Anil Swaroopji, please, I welcome you on the stage to deliver a keynote address.
Very good morning to all of you. What a pleasure it is to be amongst very many familiar faces here. And it is a pleasure to be back amongst friends. I have known Room to Read when I was School Education Secretary, and I'm so glad you're doing what you're doing. More importantly, you're laying focus on the teacher. You know, I became School Education Secretary after I was Secretary Coal. Oh, that was quite a change. When I was posted as Secretary Coal, I didn't know much about that sector, so I rang up a friend of mine and I asked him, "Yaar, ye sector kaisa hai?" So instead of answering my question, he said, "Gangs of Wasseypur dekhi hai kya?" So that, I think, settled the issue as far as coal was concerned. On account of an absolutely amazing team that I had, we sorted out the coal problems, and I'm not here to talk about coal. And then I got shifted to Secretary School Education. I thought I am moving out of dark dungeons of coal mines to the bright lights of school education, and to my utmost horror, I found that the mafias in school education were much worse than the mafias of coal. In coal, all the mining was underground and the mafias were overground. In education, it was the other way around. All the mafias were underground, eating into the essentials of Indian society. And it was much tougher than what I thought it was, handling those coal mafias or educational mafias. Again, I'm not going to talk about the mafias here. But as I went along and got to know more and more about school education, it was a period of learning for me, because I had absolutely no experience in school education apart from having studied in a school myself at some point in time. And I used to wonder, why did government choose the most uneducated, illiterate civil servant to head the school education department? Probably that was the importance that was given to school education at that point in time, because the actual annual budget of school education of the central government had been coming down in nominal terms from 2014 to 2016. And then I fought with the people in the government and saw to it that the allocation went up. Of course, I'm told thereafter again it started coming down. But that's what the government is doing. And since we are sitting here amongst you all, let us see what we can do together. And that was the objective as School Education Secretary. You know, since I didn't know much about school education, so I thought I'll go around the country and see what is happening. And this was triggered as a consequence of an interaction that I had with one of the advisors. You know, the word had gone around that this man doesn't know much about school education, and they're very nice people, and many advisors came to tell me what should be done. We call them Rai Sahabs in UP. They give you Rai, they give you advice. They wouldn't have done much on the ground, but they're very good at giving you advice. And some of them are very expensive ones. Some come from across the Atlantic and tell you what needs to do, and then it's too hot in India and they go back and live there. I used to tell them, why don't you stay here? Walk with me. But they are expensive advisors. They are paid highly and they come here and tell you what to do. And one such advisor came and told me, sir, you must visit England, Finland, Holland, Scotland, all the lands of the world, except I think Swaziland. So why don't you go and look at it there? So I asked him a very simple question. I asked him, have you seen the motherland? He didn't understand it to begin with. I asked him, have you gone around the country to see what is happening in India? He hadn't. Because it's not a very easy terrain. Many of you work in those terrains, and those people who come from across the Atlantic do not have time, effort, money, or whatever to go into the details and go into the interior areas. So I decided to move around, and the first 3 months as school education secretary, I traveled to about 23 states, not merely visiting a state headquarters, but going deep inside. The first 2 districts that I visited were Bastar and Sukma in Chhattisgarh. I traveled from Pune to Goa, dropping down on the way to see what is there in the school. I traveled from Srinagar to Leh, not taking the national highway, going deep inside mountains to understand what school education was. And to my utmost comfort, I found some fantastic work being done in the hinterland, which was not known in Delhi. Unfortunately, in Delhi, we believe all the wisdom resides here. It doesn't. There's so much good work that is happening around in the country. And that is when I started understanding the role of the non-governmental organization. In all these cases where I visited and saw some fantastic work being done by non-governmental organization. Before that, my exposure to non-governmental organization and CSOs was very, very limited. And that is when this idea started getting germinated in my mind, that why can't these good NGOs and good government servants come together and make things happen? The whole idea of Nexus of Good, some of you might be aware that the organization that I set up after retirement got germinated then. I remember I had walked into a school in a tribal area, and I used to do that. I used to have, conducted tours and non-conducted tours. I had this habit of just jumping down and walking into a school. So this was a school in a place called Pastepada in Maharashtra, 150 kilometers north of Thane, in deep backward area. And this was a 2-room school. I was told it doesn't have electricity. So I wanted to visit a school which didn't have electricity. So as I walked into that classroom, I was shocked. I saw every child had a tablet and there was a smart screen. So I asked this teacher, Sandeep Gund, a single teacher school. I asked this teacher, where do you get the electricity from? So he took me around those 2 rooms and showed me foldable solar panels. He said, I charge the batteries through this, and through batteries, I charge the tablets. Then the next question was, where did you get the money to buy these tablets? He said, sir, when I had come here, there were about 40, 50 children here of all shapes, sizes, and ages. Half of them didn't come to the school. I didn't know what to do with them. I had a second-hand laptop. There was some internet connectivity where I lived. So I used to download educational videos, come to the school and play those educational videos. So these children used to congregate around the laptop. After 2 months, around 20-25 parents came to the school and asked this teacher a very funny question. कि मास्टर जी पहले तो बच्चे स्कूल जाते नहीं थे, अब ये भागते हैं स्कूल की तरफ, आपने क्या किया? So he said, मैं शायद इनको ये वीडियो दिखाता हूँ, इससे ये लोग अट्रैक्ट होते हैं. So when he found these parents interested in what was going on, he requested them to contribute 500 rupees each. Now these were poor people. They contributed 500 rupees. He bought 2 tablets and attached it to the laptop and made these children into 3 age-wise groups. Now this passion of the teacher got to be known around. So one CSR funding agency and an NGO visited that school. And they were very impressed with the passion of this teacher. So they funded these tablets and a smart screen. Around which time I had visited. I was also very impressed. So I took a photograph with Sandeep Gund, the teacher, and tweeted it. Suddenly Sandeep Gund becomes a local hero. Teachers from other schools started visiting the school. In between, I met the president of India, the then president of India, Mr. Kovind, who had taken over as president, and I had gone for a courtesy call. And as we are sipping a cup of tea, we had some time, so I narrated this incident to him. He appeared a bit impressed. So I told him, sir, would you like to meet him? He said, why not? So I called Sandeep Gund over to Delhi. He met the president of India. Suddenly, Sandeep Gund becomes a national hero. But this is not the end of the story. The Pastepada model has now been replicated in more than 50,000 schools of Maharashtra. And not a single penny from the government. More than 200 crores were raised through crowdfunding. What I'm trying to tell you here, and that's why I appreciate what Room to Read is doing, is see that given the set of circumstances, there's so many teachers that are doing wonderful, wonderful job. And as I walked into the room, I saw that film that was going on. And I was so glad to see that Room to Read is giving them space to good teachers to roadshow what they're doing. And to me, that is the key. Whether we allow people to give gyan, as some of us give, come here and talk, do this, do this, do this, or get some practitioners who've actually performed on the ground to tell you what they've done, so that you can ideate from those practices, because they have performed in those very set of circumstances, which we find very difficult, and ideate from them and see if it could be replicated in scale. Post-retirement, I set up this organization, Nexus of Good. The primary objective of this Nexus of Good is to provide a platform for people to roadshow good work that they are doing, so that others can also feel inspired to do that good work. Because, in this country, we are very fond of masala, negativity. Iski burai karo, uski burai karo. We feel kicked about it. And tragically, all the rascals and the ruffians of the world have come together and made life difficult for us. Good people don't come together, they fight their battles all alone. So how about creating a platform where good work could be roadshowed, so that people start believing that good can be done because it is being done. It's not that because I'm telling you to do good work. Gyan nahi hai. So you get those teachers, and I'm glad you're doing that already, and do that even more. Give them this platform of performing, of road showing what they have done, so that others feel inspired and do it. So this is one part of it. The other part is this national education policy and the teacher. But I'm talking about it because one great thing about this national education policy is the focus that it brings to the teacher. When I took over as Secretary of School Education, in no time I realized the teacher lies at the pivot of school education. Because if we can do something to the teacher, I think things will start changing. We haven't sufficiently focused on the teacher. And we looked at the continuum of teacher. Continuum of teacher meaning thereby that the training of the teacher before he or she becomes a teacher. Then the manner in which that teacher gets selected for government schools. Then whether the teacher is trained while in school. What are the problems of the teachers? So if we can focus on teacher, and I am saying that because this is one part of the national education policy which does not require too much financial intervention. It is very important because, let me digress a bit, there's no dearth of ideas in this country. You ask people what should be done to education, they will come up with the ideas, as is the national education policy. It's a brilliant set of ideas, probably the best document that I've seen. But the problem that for an idea to happen in a democracy like ours, it has to be politically acceptable, socially desirable, technologically feasible, financially viable, administratively doable, judicially tenable, and emotionally relatable. It's not very easy to get things done. With the national education policy, there isn't much of a problem. It's politically acceptable because the government has accepted it. It's socially desirable. It is certainly technologically feasible. But the next point, there is a problem. Whether there is money available. हमारी तरफ यूपी में कहते हैं जेब में नहीं पत्ता चल दिया कलकत्ता. आप लाते रहिए ideas. In the national education policy, they say 6% of the GDP should be allocated to the education sector. Will it ever be possible? Because policy makers can get away by giving just such ideas. I remember when Dr. Kasturi Rangan came to meet me, and when this policy was being formulated, I asked him, I told him, you're wasting your time. He was shocked. He said, you all have set up this group and you're telling me you're wasting your time. I told him that you are coming up with a policy. Policy doesn't really make much of a difference. You must come up with an action plan, a much more detailed action plan, clearly outlining what needs to be done, how it will be done, who will do it, by when it will be done. Because when you look into these details, then you realize what you're suggesting may or may not be possible. You should be able to tell how it can be done. Ultimate bottom line is not mere policy or ideas. Ultimate bottom line is whether it happens on the ground. So the implementation is the key. There is no dearth of ideas in this country, as I keep saying. It's a question of how we go about implementing it. And in implementation, you have to look at not at the national perspective, you have to look at the local perspective. Because each state is different from the others. I jokingly used to say then that if a teacher doesn't go to a school in UP, it is probably his right not to go to the school. He'll do some netagiri somewhere. But imagine a teacher not going to school in Kerala. He or she will be lynched. So that's the difference between the context. So your policy or your implementation plan has to be contextual. You must understand what is going wrong where. Without that, you will have a national understanding of what is wrong and you will give a prescription which will not work. So what do? You understand the context of that particular localized unit and see what is going wrong and why is it going wrong. So in order to find solution to any problem, including that of education, including those of teachers, try and identify what is the reason behind it. Just scratching the surface will not help. And hence, it would be you would require is probably a more localized plan for teachers or whatever. So, like the problem in UP could be non-appearance of teacher in a school, and you have a single teacher school, and that teacher also doesn't appear. In UP, I was told there's another practice. A teacher will engage somebody else, pay him some amount, and he deputizes on behalf of the regular teacher. So there are all sorts of issues. You have to clearly identify. And that is where I felt that NGOs and CSOs can play a very, very important role. You know, government or government teacher is a part of it. They will always try and be defensive or defend what they're doing. In partnership with NGO, you will have a greater understanding of local problems and then find a solution. To me, what is most important is what is a doable and a practicable solution. It's very critical. You know, you can give a solution, you can give an idea which doesn't work. In order to give that suggestion or solution, you have to clearly understand what is going wrong and why is it going wrong in that particular area. It has to be as detailed as that. Otherwise, it won't work on the ground. And that is why I feel a large part of the policy may not be practicable or doable. But the suggestions given in the context of teachers are doable, and hopefully they will be done. I'll just give you a few examples here. One of the biggest mafias that worked in school education was the mafia of B.Ed and D.Ed colleges. Out of the 16,000 B.Ed and D.Ed colleges, we came to a conclusion that 4,000 of them either did not exist or exist in a room. And they could even give a degree to a teacher. Now imagine such a teacher getting into government school education. What will he teach? He's not trained properly. And secondly, you had a very perverse system of selection of teachers to the government sector. I don't know whether you're aware, one of the former chief ministers was behind the bar for a long time for a scandal in that. Now imagine a teacher not properly trained, selected improperly, becomes a teacher. What will you do? Now these can be corrected, and in fact the policy gives practicable solution to handle these two issues. But where do the NGOs come in the next stage? You know, with the fast changing environment, these teachers need to be equipped with a variety of things, the technology, because, you know, I'm a great fan of technology, but I am also quite convinced that technology can and probably will never replace the teacher. Can technology enable the teacher to make this learning process an enjoyable one? And it can. You know, again, as I said, I was one of the most ignorant secretaries, but I learned in those 20 months that I spent as school education secretary. One day someone came and showed me a 2-minute video on Archimedes principle. 2 minutes. I remember in class 9 or 10, I used to struggle to understand what Archimedes principle was. It took me a lot of time to understand. And within 2 minutes, that video could explain to anybody what Archimedes principle is. Just simple and technological intervention can make life easy for everyone. And then it is also some sort of an entertainment. It becomes pleasurable. You know, it's not a burden on the child. And that, to my mind, is very important. You know, I can go on and on because talking is the easiest thing on earth to do. Walking is very difficult. Post-retirement, I've stopped walking. I only talk. And people, if you have an audience like this, I'd like to talk. But I'd like to spend some time responding to some of your queries, questions. So I'll stop you. Thank you very much for inviting me here. Great job for focusing on teacher. I was informed just before I came here that you have another program in December where you will provide teachers the platform to present what they're doing. I think that would be a great service to the teachers, to you, to everyone. Please do that. Thank you very much. God bless you. I'll stand because I can then see everyone around there.
Hello. Everyone, the floor is now open for questions. Please raise your hand and the microphones will be brought to you.
And you can ask any question because I can't do a nut to you. So you can ask me any question. Yes, ma'am. Mike here.
So I represent USAID. So we come with a different sets of challenges and partnerships, right? Thank you. So my question to you is, absolutely, we are convinced that any change, whether it's for teachers or for reading, it has to come through the official functionaries and the state government mechanisms, whether it's state or even here. And we find that every state we go to, there's a lot of interest from the officials. I've seen so many people, IAS folks, as well as the civil service ones, who are just passionate about this area of making things better for children. However, with their challenges, which you defined before, they often don't have time to deal with whether it's CSR, for example. I was told very specifically, hey, I've got enough of a budget to deal with things. I don't have time to spend an hour with a CSR partner who's going to explain to me, or even a lot of CSOs, because everybody comes in, they want to meet and do all of that. So from a donor's perspective, we recognize that working with the government is essential. However, our challenge sometimes is getting that kind of attention, and we don't mean attention to what we are doing, but actually seeing how partnership can work. What can we do to support this immense challenge? And that's something we often struggle with, because we have our own ideas which shouldn't but our ideas won't work at all unless we go through the channels. So if you could define a few different areas, whether it's at the state but even national level, at the national level we want to have a partnership where we can go forward with it. And I don't know what sometimes we are missing in these things. And also what I see, the last point over here is, in some of these states, when I go in, they're saying, oh yeah, we've got 50 CSOs working with us in the education field. And and my question is often, how are you going to coordinate? How are you coordinate? And then as a result of that, the lack of engagement, you have all these NGOs duplicating efforts. So if it's teachers training, that could be possible too. And that's not how we'll go forward. We have, resources are limited. And I am always concerned about this level of duplication. How can we scale up things we know which work better? So I know this is a long...
No, it's an extremely relevant question, and let me try and attempt to answer it, and suggest a way forward. You are absolutely correct that engaging with the state governments, maybe at the highest level, is easy, but engagement doesn't go beyond to implementation because they have their genuine limitations. Let's first accept the fact that the officers is running from pillar to post, half of the time in courts, sorting out the teachers' issues. So how do we go about it? Number one, prepare a value proposition discussing with people who work with the government so as to become attractive to the government. It's very important, no gyan there. You'll have to convey to them as to how can you be useful in delivering what they have to deliver. That usefulness has to be packaged appropriately. I don't want to explain that here. Maybe in a separate session, I'll explain to you exactly how to do it. It can be done. Second, find platforms through which you can reach out to those officers. Credible platforms. Why credible platforms? Because there are so many, if I may use that phrase, incredible platforms, that they are very wary of engaging with them. Try and understand the limitation of that individual who's sitting here. One wrong step and he's sunk. In government, you have no time to salvage yourself. You are dead and gone. So you use that platform. And I'll give you a straight offer sitting here. Engage with Nexus of Good. We are engaging with the state governments, and engaged government is engaging with us for a simple reason that, when I talk to them, they feel there is nothing gadbad in it. That is something which they want to. So find organizations like Nexus of Good, use that as a joint platform, start engaging with the state governments. So for example, we are awarding 4 district magistrate or 3 district magistrate on 30th of September. How is it that? We are engaging some state government organizations. We are awarding them. They are engaging with us because they are comfortable engaging with Nexus of Good. Find such organization. USAID has credibility, so you don't have to worry about that. So any other organization would love to engage with you, not the state government, but you're using that as a platform to engage with the state government, thereby conveying to them that there's nothing wrong with us. It's very important. I mean, you may feel, why are not they treating this way? Find such organization who have credibility. I mean, again, I'm digressing a bit. I read these two wonderful books, one by Lee Iacocca and the otherwise by Akio Morita, made in Japan. And you know what Akio Morita says? When you have to develop your own brand, don't go with your brand. Find an existing brand, write that brand, create your credentials, and then come out and set up your own brand. If you go with your own brand, people will not believe what you're saying. So find a platform through which you can engage with. And I give an open offer to you. We are engaging with UNICEF. Others are also engaging with us. If they want to go to the States, because our organization ours is a totally, purely 100% voluntary organization. And they have that. So do that. Then you raised a very important point. There's so many multiple CSOs or NGOs working in the state. If you can demonstrate to the state that you'll help them resolve that, you know, how do you do that? Today, technology allows you to do that. We don't have a central database on regarding who's doing what where. Let's take, for example, you take Odisha as a state, and you say, okay, we'll help you develop a software where you can house all the NGOs' work, plot it on a map, on a horizontal map and a vertical map, what they're doing, and bring them together, have a state level workshop, call on the NGOs, get them together so that they are not replicating. State will feel very good about it. Because this is something which they want to do, they can't do it, they don't have time, you do it. I used to do it as Secretary, Government of India. We used to have regional workshops where I used to bring NGOs and state governments, and they used to sign MOUs, even as we were discussing it, they were sitting in the next room and doing it. So the bottom line is that there is so much good work happening, why and how it can be scaled. And there the strategy will have to be worked out with each of these states. Each state has different. Again, don't treat a government organization or state government as a monolith. You have next step is to find out who is more amenable. You know, in the hierarchy, there will be amenable people. There are people who won't let you in your room. Find out. There again, people who know those organizations will help you. Arey bhai, inse jaake miliye, aap inse na miliye. I'll give you an example. In UP, you have one of the finest officers sitting today as Director General of Education. I mean, I can't think of a better officer. He's absolutely an amazing officer. Approach him. He's a very busy man, but he will give you time. And in that time, in 5 minutes, I'll tell you why I say all that. You know, I was doing this scheme called RSBY, Rashtriya Swasthya Bima Yojana, very complex scheme. And I was selling this scheme as government officer to the state governments. I use the word selling because I used to do that. I used to go to the states. I remember having gone to Chhattisgarh and spoke to the chief secretary. He gave me a nice cup of tea and then he says, "Yaar, Anil, ye tum bekar ki cheez, ye electronic gizmo tumhare kaun chalayega yahan se? Chai piyo aur jao." I was very disappointed. Came out of the room. What do? I was a government officer, Director General Labor Welfare, talking to chief secretary. He virtually threw me out of the room. So others will also get thrown out. But you have to find a way. When I came out, batchmate of mine who happened to be secretary to the chief minister saw me and said कि इसका मुंह लटका हुआ है, क्या हो गया? मैंने बताया ये हो गया. बोले चलो तुम्हारे चीफ मिनिस्टर से मुलाकात करा देते हैं. बट 5 मिनट हैं, उनको जाना है कहीं. मैंने कहा चलो जो भी होगा. मैं पहुंचा. And as I was traveling, I was trying to work out 5 मिनट में मैं इस complex scheme को कैसे बताऊंगा. That's the art that that's packaging. When I reached there, he was about to get up, the chief minister, for his next meeting. And then the secretary said, "Sir, ये मेरे batchmate दोस्त हैं, sir, आपसे 5 मिनट बात करना चाह रहे हैं." He didn't even say क्या बात करना चाह रहे हैं. In 5 minutes, I rattled out something that today Chhattisgarh is the best performing state. So it's a question of how do you say, what do you say, when you say, it's all communication skills. So you have to do that. Long answer to your long question. I hope I answered some. Yeah. Yes. It can be done. It can be done. It should be done in the interest of this country.
सर प्रणाम सर और जोहार झारखंड की तरफ से सर. हम झारखंड से हैं सर. मेरा नाम संतोष गुप्ता है और हम जिला शिक्षा अधीक्षक यानी कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन है सर.
अरे वाह.
हम ये जानना चाहते हैं कि सर जैसे न्यू एजुकेशन पॉलिसी आई है भारत देश में, तो इसमें नया क्या है सर? उसके अलावा इसका हमारे देश पर मतलब भारत की शिक्षा व्यवस्था पर क्या प्रभाव पड़ेगा सर? और इसको हम लोग अपने जिला में कैसे बेहतर रूप से लागू कर सकते हैं सर? इसको जानना चाहते हैं सर.
इसके लिए रूम टू रीड को अलग से एक सेमिनार करना पड़ेगा.
सर एक
कम से कम 1 घंटा लगेगा ऐसा बताने में, अन्यथा अन्याय होगा.
सर ब्रीफ में ही बता दिया जाए सर ताकि हम लोग.
मैं देखिए वो 5 मिनट चीफ मिनिस्टर के साथ मैंने स्कीम का बता दिया तो आप समझ रहे हैं नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी भी 5 मिनट बता दूंगा.
सर पॉलिसी हम लोग समझते हैं सर, लेकिन इसमें नया क्या है सर?
देखिए इसमें मैं संक्षिप्त में क्योंकि आपने कहा है मैं 2-3 मिनट में जल्दी से बताता हूँ
सर.
इसमें कई चीजें बहुत नई है, बहुत नायाब है, बहुत अच्छी है. जैसे पहली बार शायद ये फोकस किया है कि प्री स्कूल एजुकेशन महत्वपूर्ण है. ये रिसर्चर्स ने बताया है बिल्कुल क्लियरली कि बच्चे का मस्तिष्क पहले 7 साल में बन जाता है 80%. और हमने कुछ ध्यान ही नहीं दिया था। ये पहली बार एक पॉलिसी ने कहा है कि प्री स्कूल एजुकेशन होना चाहिए। मेरे विचार से ये सबसे अच्छा प्राविधान है। होगा कैसे अलग बात है, उस पर मैं चर्चा भी नहीं करूंगा, वो लंबा विषय है, लेकिन प्राविधान बहुत बढ़िया है। दूसरा, मैं जब शिक्षा सचिव था तो कई समस्याएं मैं देखता था और उन समस्याओं का समाधान मैं इस नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में देख रहा हूं। उदाहरण के लिए एक समस्या ये थी कि हमारे यहाँ हर बच्चा बीए एमए हिस्ट्री ज्योग्राफी में कर लेता था, उसके बाद पता नहीं क्या करना है उसे। इसलिए करता था कि वोकेशनल एजुकेशन को हम थर्ड रेट मानते थे। साइंस नहीं मिला, आर्ट्स नहीं मिला, तब वोकेशनल एजुकेशन में गया वो, कॉमर्स नहीं मिला। तो अब इस पॉलिसी में वोकेशनल एजुकेशन को एट पार कर दिया गया है विद कॉमर्स, ह्यूमैनिटीज, साइंस। तो एक अच्छा एक सिग्नल गया है। तीसरा, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण पार्ट इसका यह है कि जो शिक्षकों से संबंधित समस्याएं थी उनके समाधान का एक विशेष प्रयास इस पॉलिसी में किया गया है। जैसे प्रवेश के लिए जो पूर्व में शिक्षा दी जाती है बीएड और डीएलएड कॉलेजेस में, अब यह व्यवस्था की गई है इस पॉलिसी में कि वो जो समय काल होगा वो 2 साल नहीं होगा, 4 साल का होगा। इससे कई लाभ हैं। पहले चीज कि कक्षा 12 के बाद व्यक्ति निर्णय ले लेगा कि उसे शिक्षक बनना है नहीं बनना है। अभी क्या होता है, वो सब जगह तैयारी करके देख लेता है, जब कहीं नहीं आया तो शिक्षक बन जाता है। अब तो शुरू में ही देखना पड़ेगा। ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण इसका बिंदु ये है कि जितने फर्जी कॉलेजेस हैं ना, जो 4000 मैंने बताया, तो सब बंद हो जाएंगे। उनको फिर से रजिस्ट्रेशन कराना होगा, तो होपफुली वो बंद हो जाएंगे। इसी तरह शिक्षकों की परीक्षा एक अब उसमें व्यवस्था की गई है, एक सेंट्रल उसमें एग्जामिनेशन होगा। होपफुली उससे फर्जी टीचर्स उसमें चयनित होकर नहीं आएंगे। और महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है कि अब यह नहीं कहा गया है कि एक बच्चा एक ही शायद खाली साइंस पढ़ेगा, उसमें वो आर्ट्स के सब्जेक्ट नहीं ले सकता। अब वो अलग अलग जगह से सब्जेक्ट ले सकता है। तो इस तरीके के जो इसमें परिवर्तन आए हैं, जैसे एक और उसमें महत्वपूर्ण चेंज है, मैंने लास्ट सप्ताह एक आर्टिकल लिखा था फार्सिकल डिल्यूजन। जब मैं शिक्षा सचिव बना तो मैंने देखा है सीबीएसई में इंग्लिश लिटरेचर में 100 on 100। तो आई लुक्ड आफ्टर हियर देयर, तभी मुझे एक आवाज सुनाई दी, पूछा, शेक्सपियर साहब रो रहे थे मेरे कमरे में, 100 में 100 कैसे मिल गए, और एक को नहीं कई को मिल जाते थे। तो आई वाज शॉक्ड। तो मैंने मालूम किया यार ये कैसे होता है। बोले सर क्यों इस चक्कर में फंस रहे हैं, सब खुश हैं सर, माता पिता खुश हैं, पेरेंट्स सब जने खुश हैं, टीचर खुश है, नेता खुश है, सब 100% खुश है, आपको क्या आप। मैंने कहा यार ये कैसे संभव है। तो मैं और डिटेल में गया तो मालूम पड़ा कि स्टेट बोर्ड और सीबीएसई, जिसे मैंने शब्द दिया स्पाइकिंग, कि आपको 85% मिले, 10% अपनी तरफ से बोनस दे देते हैं, इस तरीके से वहां पहुंचता। मैंने कहा ये दिस इज नॉट पॉसिबल। तो मैंने सब बोर्ड्स के हेड को यहाँ दिल्ली में बुलाया और सबने फिर ये बात कही, सर आप क्यों इसमें बेकार दखल दे रहे हैं, सब जने खुश हैं। मैंने कहा नहीं, दिस इज फार्सिकल डिल्यूजन, यू हैव टू चेंज इट। दे अग्रीड, दे सेड कि हम रियल मार्क्स देंगे। 2 स्टेट्स ने एग्री भी कर लिया। अब क्या हुआ, कई लोगों ने मुझ पर दबाव डाला, मेरे अपने साथियों ने कहा सर मेरी लड़की इस साल क्लास 12 में है, इस साल रहने दीजिए, अगले साल करें। दैट इज हाउ परवर्जन हैपेंस हियर। मैंने कहा नहीं नहीं होगा। तो अब जब मैं नहीं सुन रहा था तो सब कोर्ट में चले गए। आजकल कोर्ट बढ़ गया है, वहां से स्टे आ गया। मुझसे कहा गया कि आप इस साल क्यों कर रहे हैं, अगले साल कीजिए। मैंने कहा साहब अगर गलत है तो इस साल भी नहीं होना चाहिए, सही है तो नहीं 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 इसको आप अगले साल कीजिए। उनको पता था कि 30 जून के अनिल स्वरूप रिटायर हो जाएंगे, उसके बाद फिर वो व्यवस्था चलेगी, वही चल रही है, इस साल भी 100% मिले मार्क्स। अब ये क्यों होता था, इसलिए होता था कि दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में एडमिशन जो है, जो नंबर आते थे क्लास 12 में उस पर होता था। इसलिए तमिलनाडु में जने कितने लोगों को कितने अच्छे नंबर मिल जाते थे। मुझे मालूम पड़ा कि वहां से थोक के भाव यहाँ आते थे और यहाँ के फेल हो जाते थे दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी। तो अब इस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने क्या किया, उसने इन नंबर्स को इरेलेवेंट कर दिया। अब वो फ्रेश टेस्ट होगा, अब उसकी अलग समस्याएं हैं, लेकिन किया है। तो इस तरीके के कई प्रावधान किए। मैं और भी इस पर चर्चा कर सकता हूं, लेकिन शायद आप इससे संतुष्ट होंगे, नहीं तो अन्यथा मैं आता हूं रांची, आपको वहां क्या समझा।
थैंक यू सर। सर एक चीज कहना चाहते हैं सर कि आप हमारे देश के सर्वोच्च पद पे, सचिव के पद पे थे सर, शिक्षा विभाग के, और हम लोग हैं सर डिस्ट्रिक्ट सुपरिटेंडेंट ऑफ एजुकेशन, इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के पद पे हैं सर, जहां पर आप जो नीति बनाते हैं उसको हम लोग कार्यान्वयन करते हैं सर। आपने बहुमूल्य विचार दिए सर, थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
Hello, very good morning to all. I'm Himangi Patil and I'm coming from IndusInd Bank CSR wing. So, sir, it was pleasure listening to you and the earlier speakers. So we are working in aspirational district, and the program is more on the collaboration. So whenever we are working, we are going for the education appeal to the local government authorities as well as the school. So most of the demand comes for the infrastructure development. So is there, and the program is based more on the conversions. So is there anything in the new policy and any the education budget where the CSR funds can be little decrease for the infrastructure and more put for the awareness and education and FLN program? So is something like that coming
I
up?
don't think there is any aversion to use of CSR funds for infrastructure. You can.
Yeah, we can, but
Yeah.
we also want to work in FLN, right?
With, sorry?
FLN, like, foundation learning
Yeah,
and
yeah. So
literacy.
that also is permitted, and
Yeah.
many NGOs are doing that work.
Yeah, but
So-
sir, what happens? The funds get blocked more into the infrastructure. Like if I talk for my CSR fund, if the demand from the local administration comes only for the school infrastructure, the quality education somewhere gets into the gap. So
You
is
know,
there any conversions
No, there
fund
is no
available?
conversion or compulsion either way. It is much more local than anything else. Why people focus on infrastructure is, like most of us do it now, very fashionable now these days. Everyone wants to do something which is visible. Now your foundation learning or learning, like education also, people ask me, why isn't there substantial focus on education? Because the consequences of education will come 10 years down the line. Who's waiting for that time? Infrastructure will be visible immediately. So everyone wants visibility. The entire G20 happened because of visibility. So the question is whether you want to be visible. अब कोई ये नहीं पूछता कि पिछले G20 जो बाली में हुआ था उसका क्या हुआ, साल भर में कुछ क्या फर्क पड़ा इस देश को, और साल भर बाद आप नहीं पूछेंगे, जब कोई G21 जब आएगा तब आप पूछेंगे, पूछते ही नहीं. So everyone is busy with visibility, and infrastructure is visibility. The tragedy of education is that the growth is invisible. Very impactful over a period of time, can be very damaging, but no one wants to see it. They want to do something. That's natural for human beings. What we have to do, or what you have to do, is to impress upon those people. There again, your communication skills will come to the fore. That ultimately what matters is what goes into the mind here, rather than the wall that you create here. Because that will create a wall. This will create an opening, right? Yes. And thereafter, I think there's a question at the back before we... See, I am okay with staying as long as you all want me, and as long as the organizers don't throw me out. So I am here. You can keep asking questions. If you have something to say, tell her, because she takes the decision whether I go out. When I go out, yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent field experience and shared with the participants. That's a great experience from your side, and also it inspires everybody. So there are so many teachers working in the field to create models and show the models for the country. But the question is about, one way we are saying that we should appreciate the teachers, and teachers are the change makers, and we trust, this way, one way is going up. Another way, the policies are some way controlling the teachers. The national standards for professional standards for teachers, and also RT Act. So there are some issues are there controlling the teachers, and the attitude of the teachers. Every time the teacher is being blamed by the officials and the bureaucrats for the cause of results or anything, whatever it may be. But what about the attitude of the bureaucrats? So how can we bring balance about these two contradictory situations in the country?
I can tell you how it can be done, but I don't know whether it will be done. The attitude part is a larger issue with the civil servants, and I have my problems with that. Some of us have such attitude that we attempt to blame others for the problems that we have, which is unfortunate. And since it may not relate to you, what I do when I talk to my colleagues, my civil servants, they call me for sessions now, like I talk to you. I tell them how a positive attitude, how a helpful attitude can actually help you. Some of us don't realize it. Some of civil servants don't realize it. And I tell them, your true worth is going to be determined after you retire, not now. And hence, be aware कि निर्माण तो आपको तभी प्राप्ति होगी. अभी तो आप सीट पे बैठे हैं, आप जिसके साथ जैसे भी कर लीजिए आप. Some of them listen, some don't listen. It's their call. I can only tell them that you will get a better response. You'll be able to deliver more if you become a principal facilitator. People used to ask me when I was school education secretary, आप ये क्या कर रहे हैं? सब relax कर रहे हैं. I used to tell them that I'm a principal facilitator, not even Secretary Government of India. And it helped me. It helped me because I'm still engaging with people like you on a regular basis. And it would not have been possible had I been what you're telling me. So it is possible. But that's a personal choice they do. I'm talking to you also. It's easy to say they are to be blamed. उम्र भर यही भूल करता रहा गालिब, धूल चेहरे पे थी आईना मलता रहा. Even अगर आईना गड़बड़ है, you can't do a nut to an eye, but you can do a lot to yourself. So while discussing here, you'll say, okay, civil servants are what they are. What can I do to engage with them? Take it as a data. Otherwise, it's an academic discussion कि उनको ये करना चाहिए. जैसे हम लोग civil servants नेताओं को गाली देते हैं, नेता नहीं करने देते. I keep telling them why they are what they are. You look at such civil servants who have managed to perform even this set of circumstances. Seek inspiration from them. In fact, my next book is Encounters with Politicians. I'm going to talk about politicians.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
There's so much joy in listening to you speak. My name is Malvika. I represent an organization called Breakthrough. And I actually just wanted to know your perspective and your opinion. Some of the work that we've been doing under our Scale Up program is working with the governments of Punjab and Odisha to integrate gender curriculum in the SCRT activities that they're already doing. And some of the challenges that we're also facing is with teachers, especially because for them it is also additional training, additional work to also understand what this work is, and there's enough and more that they're already working with regard to the curriculum and extracurricular activities. So I actually just wanted to know your opinion about the kind of challenges that the teachers might be facing, and also how a lot of this work, and for the lack of a better word, the burden that does fall upon the teachers to also be the educators, the mediators, and to sort of work with children and to also deconstruct their own biases, especially when it comes to things like gender, social emotional learning, and all of these things. So,
I have never been a teacher myself. I wish I could because I don't have the wherewithal to teach. So I'm just trying to visualize what they're going through. They're going through very tough times. They are pushed by everybody to do everything which they're not supposed to do. The RT, the Right to Education Act, says that they should not be burdened, but they are actually being burdened. So you empathize with them. You understand them. Try and work out your proposition in a manner that they don't feel pushed. Now, it's a challenge. It's not very easy. Had it been easy, it would have been done by now. So how do you do it? There are all types of teachers. Identify teachers who are more eminent to gender sensitivity. Make a core group. Try and demonstrate that they are getting recognition for what you want them to do. Because everyone wants recognition. Gradually, the periphery will start joining you because they will feel, inko recognition milla, main bhi kuch karu. It won't happen overnight. It's a gradual. It is much tougher in the government, let me tell you. People used to ask me, how did you manage to do what you did? I said, I understood my limitations and worked it. I am a great, I have this phrase always in my mind, Lord grant me the serenity to accept things I cannot change, courage to change things that I can, and the wisdom to understand the difference between the two. So I used to keep telling my colleagues, don't try and do something which is beyond your control. Try and do things what you can. And if you do that, that can will grow. And let me digress a bit to give you an instance. Many of us waste a lot of time over issues over which you have absolutely no control. So there would be teachers over which you have no control, but there would be teachers where you have control. Demonstrate through them that it can be done. So before I joined the IS, it was mentioned I was in the police service. A batchmate of mine walked up to me and told me, boss, रात को नींद नहीं आ रही. मैंने क्या हो गया? बोले, boss, पेट्रोलियम के दाम बहुत बढ़ रहे हैं. मैंने कहा, पेट्रोलियम के दाम तो बढ़ रहे हैं, तुम्हारे रात को सोने से क्या कम हो जाएंगे? बोले, नहीं बॉस, देश की आर्थिक स्थिति पर कुप्रभाव पड़ रहा है. There's so many economists who do nothing for the country, but they have a view. So मैं उनको मिस्टर परेशान कहता हूँ. सिर्फ परेशान होते हैं, करते कुछ नहीं. मैंने कहा, यार ऐसा है कि चर्चा ठीक है, चिंतन ठीक है, पर रात की नींद क्यों हराम कर रहे हो? रात की नींद तो उस चीज के लिए हराम करो जिसमें कुछ कर सकते हो. So he accepted the fact and then he went back. 3 months down the line, he comes back to me again. बॉस, रात को नींद नहीं आ रही. हमने कहा, क्या हो गया यार? पेट्रोलियम के दाम तो अपने आप ठीक हो बिना तुम्हारे इंटरवेंशन के. नहीं बॉस, देश की पॉपुलेशन बहुत बढ़ रही है. मैंने उससे कहा, रात को सो जाओ, अपने आप ठीक हो जाएगी. So the point that I'm trying to drive home is that you identify the, as they call, the low-hanging fruit and demonstrate through those that you can do things that will give you the confidence and give others the confidence in you that ye thoda bahut to kar leta hai. As I walked through my journey of 38 years as a civil servant, I used to feel very frustrated in the beginning because things never happened. Then I realized what my mother used to tell me, which I didn't understood then, was karmanyavadikaraste ma phadishu pada chala. Focus on what you can. On that moment, try and derive pleasure out of it. If you are committed, things will happen like the Pastepada teacher. He never thought that his model will scale to 40,000, 50,000. But he did what he thought was correct and did what he could, thereby, for some, you must have read this book by Rhonda Byrne, no? और वो ना पढ़ी हो तो आपने वो शाहरुख खान की पिक्चर तो देखी होगी, ओम शांति ओम, वो सारी कायनात वाली बात कहता है, वो क्या है? If you have that passion, and I suffered it myself. If you have that passion, people will join in. Not today, tomorrow, someday, they will join you. और नहीं भी ज्वाइन करता तो मैं दूसरे के लिए तो वैसे भी नहीं कर रहा हूं, मैं तो अपने लिए कर रहा हूं. आई एम ए वेरी सेल्फिश मैन. मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है, मैं कर रहा हूं. That's good enough. But I tell you, you'll start with अकेला. मैं अकेला ही चला था जाने बे मंजिल मगर लोग साथ आते गए, कारवां बनता गया. People will join you if you have that passion. Yes, my dear friend, here. Can we have the mic here? So you are the timekeeper. You tell me when I have to stop, okay? When I run into your other programs. Yeah.
Sir, so can you hear me, sir? Yeah. First of all, sir, you are a great inspiration to me. You are the one who made me spend my next 5 years based on your teacher as a change maker idea, inspired by Sandeep and others when you went around the country, where you got the national teacher platform.
Yes,
I fondly
yes.
remember August 8th when I showed you the journey of a teacher in a day, right? So I want to understand, and G20, a lot of our education offer of the country to other countries was what you created whenever it
Diksha
2017, I guess, right? So what has been your perspectives that have changed ever since? Any new advice? I mean, I will take it up as my next 5 years, sir. So
no, I don't have much advice. I have come here to learn. I engage with people like you who've done something. I hardly did anything. As I said, I was a principal facilitator. I'm still learning. So I come here to engage with all you, to get that feedback, to understand what's going on in the field, and maybe find my niche somewhere, what I can do. So, and the wonderful work that you and your team did, absolutely amazing. I don't know how many of you know this wonderful, wonderful platform, Dikshit, totally is their creation. I was merely a Kansen there. They were the Tansens. So I had the privilege, people asked me that, how did you manage to do so many things? My answer is, I hardly did anything. I hardly did. As Secretary Government of India, I was probably the only secretary. I had a long tenure of 4 years. I used to leave my office at 6 o'clock because I had people like him doing all the walking on my behalf. I used to do all the talking. Love to have you here. Thank you.
We will take one last question if there is any.
Nice to see you. Namaskar.
आपने संदीप जी की बात की पस्तेपाड़ा की
जी
और मैंने कई बार सुनी है, and I'm really I feel really sort of excited about it कि so you have mentioned that it kind of spread across Maharashtra. Has it gone beyond Maharashtra?
Yes,
in any way? Is
very
it possible, and can't it be taken up
Yes,
at the
it
national
should be.
level? Because
Yeah.
electrifying schools has been a problem in this country.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, of course, that itself was a surprise. Very interestingly, after some time, I visited Gujarat. So one teacher came running to me. He said, "Mere school chaliye." In Gujarat. मैंने क्यों? सर मैंने पस्तेपाड़ा से ज्यादा अच्छा काम किया. In Gujarat. So it's happening. Now, things don't happen overnight in India. And rightly so. But so long as we have the commitment to continue to road show, and why do I repeat this incident in most of the conferences, is to first make people believe that good has happened, and hence it can happen. Good has scaled, and it can scale. And if you provide that platform, which we do through Nexus of Good, then there are chances of it scaling. It may or may not, I don't know. Because everyone has his own limitations. And I'm sure it is getting replicated elsewhere. I'm told it is being replicated in a different form. Obviously, it has to be customized for local use, but it's happening in other states also, not nationally. I'm digressing a bit. I would believe that Government of India should not do things on its own, should provide platforms. My vision of Niti Aayog is not doing aspirational districts. My vision was to provide a platform where good practices can be roadshowed so that others adopt. I don't decide that you have to do this in an aspirational district, one of them being, girls up to 15 years or something census. I said, I was against it actually. I said, no, you find what is happening in the field, you can embellish it. But don't try and decide things sitting in Delhi. I believed in that, I still believe it, that Delhi has to play the role of a facilitator, of an enabler. You know what she said? If I was Secretary to Government of India and had she met me then, I would have immediately organized a conference here. USAID would have made presentation before the state governments. Job done. That's how I did it. That's how, there are some people sitting here who will tell you how I did it. Provide a platform, a credible platform where people were engaged and know what's good. And then they will do it. I don't have to tell him कि ये करो, ये करो, ये करो, हम नापेंगे. जो aspirational district में हो रहा है, हर की नपाई हो रही है. ये ज़्यादा अच्छा है. No, that is another tragedy here. How can you have one district better than the other? Because each district is very unique. This whole competition that we do in classes also is it's putting enormous amount of pressure on children. Why are you allowing one child to compete with others? In fact, every child is unique. We are saying you first. I used to feel very sad when I didn't come first in my class. And today, no one in my CV writes he came first in class 5, second in class 6. No one does that. But look at the pressure that was on me at that point in time. This first, second business, I don't agree. We have to learn from others and benchmark ourselves how I can improve. That's how it should be. Rather than competing with others, ab har jana data bana raha 20 sutri karyakram ka wahan. I don't think that's the right way of going about it. So since she said this was the last question, if you have other questions, I'll have a cup of tea outside. You can ask more questions. Thank you very much. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such inspiring words. It was truly a learning experience for all of us. I request Ms. Purnima Garg to please felicitate Mr. Anil Swaroopji. I'd like to move on. The readathon is a pivotal aspect of this broader initiative. Last year, we aimed to set a record for the highest number of participants reading simultaneously across multiple locations. We successfully gathered a record-breaking 173,844 participants. This year, we took on the challenge of surpassing that record and establishing a new one, with the prestigious India Book of Records and Asia Book of Records as our official adjudicators. Now, without further delay, I would like to invite the official adjudicator, Dr. Vipin Kumar, adjudicator, India Book of Records and Asia Book of Records, and Mr. Shugata Das, adjudicator, India Book of Records and Asia Book of Records, to the stage, please.
Good morning, everybody. Myself, Shugoto Das, and with me, I have Dr. Vipin Kumar from India and Asia Book of Records. So we are here today to present the record for maximum participants reading at a single station. So I would like to invite Dr. Vipin Kumar to come on stage and give the records and announce the records, please.
उपस्थित प्रतिभागीगण, आज मुझे काफ़ी खुशी का अनुभव हो रहा है कि इंडिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स और एशिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स की तरफ से रीड टू रूम को एक रिकॉर्ड्स दिया जा रहा है, जिसने बहुत बढ़िया रिकॉर्ड दर्ज किया है। 10 राज्यों के 6,59,770 लोगों ने इस रिकॉर्ड्स को दर्ज किया है, सब मिलकर के एक साथ पढ़ने का अधिकतम स्थानों पे। तो आज मैं इस मौके पे बहुत खुशी का अनुभव कर रहा हूँ कि जिस तरीके से आज भारत में नए नए कीर्तिमान स्थापित किए जा रहे हैं। आप सब लोगों ने देखा कि भारत को एक बहुत बड़ी सफलता मिली। चंद्रयान को भेज करके भारत ने सबसे पहले एक अपना रिकॉर्ड कायम किया। उसी तरीके से उसके बाद G20 की सफलता मिली। ऐसे रूम टू रीड ने एक नई सफलता हासिल की है। इसके लिए रूम टू रीड को बहुत बहुत बधाई, शुभकामनाएं। और अभी हमारे पूर्व सचिव ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से नई शिक्षा पद्धति के बारे में अपनी बातों को रखा। नई शिक्षा नीति में माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में जो काम हुए हैं, ये काफ़ी प्रशंसनीय हुआ है, जिसमें हम सब लोग अपने भारतीय सभ्यता, संस्कृति और के बारे में ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जानने और सीखने का उसमें मौका मिल रहा है। और नई शिक्षा नीति की सबसे बड़ी खासियत ये है कि सभी लोग अपनी भारतीय भाषाओं में उसको ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा पढ़ सकते हैं, समझ सकते हैं। भारतीय भाषाओं का बहुत अहमियत दिया गया है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले 20 और 21 सितंबर को एक बहुत बड़ा आयोजन हुआ था विश्व हिंदी परिषद के द्वारा, जिसमें पूरे विश्व के कई देशों के लोग आए थे और राष्ट्रकवि रामधारी सिंह जी पे चर्चा हुई थी। वैसे कई आयाम जुड़ते जा रहे हैं। एक सकारात्मक वातावरण बना है माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में। तो आज जो ये रिकॉर्ड्स कायम किया गया है, इसके लिए बहुत बहुत साधुवाद, धन्यवाद। यहाँ पे अलग अलग राज्यों के अलग अलग ज़िलों के शिक्षकगण मौजूद हैं और एक बहुत सार्थक और गंभीर चर्चा हो रही है। तो इसके लिए आप सब लोगों को बहुत बहुत साधुवाद, धन्यवाद। मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ पूर्णिमा गर्ग जी को, जो नेशनल डायरेक्टर हैं इंडिया बुक ऑफ रिकॉर्ड्स की तरफ से। उनको आज ये अवार्ड दिया जाएगा, तो आप आएँ, आपका स्वागत है।
मैं ये अवार्ड रिसीव जरूर किया है, बट ये अवार्ड मैं डेडिकेट करना चाहती हूँ उन सभी टीचर्स को जो एक्चुअली में फील्ड पे स्कूल में बच्चों को प्रेरित करते हैं पढ़ने के लिए। सो ये अवार्ड उन सब बच्चों के लिए, उन सब टीचर्स के लिए है। थैंक यू सो मच।
Thank you so much, Dr. Vipin Kumar and Mr. Shugata Das. Congratulations, team. What an incredible feat. Truly amazing to witness the power of reading that continues to inspire and uplift individuals with each passing year.
We will now move on to the next segment of the day, the panel discussion. The first discussion is titled Policy Implication for Relevant Teachers' Knowledge Management. For this panel discussion, we are joined by Mr. Shaktibrata Sen. Shaktibrata Sen, a leader at Room to Read India, brings over 2 decades of expertise in program management, literacy development, and girls' education advocacy. He designs scalable, quality-focused programs fostering literacy skills, reading habits, and girls' secondary education, while also collaborating with government stakeholders to advance girls' education. Shaktibrata is a dedicated development professional specializing in early literacy, teacher development, and children's literature. His exceptional work in Indian scripts and languages, along with his passion for integrating children's literature into classrooms, distinguishes him among education leaders. I will now request Mr. Sen to invite the panelists and introduce the session for us.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I have a brilliant panel to discuss with and learn from. Before I invite the panelists onto the stage, just one or two sentences on the theme of the panel. Oh, okay. Even I would love one.
Would everybody want a 10-minute tea break? Yeah. All right. So let's.
So, after the tea break.
Sen to the stage. I will now request Mr. Sen to invite the panelists and introduce the session for us.
Is it working? I have been told that tea is supposed to heighten attention. Let's see if it does. But it seems like if you're out of the room, it does nothing to you. Should we wait for a minute? Or maybe. Okay, so before I invite my illustrious panelists, let me quickly talk about what we thought would be a relevant theme for today. We are talking about teachers as facilitators for social construction of knowledge. Of course, that they are. But often I want to ask myself, is that where do they construct their knowledge from? And we know that knowledge construction always is a multi-pronged approach. It has to be from the top, and it has to be from below as well. Now, there could be a debate about what from below will get recognized, acknowledged as knowledge that can be disseminated across a system. And in that larger scheme of things, what would we call as relevant knowledge? This is a question which I know for sure is a contested domain. We will try and unpack this in the panel a lot more through our interactions. I myself looking forward to learn a lot. So let me introduce my panelists now. First, Dr. Mona Sedwal. With a PhD in the history of education from Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, Dr. Sedwal has undertaken various projects, including those related to education for all and policy research. She has contributed to books published by Oxford University Press, worked as a consultant at UNESCO New Delhi, and taught at colleges within the University of Delhi's Department of Elementary Education. She has co-authored practical tips for teaching multi-grade classes for the series of Embracing Diversity, Toolkit for Creating Inclusive Learning-Friendly Environments, specialized booklet published by UNESCO Bangkok 2013. Let's have a round of applause for her, please. Our next panelist, Shri Kavita Pathak ji. Ms. Kavita Pathak, a distinguished member of the Rajasthan Administrative Service since 2001, currently holds the position of director at the RCERT in Udaipur, a role she assumed in 2022. With a career marked by dedication and administrative expertise, Ms. Pathak continues to make valuable contributions to the fields of education and administration in Rajasthan. Please welcome her. Ms. Kruti Bharucha. Kruti is an accomplished leader with over 23 years' experience across diverse sectors. She currently serves as the CEO of People, guiding the organization's vision and strategy. Her illustrious career spans positions at CEB in India and Washington, D.C., McKinsey & Company, the World Bank, IMF, providing her deep insights into education, management consulting, advisory services, and multilateral institutions. She has received notable recognition, including being featured in the Economic Times Women Ahead list in 2018, named Disruptor of the Year by Business World, and included in the Business World's 40 Under 40 list in 2019. Dr. Jigna Navani. Dr. Jigna Navani is a senior program director at the Piramal Foundation and leads teacher professional development in 5 Indian states. Her mission is to integrate experiential interdisciplinary methods into middle and high school classrooms. With 21 plus years of experience, she designs video-based tools, assessment instruments, and teacher training programs, fostering dynamic, experiential learning, including project-based and STEAM methods. In 2018, she earned her doctorate and joined KEF Center for Excellence. With a decade of experience, she's crafted science and math lab curricula and teacher training programs for organizations like Vikram A. Sarabhai Community Science Center, Riverside Education Foundation, and Red Bricks Education Foundation. Jagadish Babu. Jagadish Babu is the Chief Operating Officer of Ekstep Foundation. He has over 25 years of working experience across private, government, and non-profit sectors. He was at the Unique Identification Authority of India, Aadhaar, till 2014, with the primary responsibility of establishing the devices ecosystem for enrollment and authentication. At Ekstep, he has done brilliant work and kickstarted the Assisted Language Learning Initiative to realize the potential of AI in helping language learning. Mr. Babu is an alumnus of the Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore. On a more personal note, Jagdish Babu is someone who I just pick up the phone and whenever I have to ask something, whenever I read something new and I do not know what a word means, I generally pick up the phone and ask him what this means. So, is this working? Not to my liking. Yes, and do I have to do anything about it? Okay, okay. That's fine, yeah. It's okay. So, before we get into a very serious discussion on policy recommendations of relevant knowledge management, we would want to keep the discussion style, let's say, a little informal. I am reminded, just because I'm a boy and I love talking, I am reminded of the great Adda sessions that we used to have in coffee house, discussing anything and everything about the world, and the world may not know about it as yet. So, I mean, we are quite used to that. I would urge all of you to please join me in that. And so we start with a question for everyone to think and reflect and let us know, and we will come back to the individual participants with more specific questions. So, for example, we see that in the light of critical policy releases over the past 3-4 years, such as NEP, Nipun, NCFFS, which envision a comprehensive reform of education in India on a large scale, I think the underline is on 2 words here. One is comprehensive and the other is scale. Because these are this is where the entire sentence hinges on conceptual understanding. So when we have this, I would really want to know about your perspectives around, like, how far these policies actually prioritize teachers and their potential impact on children's learning outcomes. So, as I said, prioritizing teachers is not only about prioritizing teachers' performance and trying to say who is performing better. It is also about, do we prioritize the kind of knowledge she needs in the classroom? Do we prioritize the kind of coaching support that she would need in the classroom? And remember, it has to be comprehensive and at scale. So given that, and given this, the policy landscape in India right now, do you think there is enough space and distinct space to be able to do that? Anyone? Like,
I think, when we are looking at teachers as a cadre, because I think first of all, we need to really look at teachers as a cadre first, which is very crucial when we are looking at the scale, because that's how we are looking at the scale at the larger level. As far as the policies are concerned, I think even without the policy, the way they are trained, because in-service training had been mandatory now for almost 2 decades now, and there has been a lot of focus on it. So I feel that if you're looking at the policies, yes, policies do uh, help us in giving a structure the way we are looking at it, that how it needs to be done. And of course, teachers themselves, the way they are trained, also have that little space. I'll not say the entire space, because that we can again debate, because we have many practitioners sitting here. And I believe that when we are looking at the implementation of the policy, that is where the role of the teacher becomes very, very crucial. That's how I look at it.
I'll be carrying forward what ma'am has said. Teachers as a cadre. Plus, one important thing to understand is that in the educational setup, they are the key persons. And your theme itself for today's this gathering is teachers as change makers. So you very well understand the role of teachers. See, when it comes to the government setup, the selection process itself is very rigorous. We can say we get the filtered people who are passionate about teaching, who have qualification. They undergo a process and then they get selected. After selection, there is a training period which they have to undergo, and then they are on the job. Now, during their entire career, several competencies have to be taken care of, because the world of education, as we are talking about the NEP and we are talking about the curriculum frameworks, actually the world is changing for them. And more IT interventions. You have children, we've seen it in the last phase of COVID, that all gradually shifted to the online medium of giving children abreast with the education part, so that they are not left out. So these competencies have to be developed, and the children are smart these days, and they are more prone to learn these things very quickly. So a teacher's role become dually important, not just to give knowledge, but to check them that where they have to stop, because there is a wide, you can say, plethora of information available on the web. Talking about the policy, the new education policy, as well as I would like to share it here on this forum, the curriculum framework has been given equal importance in our state, because at one go we have prepared all the 4 frameworks. The team in Rajasthan has presented it before the steering committee. We have received inputs, and all the 4 frameworks for the early childhood education, for the school education, for the teacher education, as well as for the adult education has been prepared in our state. So we have input from our members. It's in the finalization stage. It will be soon submitted. And these needs have been addressed to in the curriculum framework.
I realize हमें थोड़ा सा multilingual भी होना पड़ेगा. So
तो ये जो आपने प्रश्न पूछा है, इसी पे हम 2 घंटे का अड्डा कर सकते हैं,
बिल्कुल,
है ना? लेकिन लेकिन मैं थोड़ा छोटा जवाब दूं. So I think I don't want to use jargon, but I think that when we think about teachers, there's been a lot of focus on accountability, as you said. And I think there's a big need now to think about what is support and coaching and mentoring for teachers. And the reason why I said jargon is because I think part of it is that we have to reimagine teacher development itself.
Yes,
right
yes.
from pre-service to in-service. And when we think about the need of a state, there is a policy at the national level that can only go so far. There has to be a lot of contextualization to every single state. And when I think about reimagining teacher development, it is everything from thinking about what is the mode of delivery, what is it is not lecture based that it has been in the past, but immersive, bite-sized training modules, a lot of focus on mentoring and coaching, real-time coaching, because people don't just learn in a lecture room. They go back and they implement, they must get coaching. How do you think about creating state professional standards for teachers? What does a competency matrix look like? How do you link that back with career goals? So I think as we think about the focus on teachers, we must as a group and as a community focus a lot more on teacher support, mentoring, coaching, and also in the context of every single state, to make sure that we're not only meeting the needs of every single child, but also meeting the unique needs of every single teacher, because every teacher's needs are also unique. So wanted to end there.
I think ये आप तीनों ने ही आपने आपने जो the ideas that you kept here on the table, I think इस पे हम वापस आना चाहेंगे, और वो शायद हम individual सवालों पे वापस आ जाते हैं, because I think the question would be like, how do we create something at scale? ये इस पे मेरे दिमाग में बहुत सारे सवाल हैं, बहुत कम जवाब है. So इस पे हम बात कर लेंगे. Yes, Dr. Jignana Vani, please.
Okay, so should we talk about how do we get?
No, I think just if you could, if we could just few opening remarks about what do you think, what thought comes to you first when you hear a question like that, which
Okay.
has difficult answers.
Yes, it has very difficult answers, but at the same time, it has very, very creative answers. So, the person sitting next to me is one of the answers. I am sitting in the backdrop of teacher as change makers, right? We call them nation builders in the interactions that we have at the Brahmal Foundation. It really starts from thinking of how do we design channels to reach teachers, and channels that include Diksha, channels that include field support, channels that include in-person workshops too, channels that also include a lot of self-support systems that teachers can create within themselves. If we really think teacher development as a package, which includes all of this, then it is possible to really use the platform and make it happen, right? The other thing that I want to call upon is how to make these packages really attractive for teachers, so that it is a teacher who is coming and saying, this is going to really benefit me. So I want to pick a leaf from what she said, that if we really check out the career paths for teachers from the point they enter the system as a teacher, as an educator, to where can she go with her potential. If she's a person who is a great content writer, if she's a person who is a great facilitator of education, she has a career path, right? If she is a person who has a great administrative capability, she has another career path. Once every person sees their career path, their growth, and once they see that I am being empathetic to them when I design a package for them, it is possible to go to scale. That's how I see it.
Over to you, sir.
So first of all, I don't have any answers.
No, you don't.
But I think, if you locate the question, the scale and the comprehensiveness of the policies that have come in the 3 years, 2020 onwards, National Education Policy Framework, and then National Curriculum Policy Framework for foundational stage, and then National Curriculum Framework for school education that was launched last month. I am overwhelmed with the amount of detail that exists there, about 2,500 pages of documents. NEP was 60 pages, right? Very well crafted bullets with far-reaching impact. The way I see these three documents as an opportunity for all of us to restart in a new framework. All the points that I heard, starting from teacher education, recruitment to classroom practices, resulting in outcomes as teachers, change makers. This is an opportunity to apply ourselves again and providing such phenomenal framework. If you take example of national school education curriculum framework, school education, for example, it's about let's say 1,200 pages document, I think. The number of examples that a teacher can apply in a classroom is articulated so many places. Pretty much every concept is articulated with an example. That's why it's such a big document, right? Take an example of a question such as how do I integrate music and math in a classroom, for example. So many examples are there. One example I took, and one of them talked about asking Anil Surubji about gender equity. Examples, practice examples, or well articulated. I'm sure that is a subset of all the inputs that have come from states. Because how much can you include in a document like that, right? It still is such a big document. I was wondering if all the state inputs that came in are available as appendices. Now all of us can now dig in and base our future work based on that. Such a phenomenal work by the country, all the teachers and the state coordinators to have done with those three documents. Phenomenal.
Tell me something, sir. Why? I mean, we know that there is so much that is happening in various corners, in various corners of the state, various corners of the country. We can see good practices, and we are completely sure that the theme that we have, that teachers are actually change makers. They are there. They're on the ground doing it for children. What is to be done it could be at the state level, at the national level, to be able to organize this knowledge into systematic structure which can go to teachers whenever they require. We know about the Diksha platform, but I mean, then the question comes is a digital platform enough? How do we create the kind of interactions, the kind of in-depth, nuanced interactions that a mentor and a mentee generally has in a human network setting? Now you replace that with something like an AI-based network or something, something digital. How, is this shift only something that we need to accept and go forward, or is there a fundamental difference in which these processes work? Tell us a little more about it. How do we organize it, number one? And second is, how do these formats work?
I wish you had asked this question to all of them and then come to me, but you have come to me. See, I think I've been playing around, first of all, with Diksha, the experiment, as an experiment, right? It's a national scale experiment. You can think about it that way, because in the continuum of time, NEP 2005, 6, and 90s and 80s, I'm very interested. I mean, when you talked about your study as history of education, one question was asked to Anil Surubji, and what's the characteristic of NEP? And I was very surprised with the 4-bullet answer. Possibly one other highlight I would have had is the grade 358 introduction in NEP. But I'm also interested in the history of thought. How do you evolve this, right? But from a best practices organization, even otherwise, the question one of them was asking, what are the big deal about NEP? Right? NEP is such a small, nicely worded document. I'm sure I know about the process I was involved in to make it short. But in the process of making it short, you lose the audience, right? Again, the best practices that Shakti asked. I feel, and there are many efforts in the past to document all the best practices, put together as a document and so on and so forth. First is to remove this notion that we have to automate everything. If you were to automate everything, then that means you have to automate human interaction also and remove the infinite possibilities that you and I, when if we talk, million possibilities that could emerge, will become so AI bot-like. You ask a question, I answer. You ask a question, I answer. Right? It becomes very finite. But I see a possibility that a practitioner on the ground on a day-to-day basis has practical questions that I need to get answered, and another human is not available all the time to answer. That's a practical challenge in life for everybody. Doesn't matter teacher, everybody. And YouTube has come into that space. YouTube is such a beautiful tool, right? But in my opinion, and I've been experimenting with your AI tools, and that's how I know so much about NEP. I'm not a pedagogue of sorts, right? But I keep on asking questions, and I built my own tools, messing with it. And I'm also promoting that to the national government to say, why don't you launch it? Because it's a policy document. And now we should use AI to make it available to every teacher in local language. I feel if all the best practices are available wherever they're available, instead of trying to make it national platforms, state platforms, and then that's a journey by itself. Figuring out efficient discovery tools and using the current AI technologies, I can get beautiful answers in context with the context and contact, so that I can call a Shakti and say, boss, you did this. How did you do? Can I get some answers? And every day my situation changes. And those situations, as per the change, some other innovations have happened somewhere else. So that keeps the teacher engaged. Else, imagine a teacher who's far away, how to ask one person who's very busy, and he will give you finite answers and doesn't want to continue conversation because time is the essence for everybody. So I think technology has methods to help with such contexts, not to replace human interactions, but amplify.
Amplify.
I already have sorted this out. Instead of me talking to you, why don't you read that small document? But how do I discover it? Today's technology can happen. Instead of putting it on a portal and then are searching, getting documents, today's AI technology can give you phenomenally contextual answers. Phenomenally contextual answers.
Interesting.
We should explore that. Asta.
या कविता मैम आपके पास आते हैं. ये जो किसी स्टेट में खासकर क्या ये विजन शुरू हुआ है कि टीचर्स के, मान लीजिए दीक्षांत तो मतलब बहुत सारे टीचर्स इसको यूज कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारे डिजिटल स्पेसेस हैं जहां टीचर्स यूज कर रहे हैं. टीचर्स आर यूजिंग व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप्स टू communicate so much amongst themselves. आज ये वीडियो, कल वो वीडियो. You get to see that. Now, is there an effort to even understand or track, like what kind of knowledge are they getting exposed to? इसमें उनका देखिए, एक तो है access मिल गया उनको, just because there is a larger network. उनको access मिला. Now सवाल I think ये हो जाना चाहिए कि यूजेज कितना हो रहा है और उसके आधार पे लर्निंग कितनी हो रही है. सो आई मीन, हैज राजस्थान डन एनीथिंग इन दिस?
देखिए, हम बात फिर उसी डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म पर आते हैं कि 2 वर्ष पहले राजस्थान ने टीचर्स का एक नीड एनालिसिस कराया और उसमें उनकी जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स निकल के आई, उसके अकॉर्डिंगली ही उनका जो इन सर्विस जो वो चाहते थे, उस हिसाब से उनका कोर्स डिज़ाइन किया गया, वो दिया गया. RSCRT क्योंकि राज्य स्तरीय संस्थान है, तो वो वहाँ पर स्टेट रिसोर्स ग्रुप्स के माध्यम से प्रशिक्षण दिए गए और फिर इनको फील्ड में दे करके और फीडबैक लिया गया. दीक्षा के माध्यम से भी जो ऑनलाइन ट्रेनिंग सेशंस हैं वो दिए गए हैं और इसकी मॉनिटरिंग ऑनलाइन माध्यम से ही की जाती है और जो व्यक्ति 70% तक उसका एक्सेस कर लेता है, मतलब जो आंसर्स है उनको संतोषजनक रूप से दे देता है, तो ये ऑब्जर्वेशन रहता है कि जो हम टारगेट कर रहे थे उस तक वह जानकारी या अपडेशन पहुंच गया है. इसके अतिरिक्त जो प्रशिक्षण मॉड्यूल्स बनाए गए जिनके माध्यम से हमारे स्टेट रिसोर्स पर्सन्स ने फील्ड में ट्रेनिंग दी है, उसका भी फीडबैक वहीं पर जो डाइट्स में ट्रेनिंग्स कराते हैं उसके माध्यम से लिया जाता है. इसके अतिरिक्त एक नया नवाचार हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है, जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस की बात हो रही थी. ये प्रैक्टिकली संभव नहीं है कि हर व्यक्ति हर दूसरे व्यक्ति से इंटरेक्ट करके उसकी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस को सीख पाए, तो यूट्यूब सेशंस के माध्यम से जो राज्य स्तर पर हमारे सचिव हैं वो भी बात आपकी हमारी के माध्यम से लाइव वीडियो सेशंस करते हैं और उसमें जो बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस जो टीचर्स की हैं, ऐसे लोगों को आमंत्रित करके स्वयं उनसे इंटरेक्शन किया जाता है। अभी एक लेटेस्ट हमारा लास्ट वीक जो सेशन हुआ था, जिसमें जो 5 हमारे ऐसे टीचर्स हैं जिन्होंने इनोवेटिवली बच्चों को, चाहे जैसे एक है उन्होंने चंद्रयान का जो पूरा फंक्शनिंग है उसका एक लाइव मॉडल के माध्यम से बच्चों को सेशन कराया। तो वो जो यूट्यूब सेशन है जब पहुंचा तो सभी उसको देख करके एक्चुअली उन्होंने बड़े ही इंटरेस्टिंग और सिंपल तरीके से बच्चों को समझाया और उससे बाकी टीचर्स ने भी ये गेन किया। अब ये चीज़ें प्रेरणा देती हैं, है ना? ये हमारे अंदर, हर व्यक्ति के अंदर क्षमता तो छुपी हुई होती है, वो एक स्पार्क की आवश्यकता होती है। तो ये जो मोडालिटीज़ हैं, इनके माध्यम से जो हमारे टीचर्स नया काम कर रहे हैं, कुछ अपने स्तर से अलग कुछ कर रहे हैं, उसको सबके सामने लाने का प्रयास है और राज्य स्तर पर इनिशिएट किया जा रहा है, तो एक उसको वेटेज भी मिलता है। और सीरियसली जो बाकी लोग हैं, वो देखते हैं कि उनका रोल कितना इम्पोर्टेंट है। तो ये तरीके हम लोग अपना रहे हैं।
Yes, please. My next question was for you. So after you, I'll ask you.
Okay. No, I just wanted to, as she was describing, जो आपने राजस्थान में किया है, I think many states are, if you think of the digital as just the start of the journey, right? It's kind of your base. And then जो आप कह रहे थे, you're layering on every single thing to that base. So the digital allows you to reach every single teacher in a way that is also not just access, because you can do interesting creative things like a pre-test, a post-test, and Diksha allows you to do that. Diksha allows you to actually view how much time the teacher has spent. It actually gives you a lot of data which you can use for intelligent analysis to actually do a teacher needs continuous assessment, because otherwise people feel very intimidated by a teacher needs assessment. हर 2 या 3 साल में ही एक बार कर सकते हैं. But you know, the constant flow of data from Diksha allows you to actually see relevance of topics. But I think that is just, the digital is just the start of the journey. Then there are, you know, many organic innovations that have also happened, like in Madhya Pradesh, which is where we are rolling out the teacher developing program at scale. Similar organic innovation around YouTube Live, which has just completely gone viral. It has now become a full intervention in itself. And this is something that has come from teachers. Cluster level Shekshik Samvad or district level Shekshik Samvad, where there is sharing. The WhatsApp groups, you know, sometimes there is noise in the system. So you have to understand also as a state, how do you moderate it so that you're also making sure that the quality content is going to the top, and you're really making sure that best practices in the truest sense are being shared. So whether that's through rewards and recognition of teachers or highlighting and profiling. So there is a way for the state to do that with ownership at scale. And then there are many organic innovations which will just happen, and that is also something to be encouraged, because it's also important to give the teacher a voice and a channel. So it may not be best practice, but it is a practice that the teacher is proud of and wants to share. And so, you know, that becomes just a voice that the teacher has in the system. But I just wanted to mention that I guess the point that you were making around layering on to the digital is what we're also seeing in many other states. And I think that is what really reinforces the teaching that happens in any form.
Tell me something. Do you see that this is actually transforming classrooms in India?
Absolutely. So when Madhya Pradesh rolled out through the CM Rise TPD program, the digital teacher training in 2020, you know, genuinely we were a little skeptical, and we have Preeti ma'am from Madhya Pradesh here. So she's one of the teachers in Shajapur and has participated and has been highlighted by the state. But first 1.5 years, I think we were also very hesitant about, or not hesitant, we were not sure of what will happen in the classrooms when teachers go back. You know, we felt it was a very rare opportunity to really bring about a change in the way teachers were being trained, and also in terms of the skills and abilities and culture that we were trying to bring about, and the capacity of the teacher. 2022, when we actually started visiting classrooms, it was phenomenal, Shakti. I mean, I was, and of course, there are pockets of excellence, right? But I was blown away because I had, you know, teachers came to us and said, Do you remember you told us about that particular model where we learnt about learning outcomes? This specific tactic is something that we've been able to use in our classrooms. It has really helped. So I think one is the absorption of that training and professional development into teacher practice, teacher action, teacher behavior, and then that leading to a shift in over time learning outcomes. But definitely, I think we've seen a shift in teacher behaviors. Now, learning outcomes will not, as we all know, एक रात में तो नहीं होगा, एक साल में immediately नहीं होगा. But if we are seeing an indication of shifts in teacher behavior, then hopefully over a 2 to 3 to 5 year period, we'll also see shifts in learning outcomes. And the reason I think why people were able to actually come back and cite a particular tactic or a behavior was because it was not giving them 75 pages of a manual. It was actually saying, here are the 5 things that you could try in your classroom.
Yeah, please. I want to kind of complement some of this, right? See, I think just to kind of go back, the CM RISE program as well as Rajasthan example cited, to my astonishment in 2016 and 17, when I looked at the amount of digital content that exists in Rajasthan, which were all organized by the local teacher groups, phenomenal amount of work was already there in September 2016. Now, looking at CM RISE and the digital training programs that I'm aware for last 3-4 years, right, with multiple CSOs coming together. But the question you asked was how much change?
Yes, in the classroom practice itself and the child's learning.
I'm coming to that, right? How many times have you changed as an individual? Let me ask myself that question. Based on a concept I heard somewhere, let's say on YouTube, right? It's not possible unless you keep on reinforcing it and course correcting the application, because when you apply something you hear, you encounter so many challenges. You see what I'm saying? So picking up some keystone habits that we want to focus on, right? And continuously engaging on that idea for a long time is when we can see some slight changes. Otherwise, even when we're looking at outcomes which is long term, even change is long term even among ourselves. Forget about outside. If I want to personalize myself, change within myself is so hard. So how do I expect others to change on an idea that I have, for example, or all of us kind of collectively have? It's a continuous process. And that's why digital comes in a very interesting way. If I sit in a classroom, let's say in this session, I'm all punished to be in a synchronous classroom. You did not allow for a tea break until you were forced. All right. Now, right. Imagine digital. I want to absorb it like a rain absorbs into the ground at its own time, at its own space. I absorb it. All of us are not same. So continuous impressions of the same idea, and then contextual impression, so that multiple different sources can come in. That's where I think the ideas are very, very useful.
Right.
So I just have one
question. Please. I mean, I was coming to you. I have a very specific question for you, but after this.
It's a very small
Huh.
sharing. So ma'am talked about Chandrayaan, which actually at that time would have created so much excitement that it would have actually become a campaign. कि अरे यार हाँ रोज न्यूज़पेपर में आता है, there is a recall value. WhatsApps में आ रहा है, there's a recall value. There's a master class, there's a recall value, and then suddenly you do not realize that you have flown into that stream. You're sailing in that stream, and this is what we have been trying to scale things up. We run them as campaigns, है ना? Zero plastic waste. It's a campaign, but without doing it, how do you do experiential education? Then you will only end up doing chalk and talk, or you will end up doing rote, right? Similarly, no bag day. I mean, hearing it looked so bizarre when we started it. कि क्या बोल रहे हैं, है ना? But when it became a campaign, and when WhatsApps talk about ये मैंने कैसे किया, ये आपने कैसे किया, ये इनको क्यों जरूरी है, ये उनके लिए क्यों जरूरी है, it automatically improves the recall value. उसके बाद WhatsApp में, YouTube पे, दीक्षा पे कितना भी noise हो content में, but your brain is looking for it because there is a recall value. Because you are connecting
There
the
is
dots.
a context around
Yes,
it.
yes.
There is a surround sound.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, she just said so. I had to say.
No, but tell me something. Like Yes. So these are wonderful examples of, let's say, a digital format being used for knowledge dissemination, creation as well. We can, please.
When she mentioned about No Bag Day, like recently, around a month ago, we actually made a proper book of around 352 activities to be carried out on no bag days. In state of Rajasthan, it is being observed on every Saturday. So for every Saturday, we have meticulously planned and rather made a book on it, a workbook on it, and this has been circulated to all the schools. So see, our teacher has an activity plan for every Saturday, and he or she knows what has to be done and how it has to be done. Now, this actually gives a proper framework of things, plus, it assists the teacher in performing the activity, making it more interesting. Now, there, the book is not going to go beyond that. The teacher can innovate in certain ways, like how he or she connects the child to that activity. And it has been a remarkable difference that these activities, when shared by the district level officials on the state education group, what happens is those videos they circulate, or those pictures they circulate in the teachers groups also. So the teachers and students, they know that for this no bag day activity, their practices were recorded and they were shared on the state level group. So it has a dual effect. One thing, it motivates the teacher, and he or she understands I'm going in the right direction. It has been appreciated by the district person, the highest official, and of course in the state level groups. And the children are motivated at the same time. They know they are the people who are being focused on that particular share, and it is a two-way, you can say, impact it has.
Right. Ma'am, would you want to add something?
You're constantly speaking. Yeah. So I would just, yeah, I know. No, I mean, like, you are the coordinator for this session. So one is, I think, very important is like what I felt is like when we are talking about a digital platform like Deeksha, which is one of the very, again, scaling, because that's what is important, what is the major point. When we are looking at the scale, then of course Diksha has done a very remarkable task in terms of, giving access to all the teachers as well as to the public also. It's not like it's only restricted the way it is. So one is the scalability, but of course the other issue is that how do we use technology into the pedagogue, as a pedagogue is more important. So one is you have access to the resources, but how you're using the same resources onto the into the classroom, this is like a different strand. One is, when we are talking about use of technology, if I go back, like when we started with the smart classrooms, even that time it was very a sea change difference in the perceptions that how we are going to use that. Similarly, when we are talking about Diksha as a platform, it is okay that you are using it, but when we are talking about the content creation, and that is where the scalability and the diversity comes in, because every state will be, using their own medium of instruction, one. And the second is because many times we are not able to read that, say, especially in the language. This is what, as a at the policy level, when I'm looking at it, at the scalability, that how do you do it. So one issue which I feel, when we are talking about technology, is that, so what is the medium of instruction which we are using. So of course now we are also trying that we must have the multilingual translator, so that, whatever language we need, we are able to see it in that. So that is one. Secondly, when we are talking about the only usage of the technology, or we are also looking at one-to-one interactions, that is where the professional learning communities play a very vital role. And now, of course, we are using the WhatsApp. I think this has become the biggest tool of communication along most of the groups, which it can be used for both the purposes. But I feel this is one of the very important instrument, and specifically, when we are not having the access to, the digital platforms in many of the remote areas, you may have the best of the facilities, but you need a proper maintenance also of the digital technologies. It's not like you're just using the technology, how we are maintaining it, how we are looking at the systems, because this is something where the scalability is also very important. And we have seen through the policies where, when we are initiating any of the programs, any scheme, what happens is that many of the times, because how you are looking at it in terms of how it is really transacted onto the ground, there are many limitations in terms of you have to maintain the records many of the times, and due to which you are having a little the teacher in particular, because and the headmaster in particular, if I go to the proper cadre, I feel that the lot of responsibilities, one. Second is the teacher is already, as has been mentioned, the teachers are rigorously striving hard to be a part of the system. So they come with that rigor into the system. So one is, we have to first come out of this mindset that the teachers need only the assistants, but also how we are making them as the change maker. I think that's what is more important in my view. And how we are also looking that the teachers are playing as a catalyst also. They come with a lot of training themselves, they have their own mindset. And I think somewhere we are looking at the technology not only as a usage of technology, but in the systems we have found that you will have the teacher who has an experience of 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. So the way you are teaching or giving some kind of a training will also have a different impact in the context of what experience you are coming with. Very often, because when we are interacting with the district education officers, we find that there are many initiatives which have been rolled out, which needs to be taking place. But in terms of actualization, there are many further requirements which needs to be there. So where I think the PLCs, that is the professional learning communities, plays a very, very critical role, where we are able to have our own voices in terms of sharing experiences. So the good practices are not limited only to a particular region, but also how we are digital platform helps you in disseminating in a second. I think that is the best part of the digitization. And context, of course, will be much more critical. It's a model which we have, but how that model can be a part of that particular context, or how do we make it more interesting, even to, because I think the teacher's role would always, because in the education I feel child is the center and the child is taken care by the teacher. So there is a interrelationship between these two major stakeholders, which is very, very important. And that is where I think the technology can be seen at both the levels. It's not only an enhancer, but also at times the normal communication between the student and the teacher is also scaled up, and where the teacher also becomes a little takes a back step, that probably we really don't need to look at it. So I think we need to look at it from multiple layers rather than looking at it just.
I mean, just to that, if I mean, probably all of you are having very common shared points. Let's say, so as it seems like technology is really becoming a wonderful platform through which many localized, like, human interactions can actually be activated, which I agree. I mean, of course, I've also seen that. I mean, my little question would be like, but are we not using such platforms, as Mona pointed out, that only to disseminate a knowledge that the teacher we perceive as needs? Are we at all looking at the knowledge that they create? So is there a way to leverage any network, human or technological, to be able to bring to the forefront knowledge that has been created by the teacher? So now I want to really focus on teacher-led initiatives. I mean, all of you, please respond, but this was a question that I had thought for you, Chiknaji.
So it's a beautiful word, teacher led.
And I will again go back to the campaign wala theory because it has multiple facets to it. So when you say a no bag day or a Chandrayaan or zero plastic waste, it is just an anchor. It's just a trigger which sets forth a set of events. For example, probably I am a person who is absolutely clear about how to unfold Chandrayaan for children, and I created a master class. And then there is a WhatsApp group where I'm sharing. She just said that, right? I'm a person who just found out from my community that plastic is a huge, big challenge here. Day in and day out, we are facing it, and there's nothing that is changing. And so, I, as a change maker, as a nation builder, I'm going to make it happen in my community and set it as an example. So, these are best practices that teachers need to share. They do share, and few examples that I would give you is the voluntary teacher forum, teachers of Bihar, what she mentioned about the sabhas, right? So all of these are formal ways to make it happen, but there are informal ways where a lot of WhatsApp groups are being created. So any diksha session happening, any training happening, any RSCRT happening, there are a lot of professional learning communities on WhatsApp. And once a campaign is run, these communities become active and they start sharing what a teacher really has to talk about. And yes, of course, we need to encourage it more, but the only way to encourage is to run it as a, at least we have found it that the way to make it happen is to run it as a campaign that a teacher, the child, the community, the education can identify with. वो अनिल स्वरूप जी बोल रहे थे ना कि emotionally relatable, so that's how what, and it is teacher led.
Just to kind of build on this,
Yes.
right? See, I think in some sense, the idea of a campaign is putting our attention on certain topic. But this teacher-generated best practices need I think the best effort that we can do is to curate them, not to select, but to package. When I
Explain that a little.
let me explain. Let's say in this room, we're all practitioners with our own budgets and attention power to actually make these kind of things happen. Imagine we are dealing with, let's say, Rajasthan. Imagine I am not saying this idea is better than that. That is an act of curation. I'm saying that's not the idea. Idea is, suppose a teacher comes up and says, I have done something different. The attention to package it. That's where most of the time goes of a teacher who's not professionally trained to package. We supplement, package, and now generally we put it out as the madam mentioned about no bag day, activity bag, activity booklet. But imagine that is all available. Today, generative AI can actually dish out contextual answers from a package like this. Bunch of videos, bunch of documents. Imagine for the no plastic. What do you say? Zero plastic. Zero plastic idea. 100 teachers put out their hand and say, I have something to share. And instead of curating, I package 100 efforts. Now that becomes a motivation for others to create their own practices. Because even if you look at cooking, for example, nobody reproduces the recipe exactly. Everybody says, I want to contextualize because whatever is either the cultural context or the taste preferences, right? And every person who cooks differently wants to showcase the difference. Correct, no? That's our natural instinct, right? Imagine that is packaged. When we say, oh, well, when ma'am was saying we have a booklet of activities, the challenge of a booklet preparer is how do I put everything in a booklet? That's a bigger challenge. But today technology allows for that. Whatever you have to say, 100 pages bolna hai, bol dijiye. But today generative AI can actually package a 2-line for you because you only have 3 minutes to consume that content. It's possible. So all of them can document how they are changing, implementing that in a different way, and their own implementations. Imagine that is our effort. Then a lot of what you say, iterative stories can happen, and celebrating change makers who are in the game.
There is well, I must applaud the fact that AI is going to look at something and generate a 2-sentence solution for me. fine. I mean, brilliant. But isn't that also bringing in a culture of just looking at the solution and just not looking at the bigger picture?
See, first of all, generally I hate my attention on technology, but that's been my preoccupation for the last 20 years. So I generally don't like to do that, but that's how it seems to be. I understand where you're going with it. But tell me, do you cook?
I mean, at times.
Yeah. Do you go to YouTube to cook?
Never.
Okay, try.
Okay.
Okay. Whatever you want to cook today,
Uh-huh.
go try. It just brings a new energy into you. Just when you have
Like
choice.
somebody telling me what to put
No,
in
no,
the
no.
oil.
You try. If we go for a cooking story, let's say, how do I use soy? Right? That is my latest preoccupation. That's why I'm giving an example. Right? So, million recipes. We become more empowered when we have choices in front of us. When this is the only way to do something, that seems like a narrow view of life. Okay, it seems like a punishment. It seems like a constraint. But when you provide choices to people, that empowers them to choose one, and that's when you're bringing the real passion out. When I choose,
So you mean to say that AI is going to give me several sets of 2 sentences?
not just AI.
I mean, anything.
Yeah, if I look at the best practices that you put out to somebody, if we could actually show all the choices to them. For example, Akshara is in the room, there is a math kit. There is one way to do it, million ways to do it. But what are the million ways? For an interested teacher, it sparks more passion, brings more out of them, right? That is what we should enable. And today's technology can do that. While we are focusing on technology in a little bit deeper way, but that's a larger idea. You know, how to put out choices that triggers them, that brings more out of them.
Please.
So I think also, when we launched with Diksha, with Government of Madhya Pradesh, when we launched the CM Rise TPD program, that was 3.5 years ago. And Diksha had not been used for teacher training at that time. It was only used for textbooks. That was an innovation at the time. It's now 3.5 years later. So there is also a role when we think about technology, and I don't hear any of us saying that technology is a solution. We're all still saying that agency is in the hands of the teacher. But when we think about technology being an enabler, it's also very important for all of us that are thinking about technology to be pioneering and path breaking in the use of technology for the teacher. So, for example, when we think about AI and integrating, right? Diksha is now old, right? Like, much respect to you. Sorry. Right. No, in the sense, it's not bad. But we've now moved on from Diksha because it has served the purpose. Now there is so much more, and it's great to have Diksha because now you've got your base, you've got your 101 setup. Your base is sorted. Now we need to get into the wave of AI. We need to work on two-way feedback from teachers to tell them what they need. We need to create on-demand support for teachers. We need to create chatbots. So again, I am not as experienced as you are in technology, but I can just, see the magic when we actually now, the way in which we think about technology has to fundamentally be an enabler for the teacher. But we also have to make sure that we are not working with antiquated technology platforms, right? This whole thinking around societal platforms, right? It's very much to bring all of these community ideas. It's basically to bring all of these organic ideas to the surface, bubble them up. So I think that is something that where there is onus on policymakers to be at the cutting edge, as practitioners, for us to be aware and at the cutting edge, because we shouldn't think that we've solved the problem. The other thing is the scale matters, because there is a lot of change you can bring about when we even think about empowering teachers and showcasing. There is a lot of change you can bring about even at the cluster level, the smallest level, then district. So figuring out what are the levers of change at each point and what are the kind of shifts we want to make, because one doesn't always need to do everything in 8 states for it to make a difference. There are fundamental behavioral shifts also at the cluster level which can significantly, if they are measured, coached, can bring about huge changes.
Somebody was very diligently keeping time. I must admit and I must declare that keeping time in an Adda session is blasphemy. But people do that in any case. But I've got two very specific questions, which I will ask and then open it up for if there are any questions onto the floor. So, Kruti, I mean, I had just thought of one question for you very specially, which is like, when we look at the collaboration between, even Anilji was talking about private-public partnership. I think what gets missed out often is a very distinct space for an knowledge organization like an university. So I think it has to be, a collaboration between uh, the private, the public, and the knowledge institutions specifically, so that that larger concern about whether the right knowledge is getting circulated. There is a power of circulation. I'm completely agreeing to it. But what about the right knowledge getting circulated? So how should these partnerships happen, and any thought about that? And after that, I have one question for you, then you have to open it up to them.
So that's a great point, right? I don't think we've done enough work about involving universities, involving academic institutions. We have knowledge partners that are non-profits that bring their practitioner experience. I think it's a great point that maybe we can think a little bit deeply about also involving educational institutions, academic partners who are part of the process. The thing that I would say is, though, that at scale, when we want to take either innovate or bring about systemic change, I think everybody has to be aligned in terms of role clarity, goals for the program from the very beginning, and everybody has to walk that path together. So the whole process has to be a process of co-designing, co-creating, co-implementing, and everybody. So as far as this is my own view, right? I don't think the role of a knowledge partner, for example, stops when you actually perhaps just create the content, or you just provide that knowledge, or you provide that expertise. I think it has to go all the way towards implementation, because then the knowledge partner or the academic institution also brings that learning back from the field and works it in. And especially when working with the government, it has to be the government's program. It is not a non-profit people, for example, coming in and running something as an NGO partner. It really has to be, for it to stick and be sustainable, it has to be the government's program. But the challenge or the point of importance is to make sure that it gets well integrated and embedded into the government's existing program or new program. And that involves also the academic partners coming in and having a clear role. So some of that, I think for us, huge learning has been in how do you create governance structures from the beginning. So you have a joint steering committee, you have a project management unit, which has a composition of all stakeholders. That way, everybody's voice gets heard. There's constant review, monitoring, implementation support. But I think the governance mechanisms are a good way to ensure that there's co-creation and role clarity and ultimate government ownership.
Right.
मैं कुछ कहना चाहूँगी।
बिल्कुल।
आप जो बात कह रहे हैं, जो एजुकेशनल जो हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं उनके इनपुट्स की, तो मैं आपको एक रीसेंट एग्जांपल देती हूँ कि आरएससीआरटी प्रयास कर रहा था अपने स्तर पर कि हम हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशंस, यूनिवर्सिटीज से भी इंटरेक्ट करें, जिससे उनके नॉलेज का एक बेनिफिट हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को भी मिले। तो पहली चीज़ तो हमारा जो करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क बना है, उस समय 2 यूनिवर्सिटीज़ के वाइस चांसलर्स हैं, उनका हमने इनपुट्स लिया है। एमपीयूएटी उदयपुर, जो कि काफ़ी अच्छा नाम है, और स्टेट की लीडिंग जो एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज़ हैं, उसमें उनके वीसी आए थे इनिशियल सेशंस में। इसी प्रकार से सुखाड़िया यूनिवर्सिटी के भी वीसी उसमें आए थे, और वो हमसे काफ़ी समय तक जुड़े भी रहे। जो भी हमारा डेवलपमेंट होता था, हम उनको भी शेयर करते थे। ऑब्वियसली वो स्टीयरिंग कमिटी का पार्ट भी थे, बट स्टिल एज ए सीनियर एजुकेटर उनके काफ़ी अच्छे इनपुट्स रहते थे। दूसरा, रिसेंटली हमने ऑर्गेनाइज़ किया था, एक एग्री फेयर ऑर्गेनाइज़ हुआ है लास्ट वीक, जिसमें हमारे जो स्कूल के बच्चे हैं और जो टीचर्स हैं, साइंस फैकल्टी की ऑफ कोर्स, उनको बुलाया गया था, और एक पूरे दिन का जो सेशन है वो रखा था, जिसमें कि एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर में क्या-क्या संभावनाएँ हैं बच्चों के लिए करियर की, किस प्रकार के अभी रिसेंट शिफ्ट्स हुए हैं कि कोविड टाइम में ये सेक्टर ऐसा है जो कि काफ़ी ग्रो किया है। बाकी सेक्टर्स में एक सेटबैक लगा था उस समय, बट इस सेक्टर ने सिर्फ 2.6% ही सही लेकिन ग्रोथ जारी रखी। और कैसे इंडिया प्रोडक्शन में आगे है, चाहे आप डेयरी प्रोडक्ट्स की बात कर लें, चाहे आप फिशरीज प्रोडक्ट्स की बात कर लें, चाहे आप खाद्यान्न पल्सेस की बात कर लें, तो कई चीज़ों में हम लोग अग्रणी हैं। तो इस बारे में जो डिस्कशन है वो पूरे दिन का सेशन था, और ये जो हमारे लगातार प्रयास चलते रहे हैं कि हमारे बच्चों को भी उस नॉलेज का कुछ फ़ायदा मिले, उन्हें उस एस्पेक्ट्स का पता चले कि क्या क्या हो रहा है। जैसे इसमें कई चीज़ें हैं जो बड़े नवाचार हैं जो कि सक्सेसफुल भी हो रहे हैं, चाहे आप ऑर्गेनिक फार्मिंग की बात करें, चाहे आप मशरूम फार्मिंग की बात करें, चाहे आप वर्टिकल फार्मिंग की बात करें, हाइड्रोपोनिक्स है, एरोपोनिक्स है। तो ये सब चीज़ें जो है हमारे बच्चों ने जानी, टीचर्स को पता चली। तो आई थिंक ये एक नॉलेज शेयरिंग है जो कि उन्हें अपने करियर एस्पेक्ट में भी हेल्प करेगी, और ऑफ कोर्स काफ़ी हद तक जो नई जानकारी है उन्हें इक्विप भी करेगी। दूसरा हम लोग प्रयास में है कि जो आईएम है उससे भी इंटरेक्ट करें, और कुछ स्कूल्स में जो जोधपुर के हैं वहाँ पर जो आईआईटी है जोधपुर की, तो उन्होंने जो मैथ्स को इजीली सीखने के लिए उन्होंने किट्स बना करके ऑफ कोर्स अभी कुछ स्कूल्स में उन्होंने दिए हैं। तो इस तरह की शेयरिंग हमारे स्टेट में चल रही है।
Right. Monaji, there's one specific question for you, then we can open it up for the question and answers. So, the NEP recommends the setting up of a professional standard setting body for teachers in teaching. What might be the implications of this on teacher education programs?
Okay, that's the specific. Okay, so when we are looking at the PSSB, I think that there could be again, there is not one way of looking at it. So I look at it that when we are one is when we are looking at the states, every state will be adapting the NEP as per its own requirement. One, and when we are looking at as far as how in any case I never think that teachers had been out of any kind of supervision at any point of time, because earlier we used to have the supervision and inspection officers who would be going from time to time, and doing the proper inspection and would be giving the feedback. What we are finding is there are two major issues which have emerged during the last 2 decades. One is that we have the acute shortage of the teacher appointments in terms of the regular teachers. That has also been that needs to be taken into consideration when we are looking at the scalability, one, and secondly the quality. Both the things have to be really seen at that level. So you have in the schools when we go, this is a very clear problem. When we find that you have a regular teacher and some teacher who's a a contract teacher or a temporary teacher, we find that these two things have to be seen in a proper perspective. One. Secondly, when we are looking at the implications, in terms of PSSB, one is it does have a strong implication in the sense, two ways again, that how the teacher is using that space also to do more of the innovations, like what we are calling the teacher led. The teacher is so burdened into the classroom that they are just doing the day to day activities. Even if they are able to do that, transact the curriculum in the context of the teacher shortage. And similarly, when we are looking at the governance structures also, we have, it is a percolating impact, when we are looking at the different levels. So the other very important point is the diverse classrooms in which the teachers is actually practicing their teaching. That classroom in itself is very challenging. And where is it located, which is very important again, because we are looking at the context, which is very important, and that would determine that how the teacher is also responding. The third very important part, which I feel, is that teaching as a profession, how we are actually looking at it. This is, I think, the base. So even if you are qualifying the exam, you have a very rigorous process of being a teacher. But we have found, and when we are interacting with the administrators, that is the field administrators, we are actually coming up with this observation that what happens is that teachers are very rigorous, they are trained, but the moment they enter the system, they do not perform. This is the other side of the story. I'm just trying to say that, because it's not one way or a linear thinking which needs to go when we are looking at the processes and how it gets actualized. I think it has to again see this particular limitation as well. Now, when the teacher, I feel that teacher is empowered when the teacher enters the system. But how do you retain the entire way in which the teacher is again looking at not only interacting with the child but also understanding the community? What happens very often is that the teachers are trained in a pedagogical manner. We have since we are the part of the teacher training institutes also, we send them to the schools, but we are limiting ourselves only that we are teaching them only how they're preparing the lesson plans, how they're creating the assessment tools, how they're looking into the or making the groups into the based on the learning achievement levels. This is all done very fine, but how the teacher understands the context, somewhere that gap has been created over the years, because they do not have a direct link with the community. They do have the PTAs, but then that's a very short duration where they are just again looking at the systems in which we are looking only at the child and what are the child performance. So I think when we are looking at the scale, I think we need to keep all these points into the mind, because it will have both. It is not that it is going to be just a negative way in which we are looking at the inspection, or when we are looking at how, because ultimately when we are having a system, we have a system where we are investing, we need to see the outcome, and that is where the efforts needs to be made, where we are looking at the real knowledge which is actually getting generated into it, not to be limiting itself only in terms of the checklist which we are creating, that we need to do A, B and C. This is how we have to look at it, that the policy formulations gives you the space where you're able to contextualize it very aptly, but how it actually gets to be executed will again depend on how we are having the synergy between the different levels, what we just spoke about in terms of the higher education. And this is what we are looking at the progress. So even the teacher must have some kind of a, I think it's the timer which is it. So how see, so we have some breakers, that no, we have to be more creative. So I feel that that these are the levels in which we need to see. Standardization doesn't help, in my view. It is good as a concept, but you need some flexible differentiable models based on what is the requirement in the particular context. So I think I'll end on this.
Yeah. I open it up for the audience to join this adda, but I mean, they are telling me that the time is over, so now you know. Technology is telling us.
अगला प्रश्न आए उस बीच कुछ मैं आपकी बात को आगे बढ़ाऊंगी कि टेक्नोलॉजी ने हेल्प किया है और हमने कुछ हद तक इस चीज़ को सिंप्लीफाई भी किया है। राजस्थान में जो एनआईसी के सहयोग से हमने एक शाला संबलन ऐप डेवलप किया है और वो काफ़ी समय से यूज़ भी आ रहा है, एक्यूरेट है उसमें डेटा, और उसमें जो रिपोर्टिंग का, ऑफ कोर्स ये हमने टीचर्स के लिए सिंप्लीफाई करने के लिए किया है। जो उसमें फॉर्मेट होता है उसमें कुछ ही सेकंड्स में जो भी उनका अपडेशन है, चाहे वो कोई एक्टिविटी कर रहे हो, कोई इंस्पेक्शन हो रहा हो, उसको वो अपडेट कर देते हैं, विद इन सेकेंड्स वो जो है उस पर ऑनलाइन आ जाता है। हाँ, बट ये है कि इसमें वो पार्ट कहीं ना कहीं मिस हो रहा है कि जो चीज़ें कोई भी शिक्षक अपनी क्षमताओं से परे जाकर कर रहा है, कुछ नया कर रहा है, तो उसके लिए उसमें स्पेस नहीं है। जबकि एक अगर भौतिक रूप से कोई फॉर्मेट है जिसमें वो भर कर के भेजते हैं, तो उसमें वो चीज़ें काफ़ी डिटेल में आ जाती हैं। तो ये उसका एक एस्पेक्ट है जो कि छूट रहा है। बट हाँ, इसमें फिर वो आपके जो यूट्यूब वाला माध्यम है कि फिर वो रिकॉर्डिंग होकर के जो भी विजिटिंग ऑफिसर है उसको स्टेट ग्रुप पे डाल दे, ताकि उसके जो एफर्ट्स है वो रिकॉग्नाइज हो जाए। क्योंकि कई चीज़ें हैं कि जो उसमें डेटा में आपको सीमित कर सकती हैं, बट जो वर्क टीचर कर रहा है उसको पूरी तरह से कहीं ना कहीं सार्थक रूप से डिस्प्ले होना और उसको अप्रिशिएट होना बाकी सबके मोटिवेशन के लिए आवश्यक है।
So it was great to hear the thoughts of the panel over.
I'll do it. Okay.
Thank you.
So
Thank
I
you,
was-
ma'am. This is not a question. This is my experience in brief. I recall the days when we went to Arizona University with the help of USAID program. There was a program of teacher training in step program. So we 50 people went there, and there was a subject called professional learning community. So after coming in the year 2014, I tried to implement that concept in my state with the limit of cluster. In cluster, we tried to make the professional learning communities, and we gave them full freedom. Let them, and that time, social media was also free. Means internet was free. So teachers started making groups, and lot of WhatsApp groups were made. And in fact, I have more than 500 PLCs in my mobile. And from WhatsApp, we moved to Telegram because WhatsApp had the limit of 500. Now we have, means I have more than 30,000 in one Telegram group. So there are many Telegram groups, so I am connected directly with teachers. So now coming to the point, after learning the experiences from in STEP program, when we gave the freedom to teachers, so from cluster they expanded to block. Then now you will be surprised that our some of the PLCs have the network in all the states. So during Corona, we wanted to organize an educational conclave. So we gave the responsibility to that PLC ki, can you bring the teachers from different states? So to our surprise, more than near about 22 states teachers participated in that conclave with the help of those PLCs. I tried to find out how many PLCs are actually working. So in my portal, I asked them to register in the state. So before last year, we had more than 8,000 professional learning communities in the state actively working with different topics and different subjects. I am having two teachers with me. One is Charandas Mahan. During Corona time, we used to have online programs. So whatever online new things we tried to implement through our portal, these fellows, like him, there were near about 10 to 20 teachers who were technologically advanced. So they used to learn, and they used to make help videos, and they used to share in the social media so that other teachers, without any training, other teachers used to follow those new interventions in the website. Likewise, Mr. Tarachand is with me. We are working with Room to Read to make different local language material. So he is heading near about 19 local language WhatsApp groups, and all the members in those WhatsApp groups chat in their own language, like Halbi, Gondi, Bhatri, Kamari. So they chat in their own tribal language. So that type of work is going on, and lot of teachers are there who are bringing lot of changes. And I am
मेरा निवेदन है आपके साथ आए हुए जो दो साथी हैं वो खड़े हो जाएं ताकि हम सब तालियां बजा सकें उनके लिए.
और टीचर्स को एक तरह से बांधे रखने के लिए टू एंश्योर एकेडमिक डिस्कोर्स आफ्टर कमिंग फ्रॉम अरिजोना यूनिवर्सिटी आई स्टार्टेड राइटिंग वन newsletter. This is the 9th year, and every month on the very first day मैं उसको सोशल मीडिया में रिलीज करता हूँ. इट्स अ 12-page newsletter which covers teacher stories, and lot of teachers are motivated कि मेरा आ जाए उसमें. तो it encourages teachers to work in a better way. So this is the 9th year, and the number of readers is very much. मैंने उसमें रखा है कि कितने डाउनलोड हुए, तो एवरी मंथ नॉट लेस देन 30,000 डाउनलोड्स आर डन. और उसके बाद डाउनलोड के बाद दे शेयर इन ग्रुप. सो रीडिंग इज मोर देन नियर अबाउट 1 lakh. So that's the way we try to bring changes in our state through teachers. Thank you.
Just a second. Let's just go back to that lady and we'll come back to you. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I was just saying it was great listening to the panel's thought regarding the use of technology when it comes to facilitating learning of children. But one of you also said that we should not automize everything. And I think even I believe so. So I can have an opinion of not giving everything at angle of technology when it comes to classroom teaching, but others might hold some other opinion. So I would like to hear from all of you that where to draw the line or say how to regulate the same.
See, if you automate inefficiency, doesn't make it efficient. Automating inefficiency will amplify inefficiency. So generally speaking, there are two realms in which you can actually mess with it. One is routine tasks. Ma'am talked about NIC app. What do you do? Shala Samvedan. I'm a little weak in Hindi, so I didn't catch it right away. Right? I know that Rajasthan's NIC work is very, very deep in trying to make routine tasks removed, so that like WhatsApp communications that otherwise could be very tedious. But then there is another dimension and knowledge sharing. Create once, share it to everybody, so that access can be solved very fast. And then, for example, NEP and NCF documents talk about learning outcome indicators, learning outcome descriptors, and so on, so detailed, right? So imagine I want to access it fast, right? I want to be able to know what am I trying to do today, etc. Those are all the access-related efficiencies. In latest generation, let's say last 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 year, the trend is to make access even more contextual. So those are all the places to locate for efficiency. One thing you don't want to do is to remove human interactions in the way classroom, child, teacher plus teacher and let's just CRP, BRPs. All of those interactions is where life is. You don't want to remove any of those things.
Shall we come back to Shikha?
Thank you. First of all, yes, thank you so much. I think it was a very invigorating discussion. Uh, two very important strands in the discussion. One on higher education, which was your last question, but also technology. So how do we intertwine these, but also go beyond it, so that the contribution of higher universities and higher institutes of learning doesn't just remain very tokenistic when it comes to primary education and the implementation? That is one question that we are struggling with. So while there are some successes, and I'm so glad that Sudhishi was able to speak about some of these, but how do we make them play a more active role in a teacher's day-to-day life, whether it is through action research, whether it is for subjects like inclusion for children with disabilities, which is something where a lot more work needs to happen. So how do I make use of assistive technology? What all options do I have? How as a teacher do I accommodate universal design of learning? So these are just some basic examples, but our experience has been that often, and Kavita ma'am is sitting right here, that the institutes of higher learning and even universities sometimes are able to give some feedback to let's say the functionaries which may or may not be teachers, but when it comes to taking the feedback from the field and really doing that need based work, a lot more needs to happen. So I would be very grateful if the panel can really reflect on it, some of the things that you believe can work very well. And ma'am is right placed in Newport, so I'm sure she has a lot of feedback on that. Thank you.
So one is, when we are looking at the NEP, because now we have the 3 to 5 which is being included, but here again I have a different take on it, and since it's my personal opinion, so I'll talk about it. We already had the ICDS and the ECD programs which had been going on for a very long time in our country. So we are actually now looking at the integration. The very important point which I think came out from everyone is that we lack the synergy in the different institutions. So there's no platform where all the institutions are coming together and they are able to create a framework where they are able to translate it down. So even when we are looking at the kind of researches which needs to be done are again to be more specialized. So which are the areas which are working? So you again have to it's going to be again if I see NEP as a starting point, we do have very many spaces in which we will be able to incorporate that. And since we already have at the policy level, when we are looking at it, especially in the NEP, because when we are looking at the foundational stage, every ministry and the higher education institutions as well as the local educational institutions, and if I look at it in the school context, now we are talking about the school complexes, which is again not new, because in some of the states, especially in Maharashtra, it had been existing. But now we are talking about the school complexes, where again your main concern is that how everything comes together, and then we are able to see at the different levels. That is one of the institutional work which I think needs to take shape still. So what we are doing at the state level, for instance, and if you're saying that you see school as a unit, how that unit is linked with the other organizations up in terms of the organic structure, which actually gets followed, and how at the higher level they are also integrating with the higher education. That is one. So are you looking only at the higher education, or you're looking only at the school education? That doesn't work, because now we have been talking about child tracking, for instance, for a very long time. That is not only in the schools, but how the child reaches till the higher level. Now that integration will take some time to still be a part of the system, because it's a systemic thing which needs to happen, and it's a process where everybody and each and every strand has to work together. And I must say that, for instance, what is happening in Rajasthan, since I've worked also there, Shala Darpan is one of such programs which I found that every school information you can get, so at least you are able to know what, that the need assessment is not going to be limited only when you're doing it, but you can also make digital platforms, be the informative assistive kind of a platforms, where that these are the areas which you need to work on. So it's a very complex phenomenon. I cannot give one particular solution, but because we see every state has its own innovative practices which are going on, depending on what the context would be in terms of the diversity, in terms of the resources. There could be multiple layers in which we have to again see it. So
So the only thing, Shikha, that I would say, I'm not a teacher. I've not been a teacher, right? But I just feel like we should also avoid generalizations, because any institute of higher education may not necessarily know what it takes for a teacher to teach in primary school. It's incredibly different and challenging. And if you are in a remote school in a tribal area in Madhya Pradesh, I mean, it's a different set of problems, right? So I think we should not overgeneralize and say they must work together. I think it really depends on the need, where there is a prospect of actually contributing, and there must be learning on both sides, because there has to be not a top down, here is how it should work. It has to actually be based on also what is working and not working on the ground. So the example I just wanted to give is Columbia Teachers College, which is a great way of actually placing an institute of higher education, Columbia University, into a program which is much more immersive, where you're actually being able to stay in touch with the ground. So I think maybe innovations like that might be something interesting to explore.
I'm afraid we'll have to pause. Well, Addas led by Bengalis never end. They are just paused temporarily to be taken up in some other platform. So we'll pause here.
Thank you so much for the great panel discussion. I will now request Mr. Sen to kindly felicitate the panelists with a token of appreciation.
Can we have a round of applause?
Requesting all the distinguished speakers for a group photo as well. What? Thank you. Please join me in welcoming Anupama Bharadwaj for a captivating poetry recital. Anupama is working in Girls' Education Program at Room to Read India. She comes from a background of ethnographic research and technology. She has been doing poetry and storytelling from past 5 years. She has also worked with Slam Out Loud and Girls Rising as an artist. Woos or vows, she picks poetry for self-expression and celebration. Over to you, Anupama.
Thank you, Jess. It's a great day, right? Teachers. We are celebrating our teachers. यहाँ बहुत सारी अच्छी अच्छी बातें हो रही हैं। लंच के पहले मैं आप सबको इनवाइट करना चाहूँगी कि हम इस माहौल को थोड़ा फेल्ट और शेयर्ड बनाते हैं। मैं 2 नज़में पढ़ने वाली हूँ। एक नज़्म है जिसमें बचपन है, कौतूहल है और उसमें हो रही गुफ्तगू है। दूसरे में वो पीछे मुड़ के देख रहा है और उस कौतूहल और उस गुफ्तगू का जो साथी है टीचर, उसको शुक्रगुजारी है उसकी। ये दोनों नज़्में अहमद हातिब सिद्दीकी जी की हैं। ये बात समझ में आई नहीं और अम्मी ने समझाई नहीं। मुझे लगता है जिन लोगों ने इसको पहले सुना या पढ़ा है, साथ दीजिएगा बीच में। ये बात समझ में आई नहीं और अम्मी ने समझाई नहीं, मैं कैसे मीठी बात करूं, मैंने मिठाई खाई नहीं। आपी भी पकाती है हलवा, फिर वो भी क्यों हलवाई नहीं। ये बात समझ में आई नहीं और अम्मी ने समझाई नहीं। नानी के मियाँ तो नाना है, दादी के मियाँ तो नाना है। जब आपी से मैंने ये पूछा, बाजी के मियाँ क्या बाजा है, वो हंस हंस कर ये कहने लगी है भाई नहीं है भाई नहीं। ये बात समझ में आई नहीं और अम्मी ने समझाई नहीं। ये गुफ्तगू चलती रहती है। जब नया महीना आता है तो बिजली का बिल आता है। हालांकि बादल बेचारा ये बिजली मुफ्त बनाता है। फिर हमने अपने घर बिजली बादल से क्यों लगवाई नहीं। ये बात समझ में आई नहीं और अम्मी ने समझाई नहीं। क्यों लंबे बाल हैं भालू के, क्यों उसकी टुंड कराई नहीं। क्या वो भी गंदा बच्चा है या उसके अब्बू भाई नहीं। ये उसका हेयर स्टाइल है या जंगल में कोई नाई नहीं। ये बात समझ में आई नहीं और अम्मी ने समझाई नहीं। फिर ये बच्चा बड़ा हो जाता है। और मुझे लगता है ये जो बात थी ये केवल एक उम्र नहीं, ये एक चेतना है। ये एक स्टेज ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस थी और अब वो मूव करता है दूसरे स्टेज ऑफ कॉन्शियसनेस में। और इस रूम में हम सब ने बचपन जिया है और हम सबका कोई एक वो टीचर, सुपरवाइजर, मेंटोर जरूर रहा है, तो उन्हें याद करिएगा। और हम सब चाहते हैं एक मौका मिले और उनको बताएं कि हम उनके कितने थैंकफुल हैं, हम अपना ग्रैटिट्यूड एक्सप्रेस करें। ये अगली नज़्म जो है उसी तर्ज पे है। कितनी मोहब्बतों से पहला सबक पढ़ाया, मैं कुछ न जानता था, मुझे सब कुछ सिखाया। ए दोस्तों मिले तो बस एक पयाम कहना, उस्ताद मोहतरम को मेरा सलाम कहना। मुझको खबर नहीं थी मैं कहाँ से आया, माँ बाप जमीन पर लाए थे आसमां से, पहुंचा दिया फलक तक उस्ताद ने यहाँ से, वाकिफ न था जरा भी इतने बड़े जहां से। मुझको दिलाया कितना अच्छा मकाम कहना, उस्ताद मोहतरम को मेरा सलाम कहना। जीने का फन सिखाया, मरने का बाकपन भी, इज्जत के गुर बताए, रुसवाई के चलन भी। ये बताया कि लाइफ विल नेवर बी द बेड ऑफ रोजेस, कांटे भी राह में है, फूलों के अंजुमन भी। ये लाइन मेरी सबसे फेवरेट है। तुम फक्र कौम बनना और नाजिश वतन भी। यू बिकम द प्राइड ऑफ योर कम्युनिटी, यू कंट्रीब्यूट इन द नेशन बिल्डिंग। तुम फक्र कौम बनना और नाजिश वतन भी। है याद मुझको एक कलाम कहना, उस्ताद मोहतरम को मेरा सलाम कहना। And then he lists down 4 things which he is thankful for. जो इल्म का अलम है, ये जो नॉलेज का सिंबल है, उस्ताद की अता है। हाथों में जो एक कलम है, उस्ताद की अता है। जो फिक्र ताजा दम है, ये एम्पैथी इज ऑलवेज एन एक्ट ऑफ करेज। जो फिक्र ताजा दम है, उस्ताद की अता है। जो कुछ किया रकम है, उस्ताद की अता है। उनकी अता से चमका हातिब का नाम कहना, उस्ताद मोहतरम को मेरा सलाम कहना। थैंक यू वेरी मच। हम टीचर्स को थैंक कहने के इसी नोट पे अभी एक छोटा सा वीडियो देखेंगे। एक कहानी है इसमें एमपी के एक बहुत ही खास टीचर की। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
जो भी हमारे पास बच्चे आ रहे हैं वो सारे मजदूर वर्ग के हैं। फिर मजदूर ये चाहते हैं कि भाई हमारे बच्चों को जितनी सुविधाएं अगर सरकार दे रही है तो वो उससे हम अपना काम चलाएं। मेरे दिमाग में आया कि बच्चों को हम जितनी ज्यादा सुविधा दे सके वो दें। कई सारे बच्चों के पास में बैग भी नहीं हुआ करते थे, तो बच्चों को आपस में ऐसा लगता था कि कोई थैला लेकर आ रहा है। अब स्थितियां सबकी एक जैसे नहीं होती है, तो फिर हमने कुछ समय में मतलब बच्चों को बैग भी बांटा। लेकिन फिर जब वजन हमने देखा, हमने फिर सोचा कि अब इसको अपन बैग को हटा ही देते। हर बच्चे का हमने बैठक व्यवस्था ऐसी बनाई है कि हर बच्चे की सारी बुक्स हमने टेबल पर जमा कर रखी है, ताकि बच्चा रोज आए और अपने जगह पर ही व्यवस्थित बैठ जाए। और हमारे यहाँ पर बच्चों के लिए स्लेट, कलम, पेन, कॉपी जो भी चाहिए होता है वो सब हम यहीं से देते हैं। बच्चा सिर्फ पानी की बोतल लेकर आता है घर से और बाकी कुछ सामान नहीं है। इससे हमें फायदा भी हो रहा है। बच्चा जब घर से आ रहा है तो एक तो वजन नहीं है उसके पास में, बच्चे के दिमाग पे बोझ रहता है कि भाई मुझे घर पर जाकर ये होमवर्क करना है या इतना सारा काम करना है, तो वो हमने उसको हटा दिया। मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कभी भी हमें टीचर नहीं बनना चाहिए बच्चों के साथ में, क्योंकि बच्चा सब कुछ जानता है, सिर्फ उसे एक दिशा देनी होती है हल्की सी। तो हम तो एक मार्गदर्शक है, हम कुछ सिखाने वाले कोई नहीं। और जो बड़े बच्चे हैं ना वो छोटों का बहुत ध्यान रखते हैं, तो उनको मालूम है कि ये सारे बच्चे अपने साथ एक जैसे काम कर रहे हैं। 2 बच्चे तो बिल्कुल ऐसे हो गए कि वो शायद मैं ना रहूं तो वो क्लास भी संभाल लेंगे। और मुझे बच्चों को कुछ सिखाने नहीं, मैं तो उनसे रोज सीखती हूँ और बस यही काम मेरा निरंतर रहेगा। और अगर आपसे फिर मुलाकात होगी तो आप देखिएगा, मैं बिल्कुल ऐसे ही, भले ही रिटायर हो जाऊँ, 60 साल की हो जाऊँ, लेकिन मेरा बचपन ऐसे ही रहेगा। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, everyone. We will now break for lunch, which is served outside in the lobby, requesting everyone to kindly get back to the summit. I also take this opportunity to remind everyone to engage with the special display kiosks that are kept at the back of the lobby and around. So see you at 2:25 p.m.
यहाँ की भौतिक अवस्था बिल्कुल खराब थी और मैं जहाँ से आई थी वो सेंट्रल का स्कूल था। पढ़ाई की भी हालत अच्छी नहीं थी क्योंकि मैं अकेली थी और शिक्षा में तो येलो वगैरह में भी लगे रहते थे। मैं सच कहूँ तो मेरा मन नहीं था इस विद्यालय में रहने का और मैंने अपने हस्बैंड से ये शेयर किया। उन्होंने कहा कि नीलम अच्छे की तरफ सब भागते हैं, तुम्हारे अंदर जुनून है ना पढ़ाने का तो तुम इनको पढ़ा के दिखाओ। उन्होंने जो बात कही उसने शायद मुझे इतना मोटिवेट कर दिया कि मैं मतलब उसमें लग गई कि अब मुझे इनको करके दिखाना है। फिर मैंने सारी क्लासेस 1 to 5 सारी क्लासेस को मतलब एक तरह से अपने हाथ में ले ली। हमने 23 बच्चे हर क्लास से निकाल लिए। 23 को जब निकाला तो एक टीम बनाई। एक बच्चे को 3 बच्चा देती थी। आज आपको दिन भर में ये 2 अक्षर सिखाने हैं। जो बच्चे मीडियम में होते थे, एवरेज होते थे, मैं उनको अंदर से पढ़ा के यहाँ पे लीड करने के लिए भेज देती थी।
तो मैम पेड़ों के नीचे पढ़ाती थी बैठ के हम लोगों की मदद से कि पहले हम लोगों को पढ़ा देती थी कि जो हमें आ गया हम उनको पढ़ा दे, हम दूसरे क्लास में जाए।
छोटे छोटे बच्चों को पढ़ाओ, जैसे कुछ नहीं आता उनसे सीख लो थोड़ा बहुत।
तुमने 2 अक्षर सीखे मैं तुम्हें 1 टॉफी और जो सिखाता था उसको भी पेंसिल ट्रॉफी। मतलब इस तरह से बच्चों को मोटिवेट करना, बच्चे खुश होते थे। 1 टॉफी के चक्कर में सच कह रही हूँ 1 टॉफी के चक्कर में वो 2 अक्षर सीख जाते थे।
गांव-गांव घर-घर जाती थी, उनसे कहती थी, बात करती थी कि बच्चों को भेजो, एडमिशन करवाओ।
मैं उनसे कहती थी मैं सिर्फ पढ़ाना चाहती हूँ और कुछ नहीं। मैं गांव के एजुकेटेड कर देना चाहती हूँ, एजुकेशन देने आई हूँ बस। वो शायद मेरी भावना समझ गए थे। धीरे धीरे मेरे बच्चे तेज हो गए तो मैं हारी नहीं, चलती रही कि कैसे भी हालात आएंगे उन्हें फेस करके मैं नया रास्ता बना लूंगी। मैं नया रास्ता बनाऊंगी, उस रास्ते पे चलूंगी जहां मुझे सफलता मिले और मैं दिल से करूंगी, जुनून से करूंगी, मज से करूंगी, दिखाने के लिए नहीं, जिससे मुझे रात को नींद अच्छी आ सके, मैं सुकून से सो सकूं।
That was truly inspiring. Moving on to the next section. An active child-friendly library is an indispensable resource for primary schools. It nurtures a love for reading, supports academic growth, cultivates critical thinking, and prepares students to be informed and engaged members of society. The impact of such a library extends beyond the primary school years and can positively influence a child's educational journey through their life. NCFFS and Nippon Bharat Mission also put emphasis on the role of teachers, parents, and community, and in functioning of child-friendly libraries and children's literature in primary schools, stating its importance in the journey of each child in becoming an independent reader and developing the reading habit. It is a proud moment for us to now launch an online course on child-friendly library management. This is co-developed by the USAID and Room to Read India. This course is designed to provide educators, librarians, and school administrators with the knowledge and tools necessary to create an engaging and enriching library environment for primary school children. The course aims to transform the library into a dynamic space that fosters a love for reading, supports academic growth, and nurtures the overall development of young learners. I would now invite Dr. Poonam Smith-Serene, Deputy Director, General Development Office, USAID, on the stage, please. I will now invite our very special guests, our teachers, Ms. Ruchi Pundir from Uttarakhand, Ms. Neelam Yadav from Uttar Pradesh, Mr. Charandas Mahant from Chhattisgarh, Ms. Preeti Upadhyay from Madhya Pradesh, Mr. Sambaraju Ravi Prakash Rao from Telangana. Please come forward. I will also request Ms. Purnima Garg, Country Director, Room to Read India, Ms. Simi Sekka, Associate Director, Quality Reading Materials, Room to Read India, and Mr. Shaktivrata Sen, Programs Director, Room to Read India, to join the teachers on the stage in this moment of pride. I will also invite Mr. Vinayak Suvarna, Coordinator, Telugu Department, SCRT, Telangana. He started his career as a primary school teacher and has become an integral part of policymaking at the SCRT. Requesting to play the course video, please. Smriti has handed out the course review overview to the guests. They are also available in your welcome kits. I now request Ms. Simi Sekka and Mr. Shaktivrata Sen to please felicitate the guests. Yeah. Just a note, mementos are the mementos that we're giving to our guests are a compilation of illustrations of children's storybooks that have been created by teachers in all 30 states. We would like to again thank all the guests and especially Dr. Poonam Smith-Sareen for launching the course. Thank you.
I now invite Professor Padma M. Sarangpani, Professor of Education and Chairperson of Center of Excellence in Teacher Education, TIS Mumbai, for her special address on enabling teacher motivation at scale. As the chair of Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Center for Excellence in Teacher Education, Professor Sarangpani has led projects addressing quality education and teacher development at district and sub-district levels. She influenced national policy, collaborated with UNESCO, and managed a prestigious publication. Her work on the Connected Learning Initiative, incorporating technology in secondary school, earned her the UNESCO King Ahmed Award. She also received notable fellowships, and her current research interests include professional development, culture in pedagogy, and comparative education. Her recent publication include Handbook of Education System in South Asia and Education, Teaching and Learning. Over to you, Padma ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to be a part of this annual summit on the theme of teachers as change makers. I have been learning about the programs of Room to Read, and it's truly impressive the depth with which you have worked with many state governments and enabled the culture of reading to reach so many schools and so many children. So congratulations to you and to the teachers who have been a part of this initiative. I think the videos that you shared were very inspiring. And I hope that some of the reflections that I have to share with you will touch on the kinds of insights that these teachers have shared about what motivates them to do what they do and why they persist in very difficult circumstances. I thought of focusing on just 3 ideas in this talk. And these are 3 ideas which are very central to the way I think about systems, how I think about teachers change as change makers and changing what teachers do. And I speak from the vantage point of somebody who has worked with the education system in the country, and especially with government schooling system and government school teachers. So there are just 3 ideas that I want to talk about today. The first idea is, how do we think about teachers when we design programs in which we involve them? What is our model of the teacher, and how do we design programs that aim to work with teachers? The second idea I want to talk about is, how should we get things that have changed to stick? Even when Room to Read stops visiting schools and, working closely with the system, how will the ideas that have been introduced continue to remain in the system and form a part of the essential practice of teachers? And the third idea I want to talk about is the idea of inclusion and how we build inclusive systems. So let me start off with this first idea I want to talk about. how shall we think about teachers for whom we design programs? In fact, almost every program that we design is obsessed with the teacher and wanting to make the teachers do something different, to follow this practice, to bring this resource into the classroom. So, in fact, every program of quality improvement and change is obsessively preoccupied with getting teachers to do something or to do something differently. And it's paradoxical that while we are so obsessed with working with teachers and getting teachers to do things, most systems change thinking of teacher tries to also teacher proof interventions. We try to design things in so much detail that teachers actually have no control over what they do. We try to over design so that even if the teacher can't do, still the program will be delivered on the ground. It's almost like mostly when we work with teachers, we don't trust them that they will do the right thing. And we want to somehow make the intervention teacher proofed. I call this the deficit view of teachers. And it's really unfortunate that a lot of our large scale designing tends to be premised on a deficit view of the teacher. Somehow, when most of us look at teachers, we only see the gaps. They can't do this, they don't do that, they don't know this will not happen. So, our vision of the teacher, which we are carrying in mind when we design programs, is a deficit view. And this means that we end up wanting to control what teachers do, or we think we have to fill up the gaps. So, a lot of the professional development work that is done with teachers is to fill up gaps. We think teachers are demotivated, so we have to motivate them. We think they don't know this, so we have to teach them. And this view is very, very obsessively prevalent in most intervention programs. It's there in cascading programs. It's there in the FLN program. It's there in practically every large-scale program that is designed for teachers. Not only do we often think that teachers are deficient, very often the thinking is also that teachers are immoral. That if we don't monitor them, they won't do what we are telling them to do. Somehow, only if we control and we check, the teachers will deliver. Or we think, oh, they will neglect the children. Or that they're actually overpaid. They're not really interested in the job. Teaching was never their first choice. So we tend to play down teachers and see them as deficit. And we keep proposing reasons why this is true. We say that maybe the motivation is low, maybe teachers lack interest, all kinds of reasons. Now, this way of thinking about teachers is very widespread. I'm sure all of you who are teachers in this room have experienced it already. When somebody visits your school, they're always looking at all the problems, all the things that you haven't done that they're going to catch. They want to find faults. It's the vision with which the system looks at teachers. Now, this is actually not a new thing. This entered into our education system in the colonial period. When you go back and you read the accounts of colonial inspectors, you will find it filled with this deficit view of teacher. कि टीचर टाइम पे नहीं आते हैं, पंक्चुअल नहीं है, उनको ये भी मालूम नहीं है, वो भी मालूम नहीं है. So this way of running down teachers all the time. Therefore, we need to do this. Therefore, we need to do that. So it's like pushing teachers down and putting yourself on some kind of a moral high. That, until we came, nothing was happening kind of attitude. The unfortunate thing is that this colonial idea was carried into post-colonial India. Even after we became independent and free, we didn't free ourselves from this deficit view of teachers. And in fact, the system has continued to grow and build this particular idea. And it's persisting even today. I think to a large extent, the social divide between teachers and the reformers reifies this kind of perception of teachers. And teachers somehow get othered in this over design. But after we have designed these programs with all these deficit views, when we actually get onto the ground and we visit the classroom and we actually interact with teachers, we find the kinds of amazing stories of teachers who were doing all the right things even before we got there. We just didn't know that they were already inspired. They were already dedicated, already working hard. And somehow we just didn't think that this could be the ground reality. And our own notion of deficits and gaps may apply to a few, but maybe it doesn't apply at all. Yeah. So I think when we get onto the ground, we actually find something quite different. We find that teachers are confident about their professional identity. They think they know why they're doing what they're doing. Even when they're not doing things, they have a reason for it. So teachers actually come into classrooms with strong professional identities. And I think if we want our programs to work on the ground and speak to teachers, we have to recognize that teachers come into schools with strong professional identities and are truly professionals. I think all of you who are teachers in the government schooling system are confident that you deserve to be there and you know your job and that you can do a good job of it as well, right? And this has to be recognized by the system and by change makers who come into schooling systems intending to work with teachers. I think it is actually not very easy for those of us who design change from outside to recognize this. You know, we actually are quite socially distant from the world of teachers. We have hardly spent time in diets to really figure out how teacher training takes place. We have very little ground up knowledge of the kinds of experiences that teachers have in schools. We really don't know it. But until we begin to recognize this, I think the programs that we design will not speak to the realities with which teachers function. So we really need to shift the way we design programs. We really need to shift the way we think about how we will bring about and build and strengthen teachers' professional practice. So I've been thinking about this in the following way. I think that yes, intervention systems intend to impact learners, but we equally need to think of our interventions as teacher-centric. If we center on the teachers and enable teachers to center on the learners, then I think our design will be right. We don't have to focus on the learners. We have to trust that the teachers will do it. Our programs have to really focus on establishing the relationships with teachers and getting that relationship right. And I truly believe that this centers around recognition of strong professional identity. If we begin to recognize professional identity, we will realize that it's not just a sense of who I am as a professional, but also what kind of knowledge do I bring into my profession and how is my professional practice being formed. It also draws attention to how important the pre-service period is in the formation of professional identity. And I really hope that Room to Read will begin to work with pre-service as well. I think if a lot of the work that we do, we invest in pre-service, then I think we are preparing a far more professionally competent teacher to enter into the school system. Even if in-service works, it'll have to really work with the ideas that teachers bring, with the knowledge and the practices that teachers bring, and respect that teachers have strong beliefs about things. Teachers don't have gaps, they have beliefs about things, and if we have to engage with it. So this brings me to the second idea about getting change to stick. Very often, as researchers, as people who design interventions in the schooling system, we are quite concerned that the ideas that we are introducing to the system, first of all, seem to be removed from the ground realities. And we're always concerned that when we leave, when we exit, will the practice that has been introduced continue to stay? जो आज टीचर्स कर रहे हैं टेक्स्ट बुक्स के साथ बिग बुक रीडिंग और ये सब प्रैक्टिसेस, यदि रूम टू रीड के लोग स्कूलों में नहीं आते तो क्या ये प्रैक्टिस कंटिन्यू होता? अक्सर रूम टू रीड लोगों को खुद ये डाउट होगा कि ये will it continue? If we stop visiting the schools, will all these things continue? Will the teachers believe in it? So why don't these ideas stick in the system? When a new idea is introduced, even if the intervention group leaves, why doesn't the idea continue to remain? Why doesn't the professional practice change in a fundamental way? Is it a question of motivation? Is it a question of accountability? What is it? Why don't practices stick after the intervention has left? I think this is becoming a constant question for everybody. Is there no exit? That is when an intervention group goes in, does it have to be there forever and ever? Because when it exits, the practice will stop. This, I think, is a really difficult and complex question. In fact, there is very often when interventions have stopped, it looks as if the intervention has also ended. That you don't see traces of it in the classroom. It looks as if it's like that. But when we, so before I come to whether this is true or not, let me just pause a little bit and think about, in research, how have people thought about this problem of stickiness of reform? There is a very strong point of view that many of the practices that are being introduced into the system in the name of child-centered education are actually alien ideas, that they are not a part of the Indian way of doing things. Indian way of doing things is being obedient, following the teacher, listening to instructions. And all this child-centered stuff is Western idea. It doesn't belong to our culture. There is a point of view like that. They say that cultures like Indian culture and some other cultures, we are formalist cultures. And we really believe in obedience to the teacher as the central point of pedagogic practice. And if you give children too much freedom, that's actually wrong. It doesn't go with our cultural way of doing things. And people say that such reforms should not be introduced in the system, where children experience confidence, they experience agency, they speak up in class, they start asking questions. These things is not good. They're not part of the Indian culture. But I think all of you who have been teachers and you have enjoyed this in the classroom, you know that this is right. You have felt how positive these experiences are. I don't think you feel that this is alien, कि कुछ हो रहा है हमारे क्लास में जो हमारे कल्चर के से हटकर है. ऐसे तो सोच बिल्कुल नहीं होगा, क्योंकि जब बच्चे बोलने लगते हैं क्लास में, जब खुद जाके किताबें उठाते हैं, पढ़ने लगते हैं, तो हमें लगता है कि अच्छा हो रहा है और ऐसे ही होना चाहिए. So that I don't think we can easily buy this argument that this is a cultural misfit, that ideas don't stick because they're not culturally appropriate. So then we have to dig a little bit more. And when we dig a little bit more, even if we think about Indian culture, we will find that our Indian culture is very complex. There's not just one kind of teacher-pupil relationship that informs Indian culture. I mean, let's not forget that stories of Krishna, who was playful, naughty, full of agency, is also a part of our culture. Right? It's not like only obedience is a part of our culture. Playfulness, initiative taking, children solving problems, all these are also a part of our culture. Just think about the Panchatantra tales. Small, humble rabbits defeating big lions. According to the Shastra, the rabbit should have been quiet, listening to the orders of the lion. But here was the rabbit who defeated the lion, taking agency into his own hands. So in our own culture, we have many kinds of stories, many kinds of relationships between older people and younger people, between teachers, between students. I mean, think of the story of Nachiket. He didn't stop asking questions and challenging the authority of the teacher. Right? So we have many kinds of stories in our culture. So when especially some Western scholars tell me, look, child-centered education is not an part of the Indian culture, I challenge that. I say, I think this is also a part of our culture. And I think we can reclaim it in our culture. We can also allow these ideas to be heard more widely and more strongly and assert that this is a part of our inheritance. In fact, I've been thinking about this problem quite a bit because I think all of us, especially as we get older, we are concerned. I mean, the ideas that we are introducing into the system, how will they take root in the system? I find that when I go back to history and I read about the origins and the development of child-centered education in India, I find the words echoed in the criticism that Gandhi made of the British education system, that Tagore made of the British education system, that even Phule made of the British education system. They were pointing to many things in the British education system which were dulling our thinking, dulling our intelligence, making us feel incompetent, treating us like, you know, that we only need to listen to things. And I think the criticism is there in our history. It is not as if these ideas are new ideas coming only in the last 2 decades. These ideas are a part of our history of criticism and resistance in schooling, which is more than 100 years old. So I feel we should confidently embrace this and understand how it is also a part of our culture. And educating children like this is very much consistent with the Indian way of doing things. I don't buy the argument that these changes are alien and that's why they don't stick. Still, the question remains. So these ideas are not alien, they're cultural. They're already there in a culture. But then why aren't they sticking still? If Room to Read leaves a year from now, will the practices still remain? That's really the question in my mind and in all our minds. And I feel they will remain, provided we think of intervention as cultural change and not as just an instrumental practice. When our beliefs change, when we develop a new way of doing things, we develop a new way of thinking about things. So when culturally a system shifts, then the ideas will stay. But learning any culture takes time. It doesn't happen easily. I mean, even when people get married and go to another house or 2 houses come together, it takes many years to learn the culture of each other's homes. And then a new culture develops, right? So cultural learning is a slow process. And the process of change is a cultural process. So it will take time. It's not going to happen quickly. But it will happen, provided we approach it like a cultural practice, not approach it instrumentally. This is the script, do this. These are the steps, do this. If you're going to treat it instrumentally, then the minute the monitor goes, the practice stops. But if it's part of learning a culture, then the ideas can stick, then the ideas can change. I feel there are small evidences of this. For example, if you go to Hoshangabad today, you will still see evidence of the fact that Eklavya worked there for over 2 decades, instituting a new practice of how science should be taught. So that cultural change is visible in the practice of teachers. So if we have to give it time, and we have to trust that the ideas are good enough that teachers will want to carry it forward. Today you find that there are these teachers in Madhya Pradesh, in the Hoshangabad district, and you go into their classroom and you'll see the way in which they have reinterpreted activity-based science learning, managing to do it in the classrooms where they teach. So I think trusting the teacher and enabling this change process to be a cultural one, I think that's very central in the whole question of how do we sustain change and how shall we design so that change sticks and it doesn't end along with an intervention. As I was seeing the videos of the teachers that were shared today, I felt from the very simple ways in which the teachers were talking about why they did what they're doing, why they feel it is important. I feel that many of you have really caught the meaning of right to education. I think in your practice and in the words that you have expressed, you have really understood and you're showing that enabling children to experience dignity in the classroom, experience satisfaction of learning in the classroom, those are the most important things you have to give to your children. And I think you are doing that in your classrooms. I think this is really the meaning of the right to education. The right to education in Indian Constitution is written in the section on right to life. It's not just a fundamental right in the list of fundamental rights. It's written into the right to life. So think about that. Whenever we educate a child, we're actually giving them the right to life with that education. And the right to life is not a very simple right. It's not just biological living and breathing. It's really also psychological. It's living with dignity. That's really what the right to life, right to education, the right to life means, right to life with dignity. And when you are educating your children, you are really giving them that right to life with dignity. And I think it is through that act that you are really realizing social justice in your classrooms. I think all of you have embraced all the children who come into your class, and you are organizing things so that every child in your class experiences this dignity that you give to them as a teacher. The role of the teacher in enabling children to experience dignity in the classroom cannot be undermined. In fact, when you see a child and recognize the child and give the child an opportunity, you actually enable them to experience dignity. And I think that's really what you're doing in your classroom. That's what practices of room to read are encouraging you to bring into the classroom, to really make it inclusive in that sense. And when you are doing this, and even when you're teaching something as simple as reading, I mean, it's just like one of the many things. I think we all realize that even to learn to read, you really learn many things along with it. You have to experience self-confidence. You have to experience acceptance by others. You have to feel that what I'm reading is valuable. You have to feel that what I'm writing is valuable for somebody else to read. You have to experience all these things along with reading. So I think all of you realize that reading is not just decoding text, isn't it? It's really experiencing yourself as a person in the classroom and experiencing yourself as somebody with dignity who's valuable to society. That's really what children have to experience in classrooms. And I was really happy to see the videos today because I think all of you teachers are doing this in your classrooms. And I think this is the most important thing. I think leave motivating teachers. I think these are teachers motivating us, with conviction that you trust the teacher and she gets it right. She knows what is valuable to do in her classroom. But it's really important and satisfying to see that you are approaching your classrooms with this holistic idea of what it means to give education. You're not reducing education to just these outcomes or just these skills, but you're enabling children in your classes to experience dignity, to experience acceptance within the space of the school. And I think this is probably the most noble thing that can come out of education. We cannot ignore or undermine how important it is for us to do these things. We have to ensure that education delivers goods and it doesn't deliver bads. We don't want children to experience failure. We don't want children to experience, loss of a sense of self-efficacy within the classroom, because then they will simply stop learning. They will not be motivated to come to school. So unless we can cater to this aspect of the child, the whole educational endeavor will in fact collapse. So I want to end by just acknowledging the tremendous work that the teachers, all of you are doing in your classrooms, enabling the right to education to be delivered, effectively delivering the right to life with dignity. So my warm congratulations to all of you.
We will take some questions. If you want a microphone, please raise your hand. Someone will bring it to you.
Yes. It will come in. Hi, ma'am. It's a pleasure to hear from you about teachers and what are some of the aspects that we look in, day out in our classrooms and also in terms of research. Just connecting something that we also heard panelists talk about before about teachers' career trajectory. When we talk about professional development, I think with regards to teacher education, we have kind of seen this in a myopic way of training teachers. My question was, do you see any other institutional mechanism through which we can incentivize teachers and can see their career trajectory in a different way. Many teachers are there who are amazing as artists, who can illustrate, who can write for children's literature, which often in our programs they do. But that kind of remains constricted to the kind of work that they do with us. But generally, with governments, with institutions, how do we envision professional development that would help teacher grow in a way they would want to?
Would you like me to take the questions one by one, or is a couple more questions? Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insightful address. Uh, as you said, that we are looking at intervention systems which impact students, and also these systems impact teachers in a way. The intervention systems are designed with an approach that is top to bottom. So where are we looking at the agency of teachers in this approach when it comes through a direction that has a movement, that has a similar movement? Thank you.
Hello, ma'am. It was amazing to hear you. So I just want to understand. So if you were saying about the sustainability aspect of the program, any program intervention has to be that it has to be a cultural, they would imbibe it as a culture. I would also see it as a behavior change among the teachers. So why would you want to call it culture and not a behavior?
So first about the career pathways, I think this is a very difficult question to answer in the Indian context. Teachers' careers are flat, very, very flat. In fact, the workload of a beginning teacher is the same as the workload of a retiring teacher. It doesn't really change. The kinds of responsibilities a beginning teacher gets versus the teacher towards the end of a career, no change. But all of us who are working with education systems, we know that there are many roles that teachers can play within the school, in the system around the school, and also the systems which are a part of the ecosystem of school. Actually, there are, for example, textbook development, assessment design, right? These are roles that teachers are well equipped to play, but they lie outside the schooling system. Within the school, there are many roles for teachers to play: a curriculum coordinator, an assessment coordinator, somebody who nurtures the pastoral work within the school. There are many such roles that schools within the school also need. But right now, these are not well defined in the Indian education system. We don't have these kinds of roles defined in the government schooling system. Definitely we don't. And we don't differentiate in terms of workload changes for such people, salaries or designations to be given, a process of selection by which somebody comes to occupy the role, a change in the workload so that so much time goes for academic coordination and the other time goes for your classroom teaching. We haven't really worked on defining these things yet in our system. A professional development system can be built to intersect with many of these questions. And I feel that these are some of the tasks we should be working towards. In the next decade, we should have achieved some of this, of how to make the teaching career more differentiated and how to link professional development to teacher career pathways. And we've been doing some thinking about it in the center where I work. And we've been right now conceptualizing it within these three spheres: within the school system, and then ancillary to the school system. We should enable teachers to actually move in these three circles. It should be possible for a teacher to leave her school teaching job for 2 years, work with the textbook bureau on textbook development, and then come back to the schooling system. It should be possible to have such migration in and out of the classroom. I think these are things which we need to work on. The block and the cluster resource centers exist today, but right now they are very weak institutions. I think we really have to strengthen how professional development links to opportunities in the cluster or the block, how teachers come back. In fact, probably we should even ask the teachers be given opportunities to be teacher fellows in diets. The diet in its faculty, why can't there be 3 teacher fellows who come to the diet for 3 years, where they become a part of the diet faculty as teacher fellows and then go back to their schools? I think so enabling this kind of movement in and out will really be something very valuable to do. And I think we should be thinking about it. Why diets? I think even pre-service teacher education colleges, we should make the argument that there should be teacher fellows as a part of the faculty or extended faculty of teacher education institutions. I find it exciting because all this work is there to be done. And all of you should really, we should be thinking about it and designing such systems, innovating in this space. On the question of where is the agency of the teacher when we design interventions, which tend to be top down, and you're absolutely right. Those of us who are outside the system and somewhere in the top seem to experience the agency that we can design the innovation. And the teacher in the classroom rarely has that space and that opportunity. And that's how it is today. Yeah. In fact, the professional agency of the teacher right now is very limited. Even within the school, it's not adequately recognized. What I have learned from my research that it is much more valued in the government schooling system. Teachers in the private schooling system are frustrated because nobody in the management appreciates their agency. But in the government schooling system, it's actually a little bit twisted. It's almost laissez-faire. Nobody's appreciating your agency. They just let you have it. But they don't value it when it's expressed. Yeah, so we have to correct the notion of teacher agency, and we have to begin to trust that the agency is well informed. But professional agency is an interesting thing. It's not that I know what to do on my own. My decision of what to do gets validated in a community of other professionals. So we are not professionals as isolated people. Professional autonomy is embedded in the profession, which means we should get together and be able to discuss our ideas and validate it by discussion. We have to create forums like that to validate professional judgment. And I think when we do that, professional agency will be more strengthened. In some countries in the world, the teachers' unions are a space where professional agency is exercised very responsibly. Many teachers' unions are involved in the design of interventions. Their inputs are taken when interventions are being designed. Unfortunately, in the Indian context, teachers' unions are seen as some kind of a pressure group only interested in labor force conditions. But interestingly, teachers' unions in India have actually played a pivotal role in ensuring the success of interventions as well. So we need to, I think, begin to recognize some of this and give it more visibility within the education system. There is one principle that we have adopted in some of the intervention we have designed, which has been kind of top down because we had the idea. No, it didn't come from the teachers in the school, but we had a dialogue with the teachers to validate the idea. And teachers have been involved in reviewing the ideas which have been developed. But more importantly, in the course of all this, I feel we've discovered a principle of what is important. Is it fidelity to the intervention or fidelity to the principle of the intervention? What is the more important thing? Should we do exactly what the intervention is saying, or should we go by the spirit of the intervention and do what that is saying? In other words, do we respect the autonomy of teachers? For example, in some of the work that we did in CLICS, the module was there, but the teachers decided they only wanted to use one part of it. When a teacher makes that decision, is it a good decision or a bad decision? Depends on how you think about the teacher, right? If this teacher is exercising professional autonomy, it's a great thing that she actually decided that this much is enough and I don't need the rest. But if your principle is fidelity to the intervention, you'll say it was only 1/3 successful. 2/3 didn't get implemented, right? So I feel it is useful for us when we design interventions to recognize both the underlying principles as well as the design of the intervention and to look for both as we study the process of change. And I feel emphasizing the principles is as important as emphasizing the design of the intervention, because I think that is where the cultural change happens. When teachers buy into the principle, then there's some cultural movement. Why do I call it cultural change and not behavioral change? Hopefully the two are related to each other. Some of the thinking that we're doing is also that sometimes behavior enables a belief to develop. But if you're only going to look at behavior, then it's almost like just actions without the thought behind it, isn't it? So yes, sometimes behaviors cannot express for extraneous considerations. So even behavior alone is not enough. Whenever we look at pedagogy, we have to look at both the visible act of what is done as well as the intention of what you intended to do. And I think even when we go into observe classrooms, it's as important to observe what the teacher is doing, but afterwards have a discussion on why did you do what you did. Only then we have built the full picture of what was that pedagogy. So we need to have the act and the intention to be able to interpret pedagogy appropriately. So I would say, yes, look at behavior, but look at belief as well. The two really go together. And interestingly, conviction often comes from practice. So one of the, processes of teacher professional development in the in-service space, which is more effective, is when teachers learn and do and experience success. Then it actually strengthens conviction that this is worth doing. Some teachers come back and say, I didn't know it would work with my children. Yeah, this is a good practice, but I thought it was only meant for other children. But it works here as well. Or the children start talking and the teacher says, I really enjoy that children are talking now. Otherwise the classroom was so dull. I'm sure many of you have experienced that. जब बच्चे पूछने लगते हैं तो क्लासरूम में एक्चुअली जोश आता है. बच्चे चुपचाप रहेंगे तो थोड़ा हमें भी बोर्डम लगने लगता है. So we want to release this within the classroom, and so the behavior and the cultural belief, I feel, go together. And I feel looking at both is important.
I will now request Ms. Bhagyalakshmi Balaji to please come up on stage and felicitate Professor Sarangapani. Ma'am. Thank you so much, Professor Sarangapani, for such an enriching talk. Moving on to the second panel session of the day, titled Bringing Schools and Community Together, I would request Ms. Bhagyalakshmi Balaji, Director of Program Operations, Room to Read India, to initiate the panel. Ms. Bhagyalakshmi serves as the Director of Program Operations at Room to Read India, overseeing strategic and tactical implementation. She joined in 2022 and previously played a key role as Associate Director of the Literacy Program. With 15 plus years of experience in program design, operations, monitoring, valuation, and budget management in the nonprofit sector, she combines her background in classroom practice, curriculum development, content creation, and teacher professional development to drive sustainable educational initiatives. Bhagyalakshmi holds a master's in education with a specialization in educational management and administration from Central University, India.
Namaste, everyone, and welcome to the second panel of the day. Very, very interesting panelist I have. I have the pleasure of introducing them to you. In the meanwhile, I'll just request the chairs can be organized. So the session is on bringing schools and community together. Now, before I begin this, I would also like to tell Padma ma'am that your session was very, very inspiring. Being a teacher myself earlier, today while I was hearing you, it resonated, it also motivated me, and I'm sure the teachers who are sitting here today have also got motivated. So are the others, who just felt every word that you said is quite insightful, and with your experience, what you have shared, the teachers, the deficit, the way we look at teachers while we are designing our programs need to be definitely re-looked into. And definitely the what you just said, that to come together and start working when the policies and everything has come, this is the time for all of us to again relook into our own practices. So thank you again for that. And now moving on to the session on bringing schools and community together. Here again, I would say teachers play a very important role. अब ऐसा नहीं लगना चाहिए कि टीचर्स पे बहुत ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, बट आई थिंक स्कूल एंड कम्युनिटी का कनेक्ट जो है वो टीचर से बढ़िया कोई जानता नहीं है. और दिस पैनल इज गोइंग टू बी discussing about the same, and I have the pleasure of having the panelists who have rich experience both from policy and practice, that they are here today. So I would like to welcome first Dr. M. Sudhesh, who is working as the Assistant Director, Pedagogy at Samagra Shiksha, Chhattisgarh. With a career spanning over 33 years with the Education Department in both undivided Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh, he has been instrumental in the implementation of several innovative programs in the state. He's known for working closely with teachers and personally handles more than 500 WhatsApp groups and Telegram groups, which he mentioned in earlier. Which is, of course, a major feat to daily have those groups and interact with them. But he does it effortlessly. Dr. Sudhesh identifies active teachers in the state and has shared more than 2,000 blogs and videos through the department portal under the name of Hamare Nayak. Sudheshi has also championed for providing quality children's resources to students in their local context in different languages of the state to promote reading habits. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. Dr. M. Ravikant Rao, I welcome, sir, is currently working as the professor at SCRT, Telangana. He is leading the community FLN program, Pillala Kosam, which is for the children, through the community volunteers. He has rich experience in teaching psychology and education at various levels and has published many research papers in various reputed international and national magazines. He has also authored 25 books on psychology, methodology, personality development, and life skills. Thank you, sir. Next is Ms. Pushpa Tantri. Welcome. Pushpa is the Director of Programs at Akshara Foundation. She has played a critical role in creating building blocks, Akshara's Maths app, for children to practice math concepts through fun games. Pushpa is currently responsible for overall leadership of the Maths resource team, scaling GKA, which is Ganita Kalika Andolan, which we will be hearing about in the panel also. So she's scaling this GKA to other states and support with content and curriculum, which also involves developing e-content for maths. Besides being a physics and mathematics expert, she's also a passionate yoga teacher. Next in panel is Dr. Fayaz Ahmed. Welcome. He is the head of content and training at Pratham Education Foundation. He oversees content creation, curriculum development, and training for reading and numeracy programs. With a passion and commitment for promoting literacy, he has translated over 100 books for Pratham Books. His literary talents extend beyond school education, as he is a prolific writer and has contributed articles and stories to various magazines. So that's my panel today, and it is my pleasure to moderate the session. Okay. So, as they say, and I think we have all heard, it takes a village to raise a child. The community participation in education is embedded in its context, and the recently launched policy documents, NEP, NCF, and all the previous policies talks about bringing the school and community together for children's learning journey. In this context, for the opening remarks, I would ask each one of you for just your, 2 minutes statements for the role of teacher in bringing schools and community together. I do have specific question for each one of you that I would be taking in the second round. And third would be opening for question answers. So that's how we will be doing it. So I begin with Sudhish, sir. If you would like to start with the opening remark on the role of teacher in bringing community and schools together.
Teachers' role to bring the community is very crucial. If you go through the first version of new education policy, that time it was the responsibility of parents कि students should come to the school on a daily basis. But later in the new education policy, the onus shifted to the teachers कि daily the students should come to the school. So that and under Right to Education Act, school management committees are formed, and these committees could function in a true way if the teachers give them the right direction and guide means how they should function, their rights and responsibilities, then only they can function. But many a times we have seen that if the training part is given to the teachers, so they skip many things which are against their rights and responsibilities. So I think teachers' role is pivotal, and they should be felt made, they should be उनको ये feeling आना चाहिए कि without the help of community they can't work, so they have to involve the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Ravi Kansa.
Good afternoon to all. The question is, here we cannot think the school away from the community. It is a part of the community, and the teacher, in many ways, he can bring the community. First thing, interacting with parents. In case some of the students are absent, they can call upon, they can go to their home. This is one thing. And I've seen many anecdotes out of my experience as a district education officer. The teachers who approached the community first, then the community came forward to provide many facilities also. So it all depends upon the teacher who take the initiation first. Then community will come forward. He cannot think himself away from the community, and he is a part of the community where he is working. So in a way, teacher has to bring the community to the school. Later, community will own up the school. This is my observation.
Very well said, sir. School being part of the community and community coming into school is definitely a way forward and always has been. So, Pushpa, you are the last.
See, the teachers today do go on special enrollment drives when there is, June month is all about getting the children back to the school. And there are different programs run by the state itself, like, bringing children back to the school. And when I was a teacher during my fellowship in TFI as well, I've seen teachers going on a drive along with the children in the communities that they are there, right? That is one aspect where teachers, and like sir said, like teachers have the database of all the parents. I mean, they know their contacts, where they live, everything, right? So it's not that they are different, they're well integrated within the community. And like Sir said, SDMC as a policy gives us a framework on how the community should be involved, right? So these are the frameworks that is there, but we'll talk about how we'll implement this later. Sure.
मैं शुरू कर देता हूँ। जी शुक्रिया। आपके सवाल को लेकर के मुझे एक छोटी सी कहानी याद आ रही है। मैं बिहार के एक स्कूल में था, चौथी कक्षा में था। बच्चे सब, जैसे मैम ने कहा ना कि बड़ा शोर हो रहा था। उसमें एक बच्ची थी खामोश, बिल्कुल क्वाइट। मैंने उससे पूछा आपका नाम क्या है? एक दूसरा बच्चा ने रिएक्ट किया, सर इससे मत पूछिए। क्यों? सर इसके पास दिमाग नहीं है। ऐसा नहीं बोलते, सर इसके पास दिमाग नहीं है मत पूछिए। फाइनली उसने बोल दिया कि सर पागल है ये। थोड़ा सा मुझे डांटना पड़ा, रुक जाओ मुझे बात करने दो। मैंने उससे बातचीत की, उसके सर पे हाथ रखा। छोटी सी बच्ची एक कॉर्नर में बैठी थी। उसने मुझे एक साइड ग्लांस दिया, देखा आंखों में कुछ लगा कि कुछ चीज है। मैंने उससे पूछा क्या नाम है आपका? हल्की से बुदबुदाने की आवाज आई। तो मुझे तो कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया कि जब बुदबुदाना हुआ है तो कुछ तो होगा। तो मैंने पूछा जोर से बोलिए, सब लोगों को सुना दीजिए। शबनम। शबनम, वाह कितना अच्छा प्यारा नाम है। शबनम का मतलब मैंने उनसे बात की। उसका कॉन्फिडेंस शायद बढ़ गया। आपके हाथ में क्या है? उसके हाथ में कुछ छोटे छोटे पैराग्राफ कार्ड थे, जिसे वो उलट पुलट रही थी। मैंने पूछा क्या है? आप इसको पढ़ के सुनाइए। बिल्कुल खामोश। बोले पढ़िए, मुझे लगता है कि आप पढ़ सकती हैं, अब मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि आप पढ़ेगी। तो उसने एक एक के बाद दीगरे 3 कार्ड उठाए और पढ़ डाला। एक वक्त के लिए पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस। लगभग 1 से 1.5 मिनट तक पिन ड्रॉप साइलेंस रहा और उसके बाद तालियां बजने लगी। वो तालियां जो है काफी देर तक बजी। तो मुझे ठीक है बच्चे ने रिएक्ट किया, लेकिन इतनी भी तालियों का क्या मतलब? तो मुझे पता चला, ये मेरे लिए शॉकिंग था, कि पिछले वो बच्ची चौथी कक्षा में पढ़ रही थी और पिछले 4 साल में पहली बार वहां के बच्चे, वहां के टीचर, वहां के हेड मास्टर ने उसकी आवाज सुनी थी। शायद इसलिए वो बच्चा उसको पागल कह रहा था या दिमाग नहीं है ऐसा कह रहा था। तो मुझे लगता है कि एज ए टीचर कैन डू एनीथिंग। टीचर ही हमारे गार्जियन होते हैं, टीचर ही सब कुछ होते हैं, और टीचर कर सकते हैं अगर वो विल हो। विल बहुत सारे, गवर्नमेंट का विल हो, सिस्टम का विल हो, टीचर का भी विल की जरूरत है। तो मुझे लगता है कि वो जो एक इंडिविजुअल को पहचानना है और वो पहचानने के बाद उसको मोटिवेट करना है। जैसे वीडियो में कहा ना, मैं बहुत कुछ सीखती हूँ, वो एक मैडम कह रही थी टीचर, और बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलता है। तो बेसिकली फैसिलिटेट करना जो है ना, आइडेंटिफाई कीजिए और फैसिलिटेट कीजिए एज ए टीचर। तो ये जो हमारा टॉपिक है ना, टीचर्स आर चेंज मेकर, पॉसिबल है। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू फैज जी, आपने बहुत अच्छी स्टोरी सुनाई और मुझे मतलब वेरी कैंडिडली यहाँ मेंशन कर रही हूँ, मुझे फयाज जी ने बोला था कि पहले मुझसे मत ओपनिंग करिएगा और मुझे लगा ठीक है, शायद आप ज़्यादा बोलते नहीं हैं, बट अब मुझे पता है आपसे बहुत स्टोरीज मुझे सुनने को मिलेंगी एंड आई एम लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू दैट इन दिस पैनल। वेल, अब to the specific questions, because यहाँ पे तेलंगाना से भी and from Chhattisgarh we have the government officials, so I would definitely like to know from the state what are the programs that you are doing which are related to community, bringing the community and school together. Now from Chhattisgarh, sir, that Chhattisgarh state itself has so many districts and the local context keeps changing with so many tribals and their culture, which is all embedded in the school system when it is coming. How, what are those programs through which the state is ensuring that the local context comes into the classroom, which definitely would help the children to feel belonged, belonging in the classroom, as well as the parents to be reassured that it is when the child is coming or when they are sending the child to the school, that they are also respected equally in the classroom. So, in this regard, what is it that the state is doing?
Before giving answer to this, actually we skipped one of the important lines which you mentioned earlier. It takes one village to raise a child. So I am a fan of Anil Swarup sir. I will quote two examples from his speech, like stories sir, जैसे सर ने कहा. अनिल स्वरूप जी ने मिस्टर परेशान के बारे में बात किया था कि वो परेशान रहता है और उसको रात को नींद नहीं आती. तो उसके कारण पूछते हैं तो वो बोलता है कि पॉपुलेशन बहुत बढ़ रहा है तो उसको नींद नहीं आती. तो सर ने एक बड़ा अच्छा इंटरेस्टिंग बोला, आप सो जाओ तो शायद पॉपुलेशन नहीं बढ़ेगा. तो पेरेंट्स का रोल बच्चा पैदा करना ही नहीं होता, उसको पालना पोसना होता है. लेकिन पूरा यदि उसका ओवरऑल ग्रोथ होना है तो कम्युनिटी इज वेरी मच रिक्वायर्ड. मैं रायपुर से आता हूँ, लेकिन मेरे को बहुत सारे फैमिलीज मैं जानता हूँ जो अफोर्ड कर सकते हैं, वो भिलाई में रहना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि भिलाई में एजुकेशन ज़्यादा अच्छा होता है कंपैरेटिव टू रायपुर. तो एक जो आपने कहा कि विलेज पूरा लगता है, तो यदि भिलाई में अच्छी पढ़ाई होती है तो लोग चाहते हैं कि वहाँ पर जाएं. तो मुझे लगता है इस टाइप से कि जो आपने एग्जाम्पल दिया वो बहुत सही है कि अकेले पेरेंट्स नहीं कर सकते, उसके लिए पूरा कम्युनिटी चाहिए. दूसरा जो अभी आपने पूछा कि छत्तीसगढ़ में कौन कौन से इनिशिएटिव लिए जा रहे हैं, तो आई रिकॉल द डेज, मुझे याद है इट वाज आई थिंक 2006 जब हम लोगों ने पहली बार ट्राइबल लोगों का एक सम्मेलन किया, महासम्मेलन किया. और उस समय ये पुश हो रहा था CIL मैसूर और बहुत जगह से कि लोकल लैंग्वेज में पढ़ाना चाहिए. तो वी ऑल्सो ट्राइड टू इंट्रोड्यूस दैट कॉन्सेप्ट की करना है. तो वी इन्वाइटेड लॉट ऑफ ट्राइबल पीपल एंड वी ऑर्गेनाइज्ड अ महासभा. बट उसके बाद एक वहाँ छत्तीसगढ़ में ट्राइबल मंत्रणा परिषद है विच हैज गॉट सम पॉलिटिकल पावर. सो दे केम अगेंस्ट दिस, ये इसमें कि आप अपने बच्चों को इंग्लिश मीडियम में पढ़ा रहे हैं और हमको बोल रहे हैं कि लोकल लैंग्वेज में सिखाया जाए. तो एक गलती हुई थी स्टेट से कि बिना वो एक डिसेमिनेट किए, बिना उसका प्रचार प्रसार किए व्हाई इट इज रिक्वायर्ड, हम लोगों ने सीधा लॉन्च करने की कोशिश की थी. तो बाद में फिर हम लोगों ने गांव-गांव में जाके कोशिश किया कि इस आइडिया को क्यों ड्रॉप आउट हो रहे हैं बहुत सारे बच्चे ट्राइबल एरिया से, ये सारा बताएं. तो मुझे याद है एक बार हम लोग कांकेर, एक ट्राइबल एरिया है, वहाँ के अंदर के गांव में मैं पूरे स्टेट के कुछ क्वालिटी देखने वाले लोगों को लेकर रात को एक मीटिंग मैंने कम्युनिटी के साथ रखा. तो वहाँ भी रात के समय लोग स्टेज में चढ़ गए कि आप में से कितने लोगों के बच्चे ट्राइबल लैंग्वेज इंग्लिश मीडियम में पढ़ते हैं, कितने गवर्नमेंट में पढ़ते हैं. तो वो जो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हुआ, उसके बाद हम लोगों ने धीरे धीरे करके एक सिस्टमेटिक तरीके से मल्टीलिंगुअल एजुकेशन लॉन्च किया. एक सर्वे भी किया हम लोगों ने, शायद छत्तीसगढ़ इज द फर्स्ट स्टेट विच डिड द लैंग्वेज सर्वे. उसके बाद टीचर्स ट्रेनिंग, फिर कन्वर्सेशन बुक्स, बहुत सारे मटेरियल्स, ये सारे चीज़ें बनाए. स्टोरी टेलिंग फेस्टिवल्स हम लोगों ने छत्तीसगढ़ में किया. लेकिन एक थोड़ा सा कॉन्फ्लिक्ट था, जो ग्लोबल आपने बात की कि ग्लोबल और लोकल, उसमें जैसे हम ट्रेनिंग में या किसी चीज़ में जाते हैं तो एक बार जो चीज़ बताते हैं दूसरी बार कुछ साल बाद फिर दूसरा बताते हैं. जैसे पहले हम लोग आ ई उस टाइप की चीज़ें ABCD पढ़ाने वाली बात करते थे, फिर सेरी प्रोजेक्ट आया तो उसमें दूसरे तरीके से हम लोगों ने बता. तो सेम लोग हर बार टीचर के सामने जाते समय नई चीज़ें बता दे, तो वो एक ग्लोबल और लोकल वाला कॉन्फ्लिक्ट आता है. फिर अभी जैसे NEP में टॉय पेडागोजी वाली बात आ रही, खेल खेल के सिखाओ, प्ले वे मेथड से सिखाओ. तो गांव में बोलते हैं तेहा का पढ़ाई, हम हर समय हमन देखा था कि तेहा खिलावत है, खेल खिलावत है, पढ़ाई कब कराओगे करके. तो वो वाला कॉन्फ्लिक्ट ग्लोबल और लोकल वाले में दिखाई देता है। उसी तरह से रूम टू रीड के साथ हम लोगों ने बहुत सारे लोकल मटेरियल ट्रांसलेट किए। तो लोकल मटेरियल ट्रांसलेट करने के लिए वी ट्राई टू टेक सर्विसेज ऑफ मिड डे मील कुक एंड लोकल कम्युनिटी। तो उनको अच्छा पोजीशन देते हुए उनसे ट्रांसलेट करा है, क्योंकि SCRT डाइट या सीनियर फैकल्टी वो सब नहीं कर सकती थी। तो वो भी एक कॉन्फ्लिक्ट का एरिया था कि हम कैसे नीचे से लोगों को लेके हम इतना बड़ा काम करवा रहे हैं। तो वो ग्लोबल और लोकल लेवल पे हम लोगों को कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हुआ। आई विल एंड माई स्टेटमेंट विथ अ लाइन। सर ने कहानी सुनाया, मैं एक लाइन सुनाता हूँ। जिसे बनाया मेरी माँ की पायल ने, बहन की हंसुली ने, पिताजी के श्रम जल ने, उस कच्ची दीवार में मेरी टाई लटकने से शर्माती है। तो देर इज अ कॉन्फ्लिक्ट जो अभी चल रहा है कि हम पढ़ा रहे हैं बच्चों को ट्राइबल एरिया में, नए नए चीज़ें ला रहे हैं, हॉस्टल में रख रहे हैं, कंक्रीट बिल्डिंग में, वो अलग टाइप के बिल्डिंग में रहते हैं। तो वो कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से धीरे धीरे हम लोग को निकलने की जरूरत है। बहुत सारे स्कीम्स आ रहे हैं छत्तीसगढ़ में, लेकिन उस चीज के कारण थोड़ा सा डिस्कनेक्ट होने का डर बना हुआ है। थैंक यू।
नहीं, थैंक यू सर, आपने बहुत अच्छे से बताया। एंड इवन अर्लियर यू हैड शेयर्ड दैट आपके कुछ व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप ऐसे हैं जहाँ लोकल लैंग्वेज में ही दोज ग्रुप्स आर दे आर चैटिंग विद ईच अदर एंड ऑल्सो हैविंग द कम्युनिटी कम इन एंड while you are translating the books and all to do it. But ये जो आपने अभी अभी शेयर किया कि the aspirations of the parents or the education system that the state is doing, that definitely, I mean, it calls for another maybe discussion altogether. That is point definitely is very huge challenge, I think, what we are facing, and also with the multilingual education challenge. We were just discussing, Pushpa and me also, that कितना इतना सारा languages को करना is a huge challenge. But again, these are different panel discussions. I think we need to. So again, coming back to the community and school, and in which Telangana state, and Sir Ravikant sir is here. Pillala Kosam, the program that you are running for the community and with community volunteers, we would like to know more about it.
Thank you, madam, giving the opportunity. Actually, your first question was my out of syllabus. I prepared for this and you asked me that question. So I could not articulate much. I was asked to prepare in the afternoon, I prepared. Okay, madam. Now, then this, Telangana last year we have been implementing this FLN program on the name of Tolimetu, Pehli Kadam. So that program has been launched in the schools, and we find still some support is required. But instead of burdening teacher, let involve the community. So this community movement program, it is being associated with the department Bharat Deko NGO, and I was asked to mentor those, act as mentor for the program. So first I will explain the approaches. We had a fourfold approach. So the first approach is ABCD. ABCD means asset-based community development. So community has more assets, like human asset. We have the human asset. Not only the teachers, but local volunteers, that educated youth, students, parents, SHG members, and sarpanches or the local panchayat members. They can be part of this program. So as a part of that, we have piloted this program in 4 districts. That is Hyderabad, Rangareddy, Medchal, and later stage in Yadadri, Bhuvanagiri district. So we have trained our 600 volunteers. 1:10 means to support at least 6,000 children. So, and when we see in these volunteers, it was a mixed group, starting from the age of 20 to 70 years. 20 years to 70 years. That is the how many college going students, IT personnel, and retired teachers, retired employees. I remember one of the our volunteers was, she was 72 years. In that age, she was a retired teacher long back. She came forward that saying that I want to serve my children. I want to share the experience. And this was very exciting. So the second approach is to energize the system. So we have want to energize the system with the teachers. We taken certain some resourceful teachers, that DRPs, district resource persons. With them, we have trained. Initially, we have trained with our own this organization people, but that potential or the that could not be sufficient. So we have expanded to the teachers. We made them to contribute in writing the material and as well as training the volunteers. So this is the second approach. The third approach is mobilizing the civil societies. Initially, she started with one NGO, but we feel that this idea initially it was being articulated by our education secretary Vakati Karnagaru. Just she gave an idea. So this organization came and 20 plus civil society organizations have come forward and they have started coming, contributing their giving their volunteers. This was a very interesting thing. Starting with one organization, now it has gone to 20 plus organizations. So this is one thing. The fourth approach, especially undergraduate course and the youth are the more potential, and to involve them and to have the responsibility of the educating children. Now we are focusing on the NSS volunteers. NSS volunteers, which we find in the universities, in the undergraduate course and the postgraduate course. So this year we are expanding. We are expanding this year for few more districts. So we are now the actual our vision is by 2024 all children to attend this FLN, and we have a mission of involving all the community members, maybe these teachers, local body, as it SHG members. The larger goal is in the coming years 50,000 volunteers and 5 lakh children to be educated to achieve the FLN. This is the bigger goal. Maybe it is the bigger dream, but we are planning in that way. And for this, we are getting the constant support from our education secretary, always patting on the back. Go ahead, go ahead. And very thing is, this initially, this program started with only 3 guys. 3 guys of Bardeko NGO, very young people, but very passionate. They left their IT jobs and came to serve the community. This was the thing. And actually, how we implemented and how we reached the program. We had 3 steps. First one is onboarding the project officials. So we have taken our like-minded people. That was the first step. Second step is, and we have mooted this idea and percolated idea into the different organizations, and we have started registering the volunteers online. Whoever are interested, they can register online. So when we say you register online, those who are interested, they will only register. But when you see that if 100 registered, when we asked them to come for the orientation, there was a dropout, 30% dropout. And after training, there was some more dropout. Means that shows that whoever we can withstand till the program starts. And we have taken, after training, we have taken intentional pass, some pass we have taken, whether they'll come or not. And the interested people, they started asking. We have formed the WhatsApp groups. कब शुरू करें हम स्कूल को जाना है. Especially this aged volunteers are asking, अरे हमको ट्रेनिंग दी है, बहुत दी है, कहाँ हमको कब बुला रहे? We are interested to go to school. And that mapping of the schools, matching and batching, according to their own convenience and related, which are nearby to them. This is all given to them. So, and as after training, now they have started visiting the schools. We told, as if you are an IT employee, it's only Saturday is only the time to go. Okay, once in a week. But later stage, these IT employees sometimes taking leave. They went to twice in a week, and some of the retired personnel almost they went every day, because while interacting with children, what they told, no, we got the energy, means we are energized. हम हमारे जवानी याद आया बच्चों से बात करके उनसे, and they have used their experience by bringing this activity based. So this is the story which is going on till it is going on, and hope in the coming days we will reach our bigger vision of the 50,000 volunteers. Is not a simple thing. Mainly we are focusing on the NSS volunteers, and still we are thinking where we can tap the people. And it is a purely volunteer work, no single pie is paid, and they have to come on their own. Not only that, for one day you come and next day you cannot skip. So we are thinking the people bringing in a sustainable way, that we are trying to do. And this we are going to link with the teacher education, already linked with the teacher education colleges, initially with the government diets, because as a part of their course they will be going to the schools. So that also in many ways we are thinking, and coming days will come with I think with full joy that we could reach we could reach the children. And on this day, as on behalf of this program, I owe my gratitude to our Secretary Education. A simple idea, an idea which was given and is going to in a big way. Thank you. I think I could answer my learned question and my syllabus question.
Thank you. Yes, this was syllabus का question और बहुत अच्छे से आपने answer दिया. Thank you. But this again, kind of raises many questions when we are having this huge number of volunteers. And Vidyanjali is again another portal by the central government, right? They're also there. And having volunteers, it is again, I'm just going back to the first panel discussion where the content has been prepared and there is a flood of courses which are already there. But who validates the right course, or with what is the benchmarking of a course, the content of the course? So the same way when we have so many volunteers, and if they are going to schools, and as you said that yes, there will be people from all generations who are going to be there. And when you train them to come to the school and then interact with the children, what is it that we would like them to interact with? Sometimes it may happen that the state is following a certain pedagogical approach, but let us say a person of 60 or so may have undergone a very different kind of a pedagogical experience. Then again, it becomes a very challenging thing that what is it that the volunteers will bring to the table when they enter the classrooms.
Rightly said, and we have given the 3-day orientation, and where we have given the inputs of this playway method and activity method in a simpler way, not in the so-called methodical way, simpler way. How to teach the alphabets, how to teach these numbers, how to teach the basic competencies. And we are not going to the jargon that the learning outcomes and all these things. We are not given the input because it is not their cup of tea. Only thing is, it is we have seen on the field. Even myself, it was very motivating for the students. Some new person came, but one thing, madam, though the instructions have gone from the government side, some of the teachers were not happy. ये कौन लोग है हमारे स्कूल को आने वाला, हम नहीं कर सकते क्या? But this has given Some other schools, besides schools, they have taken care. अरे ये लोग हमारा स्कूल नहीं आना, हम अच्छा पढ़ाएंगे बोल के. So this has become a good motivation for them.
Right. I know. Every initiative has its own pros and cons, and
Yeah.
we have to weigh what works. And obviously, that again is a learning thing.
Yeah.
And as we are, going on, changing the way we have to teach, as you were just mentioning, Sudesh sir, the अक्षरा को पहले इस तरह पढ़ाते थे, आप बोल रहे हैं इस तरह पढ़ाइए. But that's the learning, I think, from the field, from the researchers. And as a teacher, it's always said that we have to continuously keep learning. So I'm sure even our initiatives, there's a lot of learning which need to be from the ground after implementing. We need to take on and then again keep revising our own initiative. That's a process.
Madam, you are telling about the Vidyanjali program, but that has not gone down to the level. So we have tried in Siddipet districts when I was DO, but most of the people, they didn't come forward. They didn't come forward, and it requires so much of propaganda. I'm like so much of idea to go into them, and they should come back. Hardly I could get 5 or 10 teachers. Yeah, and after a couple of months, they discontinued. This is not only motivating, but sustaining the motivation and continuing. It's a big task. It's not the simple thing. But we got again this year also we are continuing within taking the lessons of the last year. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing. So, yes, I mean, taking any initiative at scale is a huge task. And some of the initiatives that Room to Read has also done in home as a learning space, where we have had our own community volunteers, and which we have done in the Rajasthan state. Same way at Akshara, a lot of community volunteers for your program. So we would like to hear how are you doing it, because when it comes to small geography, small district, or few schools, that's possible. But when it has to be scaled up, I think at the policy level, the changes that need to be done, and some of the good examples that you have done and experienced, if you can share that.
Thank you for the opportunity. So when we started Ganita Kalika Andolana, it is Andolana means a movement, right? So there has to be some shape that we wanted to give for that movement. And then we brainstormed a lot and we thought, how do we bring in the community in this whole intervention that we were designing? Ours is basically how the pedagogy of teaching maths, right? So we train the teachers on using manipulatives and visualization of maths and teaching it with a concrete representation and abstract. That is a classroom based intervention. Now, how do you bring in other stakeholders? When you say education, when you say a system, a school, you have so many stakeholders that you have, right? You have from starting from your DDPI, then BEO, then your SDMC, your parents, your HM, your children, teachers, right? So there are so many stakeholders. So when we said Andolana, we were brainstorming what is this movement going to be, right? So we wanted to have all these stakeholders involved in the participation of the education of the child. And this evolved over time, and we started something initially a summer camp, right? Government had introduced a summer camp schedule for the children, wherein in Karnataka, wherein teachers were supposed to half a day class or some activities or some fun based activities to do, and we learned the lessons from there. And then we thought and also important, a practical difficulty for all of us when we are in the education sector or school based intervention is how do you keep your staff occupied during the summer months, right? So that was also an important question, like, not if you're not developing the content or if school visits are not there, then what do you do, right? So they participated in this program, and then what we realized was, let us in the next year we develop something called as a gram panchayat contest, right? So why a gram panchayat? So as all of us know, a gram panchayat is the democratically elected body in the village, and that is a smallest unit of democracy that can exist in a village, right? So the idea was that let us bring in a let us combine the two departments. That is, one is the RDPR department, where the Panchayat Raj exists, and other is the education department, right? So we will organize a math contest. This was not an assessment. We didn't want the child to feel bad or anything, but it was a movement to bring in all the stakeholders together to say, do a litmus test and say, this is the quality of whatever, the maths in these schools, in this gram panchayat. This is like a temperature test. This is what it is, reflection. We do not advocate this has to be done or that has to be done for each stakeholders. You have the reality, you all are involved. You just look at the results and you realize what next steps that you want to take, right? So when we developed this idea of gram panchayat contest, we did it 100 gram panchayats first in 2017 in some of the remotest villages, right? And this needed a lot of permission that we needed to take from the department. So whether it is the village DPO, the village gram panchayat president and the members, they were involved. And then from the education department, the DDPIs, the BEOs, the CEOs, diet, everyone, right? So we took the letters. Everything has to be a file in the government, right? So we have to take the permission from all these people. And then on the selected day, the schools in the gram panchayat came together, and what we said was Akshara will only develop and print the question papers and then evaluate and distribute the reports afterwards, right? So the organization of bringing the children from different villages to that central school where the context is happening is all to be sponsored by the community. So, and that led to the ownership a little bit. And then there were a lot of community members who came forward and then donated the amounts. And it happened in a systematic way. Like you have to donate for the prize money so much, minimum this much prize money. And then certificates we would give from Akshara. And then also the Shamiana, the food, everything, the logistics of arranging this, right? So today where we are, last year when we were able to do 2,600 plus gram panchayat contests all over Karnataka and around 100 plus in Odisha, right? In Odisha, we just started last year only, right? And 3 lakh children, over 3 lakh children took this assessment. And as I said, assessment is a litmus test. It is like today, this is the snapshot of the results in your of maths in grade 4, 5, and 6. Now, what we wanted was a conversation to start after this Gram Panchayat event, right? So it was very systematized. Like 1 hour, you give the test. Second hour, the education volunteers would evaluate the question papers. The third hour, the prize distribution, and then the conversation will happen. So this is how we were able to bring in the ownership in the community. And the key to this success is the involvement of education volunteers. And these volunteers also were village youth who were in the same gram panchayat or in the same village. They could be the old students that were there in the school, or they could be the local educated youth, college going students. And there is a systematic way we would identify them and train them. And then the expectation is that at least 2 hours of their time they give in per month, okay, and free of cost. So see, you can't have a random structure. You go to the school whenever you want and do this and do that. So there is a proper structure to the program, right? So in June, July, all our team members would go in and identify the team of village team leaders and education volunteers who would be involved. And then the training and orientation for them happens. And then the preparation for the Gram Panchayat contest start happening. That is preparation of the question paper, dispatching the question paper to those Gram Panchayats everywhere, right? And then a date is fixed in consultation with the two departments, both the education and the RDPR department, the village DPOs. And then the contest is held and the prize is distributed, the answer papers are evaluated, then it is shipped back to Bangalore to do the data entry. And then we put this data in our developed system called KLP, or Karnataka Learning Partnership, where the reports is consolidated and a district level report is given back to the stakeholders. So the importance is we should not just be collecting everything from our stakeholders and then sit on that data or whatever we have and then design the intervention for ourselves, right? Afterwards, the print is given back to the stakeholders, whether it is at the same level, the CEO, the DDPI, the diet faculty, the village DPO, president, Gram Panchayat, HM, teachers, everyone gets the report to their for them, right, to view. And this is consolidated at each geography level, block level report for the BEO and cluster level report for the cluster members and all that, right? So what all this involved is for us to think sustainability, right? How, if Akshara tomorrow, we have been thinking about exit, ma'am was telling that we have been thinking about exit and sustainability for quite some time in our organization. Like for the past 2 years, all our programs are on slowly withdrawal, right? When we say that. So then how do we want the community to be involved there, and we want to institutionalize the system, and this is our way to institutionalize the system. Now this year, when we are taking the permission now, and our aim is to have at least 3,000 Gram Panchayat contests. Let us see how many we can do. And this year, the process is much simpler, and it is sort of in an autopilot mode, because the stakeholders know, they've seen the report, they're going back to them. And every time when a Gram Panchayat contest happens, there is a newspaper publication for that district, for that village that happens. So there is a lot of material in the newspaper that is there. So each stakeholder is aware of this process and the event that happens. So in a way, for us, it is about sustainability and also about the community to be involved. And thirdly, bringing in the demand side of education, right? So we always say, like, I will supply the teachers, I will give the material, I will give the books, I will give infrastructure, everything. So the supply side is there. When will the parent and the community demand a quality education? Change will happen when the demand is there. And for us, this is one of the theory that we want to implement, to have the demand side working. And from the policy perspective, there was an initiative earlier to do a self-assessment on entire involvement of a community. Like how is the SDMC functioning properly? Are the teachers coming? Are the children coming? Are the parents coming to the PTM meeting? All these is a self-evaluation and an assessment. So if there is a framework to do a self-evaluation and an assessment around the school system, I think that's also a good way from the policy that we can take. So regarding the community involvement, another initiative where we give a fixed task to our people and the education volunteers is, there is something called as a 1369 wall writing. Okay, so one is
sorry, can I
okay, yeah.
For
So
the time, but
yeah, sure.
definitely
Yeah,
1369, if you can just very concisely share
yeah,
it.
so this is like one is once a year, the one SDMC meeting should be happening 3 times. I'm forgetting the
Okay,
thing.
so you
Yeah,
have
anyways, I
structured
have
the
the thing.
meetings
Yeah,
in
yeah.
a
Yeah.
frequency.
So, yeah, and biannually the Samudayutta Shale, that is the community schooling, should happen. Parents come to the school, and 9 months the child goes to the school. At least 9 months the child goes to the school. This is like an awareness that campaign that is there, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very, very interesting. After Asar, I think you have cracked on the mathematics of, how to assess numeracy. So very interesting. So yes, Fayaz, coming back to you. And in today's digital age, right, what teachers can have the skills and strategies to, again, effectively engage parents and community?
How much time we have?
I think everyone got
Okay,
5
okay,
minutes.
yeah.
So yes, 5 minutes.
तो सुधीर सर से शुरू करते हैं. सुधीर सर ने एक कोट किया अनिल स्वरूप जी का, परेशान मिस्टर परेशान. तो मुझे उनको सुन करके जो ना एक शेर याद आ गया. घबरा के ये कहते हैं मर जाएंगे, घबरा के ये कहते हैं कि मर जाएंगे, मर के भी चैन ना आया तो किधर जाएंगे. हम जिस तरह का प्रोग्राम करते हैं, जिस तरह के बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस हैं, और चैलेंजेस को फेस करना ही एक टीचर का बड़ा काम है, बहुत बड़ा रोल है, और वो फेस करते हैं. इन डिजिटल टुडेज टेक्नोलॉजी का ज़माना है, और कोरोना ने बहुत कुछ हमें सिखा गया है, बहुत ही बैड न्यूज़ भी हुआ है, लेकिन एक चीज़ है कि डिजिटल को या टेक्नोलॉजी को कैसे यूज़ कर सकते हैं, उसका भी हमने अच्छे से इस्तेमाल किया है. अभी कुछ दिन पहले, कुछ महीने पहले हम लोगों ने प्रथम में बड़े पैमाने पर लार्ज स्केल पे उत्तर प्रदेश, मध्य प्रदेश और बिहार, 3 बिग स्टेट में हमने एक कैंपेन किया, समर कैंप, जिसमें हमने ओवर ऑलमोस्ट 3 लाख वॉलंटियर जनरेट किया, बनाए, और उनको मटेरियल के तौर पे एक इंस्ट्रक्शन तो, गाइडलाइन तो था इन हार्ड कॉपी, बट जो मेजर और जो उसके की एलिमेंट्स था उसमें था कहानी ट्रेन। हमने यूट्यूब पे एक कहानी, हर दिन 1 महीने का पूरा प्रोग्राम था, एक कहानी था, कहानी के फॉलोअप के साथ उसमें कुछ डिस्कशंस, फॉलोअप क्वेश्चंस थे। चैलेंजेस तो होंगे ही, 3 लाख वॉलंटियर्स के साथ काम चल रहा है 3 स्टेट्स में, लेकिन 3 लाख वॉलंटियर्स ने अपना बेस लाइन ऑनलाइन रजिस्टर किया, जो भी जिन बच्चों के साथ बेस लाइन एंड लाइन, साथ में वो जो कहानी थी, कहानी ट्रेन जो डेली जाती थी, उसको लेकर के बच्चे सुन रहे हैं और उसको उस पर डिस्कशन कर रहे हैं, उस पर रोल प्ले कर रहे हैं, उस पर ड्राइंग कर रहे हैं, पेंटिंग बना रहे हैं, एग्जीबिशन लगा रहे हैं। तो लगता है कि हम बहुत कुछ जो है कम्युनिटी में, विद द कम्युनिटी, इसमें टीचर्स का भी बहुत बड़ा रोल था सपोर्ट करने में, तो बहुत कुछ किया जा सकता है। और कोविड के टाइम में हम लोगों ने बहुत कुछ इनिशिएटिव लिए। वो हमने टीवी प्रोग्राम बनाया प्रथम में, मैं अपने प्रथम के रेफरेंस में ये सारी बातें कर रहा हूँ। प्रथम के रेफरेंस में तो टीवी प्रोग्राम बनाया हमने, उत्तर प्रदेश के लिए रेडियो पॉडकास्ट बनाए, लगभग 100 से ज़्यादा पॉडकास्ट हमने ड्यूरिंग द कोविड प्रोग्राम को एयर्ड किया और वो चला। लेकिन थैंक्स टू अभी लोकसभा में बिल पास हुआ है रिजर्वेशन, मदर्स या वीमेन रिजर्वेशन को लेकर के। एक चीज़ जो हमें बहुत सा चैलेंज लगा, कम्युनिटी की चूँकि बात हो रही है, कि हमें बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस देख रहे हैं। उसमें चैलेंजेस है कि डिवाइसेस का पूरा जो मोबाइल है, जो डिवाइसेस है, उसका पेनिट्रेशन बढ़ा है, लेकिन इन रियल सेंस में डिवाइसेस किसके पास है? घर में हमारी औरतें, महिलाएं रहती, माँ बहनें रहती हैं, लेकिन उनके पास जो एक्सेस है उतना नहीं है। वो किस कारण से नहीं है हम सब जानते हैं, और वो एक्सेस मदर्स को भी नहीं है, पेरेंट्स या विमेन्स हैं उसको भी नहीं है, वो एक्सेस बच्चे के पास भी नहीं है, और हम लोग डिपेंडेंट हो जाते हैं उसी एक्सेस, उसी टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए। तो इसमें जो है ना, उस चैलेंजेस को हमें देखना पड़ेगा कि एक्सेस भी हो, इंटरनेट फैसिलिटीज भी हो, रीच भी हो, और उस तरह के कंटेंट भी प्रोवाइड कराए जाएं। अगर ये सारी चीज़ें होती हैं तो ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी का हम सहारा ले रहे हैं उसका फ़ायदा हो सकता है। लेकिन एक चैलेंज और है, मैं थोड़ा सा हाईलाइट करना कि मुझे देखा है, मैंने बहुत सारे इसमें अपने प्रोग्राम में देखा है, और इसमें ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है शायद किसी और प्रोग्राम में ज़्यादा यूज़फुल हो सकता है, हमें अपने प्रोग्राम में ये दिखा है कि जो इसका इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, डॉक्टर शारदा जैन को मैं कोट करना चाहूँगा। डॉक्टर शारदा जैन कहती हैं कि यू कैन नॉट टीच अनलेस दे वांट टू लर्न। तो जो पढ़ना नहीं चाहते, 50 असर रिपोर्ट ये कहता है कि 50% बच्चे को तो पढ़ना ही नहीं आता क्लास 4-5 प्राइमरी ग्रेड में, उनके लिए क्या किया जाए? तो जो पढ़ना चाहते हैं उनके लिए तो वो एक्सेस उनको तो हर जगह से मिल जाती है, लेकिन जो पढ़ना नहीं है, जो स्ट्रगलर्स हैं, उसके लिए हमें एक चैलेंज के तौर पे हम इसको देखते हैं। तो मेरा ये मानना है, और हमारे जितने भी टीचर साथी हैं उनको भी ये लगता ज़रूर होगा कि हम इसको सप्लीमेंट कर सकते हैं, रिप्लेस करना बहुत मुश्किल है। इस पूरे इस हमारे एक्सपीरियंस में चीज़ें अच्छी हो रही हैं, उसका इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, चीज़ें बदल रही है, सिचुएशन बदल रहा है, उसका इस्तेमाल करना चाहिए, लेकिन उसको रिप्लेस करना मुश्किल होगा। थैंक यू।
Thank you so much.
Madam,
I think I'll open out for questions. Any 2 questions?
Madam, can I take
Sure.
permission? No, permission, because flight time is shooting up.
Okay, you have
So
to
if
leave.
you permit me, I'll get
Then
down.
can we, I'm sorry, but we are also going out for tea now. You can take your question then. If we can close this session, Sir has to leave.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
Agya, before sir leaves, if we can quickly have you felicitate the guests and have a group photo.
क्वेश्चन ले लेते हैं अगर पॉसिबल हो।
नहीं मुझे 6 o'clock फ्लाइट है, मैं जाना है। ओके, सॉरी फॉर द इनकन्वीनियंस।
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Yes, please. We'll begin the questions now.
Thank you, everybody, for this insightful discussion. My question was because we are talking about community, the parents in our community, especially, we are talking about government schools, right? So they feel that they cannot read and they cannot be part of their child's learning. And that's why we have Home as a Learning Space program where we are trying to tell them that they can be part of the child's learning. Can we, so my question is, though the parents cannot read and write, they have a lot of skill sets, right? So somebody is a plumber, somebody is an electrician. So if you're talking about circuits, you can as well call them and ask them practically how to do a circuit or something like that. Somebody is a great illustrator. So my question was, instead of calling more volunteers and asking them to talk to the community. So sir was saying that there are many engineers who left their job and became volunteers, but they're still outsiders, I would say. So can we create forum where we are empowering the parents and telling them that they also have lot of skill sets which they can show off. They are also special, something like that. Can we create such forums?
मैं कुछ बोलूं? उनके लिए तो मैं जवाब दे दूं। सर चले गए हैं तो प्रथम में हमने बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव लिया। मैं एक रिसर्च स्टडी में था, मदर लिटरेसी प्रोजेक्ट, और वहाँ जो है ये था कि हम मदर्स के साथ कुछ इंटरेक्शन करते थे और ये देखते थे कि उसका बच्चों पे क्या इम्पैक्ट होता है। डायरेक्ट बच्चों के साथ हमारा इंटरेक्शन नहीं था। तो ये चैलेंजेस जो है ना वहाँ पर भी आ रहा था कि मैं तो पढ़ना जानती नहीं हूँ, मुझे पढ़ना नहीं आता है, मैं तो इलिटरेट हूँ, कैसे हो सकता है। तो ये वो पूरा एक्सपीरियंस कि वहाँ पे उनके साथ, वो तो बहुत डिटेल का मामला है कि कैसे कितना किया जाए, लेकिन यस वी कैन डू। अभी हमारे पास अराउंड वी हैव 50,000 मदर्स ग्रुप, और उस मदर्स ग्रुप को हम हर वीक में एक वीडियो भेजते हैं और उनके साथ ये कि वो हर वीक में मीटिंग करती हैं। उसमें एक मदर लीडर हैं, वो मदर लीडर अपने साथ 5-6 मदर्स के साथ बातचीत करती हैं, कुछ एक्टिविटी करती हैं और वो एक्टिविटी फिर अपने बच्चों के साथ करती हैं। तो ये सारा एक्सपीरियंस जो है ना, फिर उनका एक हम मदर्स वर्कशॉप भी करते हैं मंथ में एक बार। तो 50,000 हमारे पास डेटाबेस है कि 50,000 का उनके पास व्हाट्सएप है, जो कि उनके साथ रेगुलर वो डिवाइस को इस्तेमाल करते हैं, वो क्यूआर कोड का इस्तेमाल करते हुए वो एक्टिविटी खुद भी करती हैं और अपने बच्चों के साथ करती हैं। तो पॉसिबल है, बहुत सारे एक्टिविटी हैं जिसके साथ वो शेयर किया जा सकता है।
In Chhattisgarh, we organize bagless days on every Saturday. So that day is completely given to parents with skill to teach some skills. तो वहाँ लोग आते हैं और अपने जो भी गांव के स्किल्स हैं वो शनिवार को बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं। जी। In Chhattisgarh, our lady teachers during this Corona period, they came forward with an idea कि we would like to contribute in a way कि हम गांव-गांव में जो मदर्स हैं, यंग मदर्स हैं, उनको ओरिएंट करेंगे एंड वो जो मदर्स हैं वो बच्चों को घर में पढ़ाएंगी। तो एक पढ़ाई तुअर द्वार बासा प्रोग्राम, मेजर प्रोग्राम अंडर दिस प्रोग्राम अंगनामा शिक्षा सब में एक छोटा प्रोग्राम हम लोगों ने लॉन्च किया, जिसमें थाउजेंड्स ऑफ लेडी टीचर्स ने बहुत सारे मदर्स को ओरिएंट किया और मदर्स को एक अंगनामा शिक्षा मेला के माध्यम से उनको ट्रेन करके घर के आइटम से कैसे बच्चों को पढ़ाया जाता है वो सिखाया। और रिपोर्ट कार्ड की जगह हम लोगों ने सपोर्ट कार्ड दिया, और जब बच्चों को वो लेके स्कूल में जाती थी तो सपोर्ट कार्ड में वो अपना साइन करती थी कि आई हैव टॉट दिस स्किल एट होम। तो वो प्राउड फील करती थी और स्कूल और कम्युनिटी का लिंकेज इस तरह से हम लोगों ने बनाने का कोशिश किया था। एंड दिस प्रोग्राम वाज अ मेजर सक्सेस। हम लोगों को इसमें स्कॉच अवार्ड भी नेशनल मिला।
एक पॉइंट मैं ऐड करना चाहूँ, अलाउ है परमिशन? या तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी पद्मा मैम जो है ना, हम इंडियन कल्चर की बात कर रहे थे। इंडियन कल्चर में स्टोरी टेलिंग का एक कंसेप्ट है और वो पूरा ट्रेडिशनल ये है। हमें लगता है ये हमारा विषय हम सबका भी होना चाहिए कि अगर माँ या पेरेंट्स डेली एक कहानी अपने बच्चे को सुनाते हैं तो बहुत सारे चेंज है, रिवोल्यूशन आ जाएगा अगर एक कहानी सुनाती हैं, सुनाते हैं तो।
बिल्कुल, completely agree to that. And well, so I'll close the session here, but thank you so much for sharing your organizations, initiatives, as well as government initiatives. And the topics, of course, is such that it can continue, we can continue the discussion. But anyway, with the time constraint, we will close it here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, panelists, for the riveting panel discussion. Before we are getting close to the end of the day, but before that, let us watch another inspiring story from Uttarakhand.
ये लोग जंगल में ही रहते हैं और इनकी अपनी एक दुनिया होती है। कैटल रेयरिंग इनका काम होता है, उनके लिए फॉडर इकट्ठा करना, उनको खिलाना और उनको दूध बेचना। मम्मी पापा वहाँ तक इन्वॉल्व हैं और घर की लेडीज और वो स्कूल ड्रेस में आने लगे, तो धीरे धीरे उन्होंने अपना ड्रेसिंग सेंस भी चेंज किया। फिर धीरे धीरे जैसे जैसे वो हैबिचुअल होते गए, क्लास में बैठना उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया। फिर उन्होंने स्कूल एक्टिविटीज़ में पार्टिसिपेट करने लगे। इवन जब खेलते हैं तो अब वो मुझे बोलते भी हैं कि मैडम हमारी टर्न कब आएगी। उसके बाद तो वो लोग अगर आप खाली भी हैं तो टेबल पे वो खड़े हैं अपनी कॉपी एंड पेंसिल लेके कि यू जस्ट गिव मी द वर्क, मुझे काम दीजिए, मुझे करना है। तो इस तरीके से धीरे धीरे उनमें चेंजेस आए हैं। Now they are habitual and they enjoy the school atmosphere very much. वन गुजर्स की एक खासियत होती है कि इनके जो कैटल्स हैं, इनके पास बफेलोज होते हैं, भैंस होती है, जैसे ही समर्स आता है तो दे माइग्रेट टू हिल एरियाज। तो एक थोड़ी सी प्रॉब्लम ये थी कि ये बच्चे 4-4, 5-5 महीने के लिए फिर चले जाएंगे, लेकिन ऐसा हुआ नहीं इस बार। इस बार इनकी एक फैमिली ऊपर हिली एरिया में गई और एक फैमिली इनकी यहीं रुकी और उन्होंने अपने एक बच्चे को स्कूल भेजा। उनका भी माइंडसेट चेंज हुआ कि हमें अपने बच्चों को स्कूल भेजना है। जैसे हम लोग इतना आगे बढ़ रहे हैं, लेकिन एक समुदाय अभी भी कटा हुआ है। बच्चों को मैं पढ़ा रही हूँ और उन बच्चों को मैं अगर आपस में एक दूसरे से जोड़ रही हूँ तो मेरे लिए वही बहुत अच्छा होगा।
Requesting now Mr. Rishi Rajvanshi to kindly share final and closing thoughts capturing the diverse and very interesting conversations of the day. Rishi currently serves as the Director of Innovation and Donor Engagement at Room to Read India. In this role, he leads a diverse portfolio including learning and innovations, program development, communications, and donor engagement. Prior to this, Rishi spent 5 years in program operations, overseeing foundational literacy and girls' education projects in collaboration with various organizations. He has a strong background with Pratham, where he led FLN projects and played a key role in TAL initiative with JPAL, which is regarded as one of the most impactful education interventions. Mr. Rishi Rajvanshi.
So you've got me between tea and coffee. So I will keep it brief. Namaste and good evening, everyone. On behalf of United States Agency for International Development and Room to Read, it's truly my privilege to thank all of you. India Gets Reading campaign is in its 5th year, and it's almost like half a decade before when we launched this. This campaign has taught us a lot. It has taught us to focus. It has taught us to prioritize and bring out key issues that we believe very strongly with. Teachers as Changemakers, as this year's theme, was one issue we felt very strongly, that we believe that any effort that we are trying to do, teachers are an integral part. So this was our endeavor to thank all of you teachers and government officials for doing such a wonderful work on the ground. We were able to only capture 3 stories. There are hundreds and thousands of more stories that we would like to capture. And to thank everyone, I'll start with Miss Patricia Elasina, who's the Deputy Chief of Mission, USAID, for delivering the special address and supporting SERI. It was truly a privilege to have her despite her other competing priorities. Dr. Poonam Smith-Sreen, Deputy Director, GDO, for being the guide mentor to the entire SERI initiative. Ms. Shikha Jain, our AOR for SERI and Program Management Specialist, for walking each step with all of us. The USAID team for working together end-to-end. Former Secretary, Department of School Education Literacy, Government of India, for the keynote address. He gave all of us a lot of ideas, and I'm sure in the upcoming Literacy Fest that we are planning in December, we would be incorporating some of those. State officials and teachers, as I said, thank you so much. Especially our Changemakers who are here with us, Ruchi ma'am, Neelam ma'am, Charan Das sir, Preeti ma'am, and Sambaraju sir, for being the true Changemakers. Thank you so much. And all the esteemed panelists for their insights. Professor Padma M. Sarangpani for special address. Ma'am, when she was speaking, despite it was being a post-lunch session, there was a pin drop silence, and everyone was very much trying to listen, connect, and see what all of us can do in our own work. So amazing note by her. Anupama for her marvelous poem recitation. I think this should be an integral part of all our campaigns. We'll try to do more about that. Partner, colleagues from education sector, and my favorite SERI team. Where are they? Okay, so Bhavna, Zeba, Dipshi, Vanshika, Suril, Ravi, Riaz, and all of us who have worked very hard. Communication team led by David, Ree, and Smriti, who did a wonderful work in getting all these stories from the ground right here. And the only promise that we can do in the next year edition, we will do this campaign more deeper, more better. And so that we can bring joy to many more students. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Rajvanshi, for beautifully capturing the day's discussions. With that, we come to the end. With that, we come to the end of the Teachers as Changemakers National Summit, organized jointly by USAID and Room to Read India.
We look forward to seeing you all again very soon. Thank you. Have a pleasant evening.
Tea and coffee are available outside. Please do have. And